Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair at Omaha, at everlevelconcrete.com.
You okay?
No, I'm
oh my
not.
gosh.
This-
Hey,
What's happening with my
Matt,
mic?
quick question.
No, it's too hot, Nick. It's way too hot.
Hi.
Hello.
What is
How
happening?
long have you had that hoodie?
For a while.
Yeah, I can tell.
What in the world is
What do you
going
mean?
It's a
on
little
right
snug.
Yeah, it's
Lift your
tight.
arms above your head. It passes. It actually passes the test. I'll give you
Yeah.
that. That's actually
I
pretty.
fold-
I'll take that.
I fold it because I like it tight on my hip.
Oh, I see.
That's-
Okay.
When I
never
wear
mind.
my hoodies, I take the flap, but I fold them in.
I didn't realize you were yoked like.
Why?
I don't know. I've always done it.
Interesting.
It's one of those things. I don't have an explanation for it. When I go ahead and I put on a hoodie, I fold it under. That's what I've always done.
I accidentally double hoodied today. I've got a hoodie underneath this hoodie.
Really?
If
I
I'm
don't
looking,
mind-
if
I
I'm
don't-
looking extra thick. That's
Yo, dog,
why.
I hear you like hoodies, so I put a hoodie inside your hoodie so you can hoodie while you hoodie.
Yeah.
Can I see the second hoodie?
Yeah. I mean,
A second hoodie has
a
hit the
second
Austin.
hoodie has hit Austin Jacobson.
Oh, it's a black one. Okay.
It's gray.
I like
an
it.
ash.
I sometimes
What?
I'll just
Oh.
put the
Yeah,
hoodie.
come
through
on,
the
Austin.
first
You
hoodie.
know how the internet works.
Well, I was in the right spot, but then I changed my seating, so that's
I would
why
take the second hoodie and I would make it my hood. You know?
Mm.
Yeah.
I should double hood it now.
So double hooded up.
All right, make it work.
Look at that.
Thanks.
So now you don't know what's coming at you.
Oh,
You have this guy's so unpredictable.
I'm all hood, as the kids would say.
Look at that faux hawk.
Is that what they say?
That's what we said in the mean streets of Sydney. I don't know.
What did
they
I
said
what did I
Omaha
send you
North,
last
but-
week, Austin? Somebody sent in was it on the
Yeah,
internet?
no, I saw it. It was the baby
Was it on
Jack.
Twitter? Yeah.
It was the baby Jack thing. Someone
Oh, it was
from-
on Discord.
Yes.
Yeah.
What
they-
about Baby Jack?
They compared me to Baby Jack because of my faux hawk, which
It's
that photo was egregious. That was about 5 weeks after my haircut. We
Can
gotta-
I
had to
can I
be careful
tell
of
you
that.
though
Uh-oh.
that you are the only person that I know that rocks the faux hawk
I don't-
fully.
I don't try to. This is just the best way my hair sits.
But
I
I
just got to make it work.
I kind of respect it.
I appreciate that.
I
you.
respect the just because it can look foolish at times.
Wow.
You know.
Thank you.
But I
You
do-
might look like an idiot,
you
but I
might
like
look-
it.
But I
I like the way
appreciate
your dumb haircut looks on you.
exactly.
Thank you,
like
Matt.
I like people who lean into things. It's
Mm.
your thing. Own it. You having bad hair is it's kind
Whoa.
of. I'm kidding. I'm
Wow.
kidding. That was
Wow.
mean.
That
I have
was
worse hair.
mean.
I have worse hair than you. I'm losing my hair.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, that's okay.
You're
Tricks of the trade.
you always every time we talk about
Matt versus hair.
every time we talk about
Verse
hair,
hair.
him
That
first off,
was the alley oop.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Right
interrupt
off
you.
the back.
first off, I corrected myself. I corrected myself.
Because you
okay?
heard me from the
No,
hallway.
I didn't hear you say a damn thing. First off, I already talked about you earlier today. You do
What'd
this
you say?
thing. You annoy me. You do this thing
I figured.
where I will tell you that I haven't seen that movie. Okay. And
Okay.
you go, how have you not seen that movie?
To be fair, everybody does that.
you
That's
know,
actually a
you're
great
like,
bit.
how did you not see it?
When I had,
And I'm like, that runs me up a wall.
but you're
okay?
23. Of course, you haven't seen every movie.
I know. So why are you on my ass about it?
Because now that I know you get triggered, I'm going to keep doing it.
That's why you're the worst. Because I can never win. I can never express my feelings around you.
Did you say
That's not true.
I know.
worst?
The worst.
Mm.
What did I? What?
You said
Grammar?
you said there's nothing worst.
No, you
That's-
are
that
the
is what
worst.
you said. No. You
There's
said
nothing
there's-
worse.
It's too bad Nick is
Worst.
so busy because we could have him check the tapes real fast.
I've been seeing you too much, Matt.
I know. We've
Young
been
Matt.
talking
Yeah,
way too much.
so
on your
let
show.
me ask you this. Are you guys doing a podcast?
No. No.
That was the joke.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. I was like,
It's
that's
called
pretty
a
funny.
bit, Josh. You ever heard of one?
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's got a gimmick. It's a bit.
It's a bit.
I liked it. It made me laugh.
I know. I was telling people. So I'm always like the person within my group. I have to make the plans,
Yeah.
right? I'm just a good planner. Okay. And it's often people are like, hey, Matt, we want to do this thing. And then I have to put it all together. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm good at it.
You're like Bob the Builder.
It was great.
Can he fix it?
It was great to get a text from Austin
Yeah.
and just be like, and him just being like, hey, here's the plan. That was good, Nick. Here's the plan. Here's where we're at. Here's when we should meet up. And I just had to show up. It was great.
Wow.
I haven't had that before in a while.
Classic Austin texting another person and never me. Sad.
I don't want to hang out with you.
I know.
Loser.
I know.
I actually do want to hang out with you, but the times you are available are outside of my windows of availability.
That's true. We work at the opposite end of the day.
Also, are
that is
you an
tough.
IPA guy?
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I mean, it'd be
No,
tough.
but I have
There
said,
are other beers at breweries.
I've
I
said
mean-
multiple times that I want to go hang out at said brewery with Josh.
So here's my thing, though.
Me and Dr. Fiance
it's-
have both said, hey, we would love to meet. The
Come on
Petersons out
over.
there.
Come on
here's,
over.
Here's the funny thing. You go, there's other bars at a brewery. If I went to the place that we
Other
go
beers
to,
at a brewery. Yeah.
okay, whatever. If I go to the place that we go to and I ordered a Miller Lite,
Well, they don't have Miller Lite here. It's a brewery.
I know exactly. So I can't.
They
Like,
have
you
light
can't do
beer though.
that.
They have light beer though. They have
Yeah,
like a
but not
Mexican.
good light beer.
Yeah, great light beer. Even
There's-
better than Miller Lite.
No, there's no better beer than
Have you ever tried expanding your horizons a
Great
little bit,
question,
young man?
that.
Austin.
No, I haven't.
Great.
The most
closed-minded
expanding of
you.
my horizons was done with you yesterday when we had Coors.
We
How'd
did.
that go?
Listen, we had some great conversation. What's
Yeah.
your Mount Rushmore of sports kickoff times or start times?
Yeah.
That was a great topic.
Well, that is an awesome topic.
Mhm.
Like, what sport is it?
You can do
Any-
anything.
So any sports. We were saying it started because we said there's nothing better than the 5:30 p.m.
That
NFL
wins.
kickoff.
That wins.
Oh, so you're basically only talking about like 2 weekends a year. Conference championship and divisional
Basically, yeah.
and the Super Bowl.
Essentially.
Wow, really? That's your favorite kickoff?
I think that's my number one.
I
I love
had
a 5:30 kick.
I said
No.
a 6:30 college football kick. I'm always for that.
I like a 2:30 kick in October when the sun sets in the second.
I
half.
knew that. I knew
Interesting.
that about you.
Daytime to nighttime, gorgeous.
I don't think
So Matt picked 11 a.m. kickoff.
I love 11.
That's what I said.
You should work for Fox
I
Sports.
love 11 a.m. kickoff because I love waking up early, going to the grocery store, coming back, quickly cooking something, and sitting down and watching my team. And then I will have multiple Miller Lights. My team will lose. Then I'll take a nap and I'll go out later. Like
Your
that's
team. You're
perfect.
talking about Northwestern?
Nebraska, either
Yeah.
or.
Yeah.
It's typically I
Mhm.
lose every Saturday. There hasn't been a Saturday where I just don't I don't suffer some sort of defeat.
That's true. Gambling, Nebraska,
Wow.
Northwestern.
Everything. I'm just a loser.
The 0 for 3.
Creighton doesn't play football anymore, so you're
No,
probably hurt by
but
that
they
too.
probably would lose
Oh,
if they were playing
definitely.
that too. They
Yeah,
probably
for
spent a lot of money on Iowa transfers and then they just
Classic.
flail out and just
Yeah.
not
Wow.
perform well.
Oof.
Sad Husker
One of
fan
them
says
would.
7
One of them
p.m.
would be
kick.
very important.
I do like a 7 p.m.
See,
kick.
see
Okay.
I like just a little
like-
bit before. I like the 6:30.
You don't like primetime?
I like the NBC broadcast more than the 7 p.m. kick. I like Mike Tirico more than I like the kicking of the ball at 7.
But you don't have to get up early anymore. So you're probably going to like 7 p.m.
I
next
agree
season a
with
lot
that.
more.
but even now that I don't have to get up early anymore, 5:30 is so.
I mean, it is
Yeah,
nice because it's like being on the West Coast.
Yes.
Because I went to a
yes.
Seahawks game 10 years ago.
Okay.
And so Sunday Night Football kicks off at 5:20.
That's great.
It's pretty cool.
That's
Because then
but-
you have the night still. Like,
Like,
so last night,
yeah.
finished the game. You know what I did?
Went to
I
bed.
watched
I did.
I watched Industry because I'm loving that show. And I was
Oh.
like, look at this. It's only 9. I'm going to fire up Industry.
See,
Had a
that-
great time.
I made the argument that anytime I can be at bed at 9 p.m. and be wrapped up with my day beforehand, nothing
You
else
should
to
move
watch
to the
or
West
cover.
Coast.
I should. You're right.
So,
it's good for the lungs. I
You're,
should do that.
you're gonna hate my list though of kickoff times.
Well, yeah, I mean, you
It's
said
bad all
11 is
around.
already
Yeah.
like close to the top.
11 a.m.
Terrible.
I love a 5 p.m. college basketball game.
Yeah, why would I care about that?
Okay. Well, you're gonna, Austin. He's really gonna like this one.
Yeah,
you're
what's
not gonna
next?
I love a 1 p.m. NHL hockey.
See, that was everything's
Strange.
going wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
very
said,
strange.
I said for college basketball, the best tip-off time is Saturday at 3. Because then
Oh.
you get 2 hours, you get your night ahead of you, then it's perfect.
It is
Why-
nice. You get
you-
like all the stuff in the early part of the day, and you
Yes.
still have the night.
Mhm.
You aren't gonna agree with this, but one of my favorite sporting events.
What is it now?
Is one of-
NASCAR.
is one of those. One of my favorite sporting events is they always have a really good college basketball game before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they're just playing college basketball at 2:00 before the Super Bowl, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother! And I
Did-
love watching that game.
I think Nebraska
Oh.
played on Super Sunday last year, like Ohio State or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Did
Yeah,
they?
and it was
Because
really
I-
early in the day.
I went on a run around Zarinsky and I listened to old
Nice.
Ken Pavelka on the call. there. Yeah,
Nice.
it's a good
Did
one.
I think Nebraska women beat Iowa on the day of the Super Bowl, right?
I believe that that's the case
Yeah.
back when they had Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. That was the
Mhm.
last.
That was
Caitlin
not Big
Clark
Ten
Lincoln
protocol. Yeah.
It was yes, it was
Oh,
that game.
Yeah.
It was
Oh.
that game.
How do you think the Broncos are going to do? Tied at 7 going into half?
Gotta
know
feel
what?
good.
Yeah.
You got to get.
I mean,
the points, though.
Stidham's got you something. You probably left a couple points on the board.
Does
but
Robert Kraft know what is being discussed at all
Absolutely
anymore? every time they would show him up in the owner's suite, I think that he is confused.
Who is that lady to his left, though? Is that...
Probably his daughter or something.
Oh, okay.
That'd be my guess.
At least
Or his
Kraft-
girlfriend.
Kraft does the right thing,
See,
though.
who knows anymore with these people?
Oh, yeah.
The
Seriously.
best type of sports owner is the one who doesn't share his opinions. Just keep those to yourself.
Well, isn't that the
Mm.
Ravens owner who just doesn't talk? Like,
Oh, man.
you think his press conference was first time in 7 years. He
Good for
spoke.
him.
And then he absolutely ripped on your guy Harbaugh.
Mm, my
Holy
guy.
crap.
Oh, yeah.
Your guy.
My
Did you
guy.
see that quote? You saw that quote, right?
What
Where
did
the guy was like, hey, if that kick goes in,
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I saw that.
you know,
one.
what do you do? What does he say? Like, fire him next week or whatever? Like Boom Roasted.
So-
By the way, Matt, a couple texts coming in about your beer opinions. John
Okay.
writes, Miller Lite is absolute trash.
Thank you.
I
don't
love to have
care.
a beer and do it often, but if the only option is Miller Lite, I will just not have a beer. 402 says Miller Lite is piss water.
Yes. Thank
McMaster
you.
has terrible taste in beer. I agree with these people.
I love Miller Lite. I'm sorry.
I know.
don't
I've
what
been
to tell
I've
you.
hung out with Matt away from work. Well, now many times.
Whoa.
But he always has Miller Lite.
Mm.
He lugs over a Miller Lite.
I do. I have to bring. You don't have Miller Lite. because,
Nobody does.
Oh, I'm super creative, and I like the IPA, and
Fucker and thuckatash.
I like my beer where it tastes like oak, but it's got a hint of citrus in it.
By the way, I love Busch Light.
You like Busch Light?
I love Busch Light.
Yeah. What's wrong with a
Whoa,
good Busch Light?
love. That's
Do you-
strong.
Do you
Listen.
like Busch Light? I love it.
Wow, Matt. You've never loved a good bush in your life?
Thank you,
Come
Nick.
on now.
I stay away
Mm.
from the bushes.
Mm.
Okay.
I
All
don't
right,
aim for them either.
Ken
Great
says,
bit.
I love drinking IPAs, but you can only drink like 12 of them at a time. See, now I think that you've only had West Coast kind of IPAs. Have you ever had a hazy IPA?
Ooh, I like this. I didn't even know there's
Whenever
a
you
thing.
talk about IPAs, you were talking about West Coast. Next time we hang out at
Okay.
a brewery, I will say, try this hazy. And you're going to be like, I now understand
Whoa,
what
what
John's
if you
doing.
get hazy with the hazy?
Well, I want to get totally buzzed, so I'll have
Mm.
2 of them.
3-pack.
3-pack. You got to get a 3-pack.
Wow.
Mhm.
3-pack
Is
the
that
way to
real?
go.
A 3-pack?
Has he told you about this
No.
idea?
Okay, totally buzzed IPA. So the point is, we get like a
I love
little
how
bit
excited you're
of
getting.
a
You're moving
higher
around.
ABV, right? Anywhere from 8 to 9%. Okay.
Wow.
And we go ahead and we put it in a 3-pack. Okay. And we call it totally buzzed. And the point is that you drink the 3 beers and you're not drunk. All right. But you're totally buzzed. And so you get that kind of like, ooh, I'm wooed, like I'm a little calmer. And then when you wake up, you don't have a hangover.
Oh, okay.
Now
See,
the
I thought the next step of that was something that was illegal, and I was like, I don't like where this is going.
No. It's not meant for you to drive. after.
Okay, that's what I was worried about.
It's just meant, this is like, all right, it's 6:30 and I have work at 8 a.m. Okay. But I kind of want to get buzzed, but I don't want to do like tobacco or zins or anything. I'm just going to drink totally buzzed beer.
Wow.
And you have a 3-pack.
Now, the problem, of course, with this idea is that it is classic shrinkflation. Like
Yes.
you are literally shrinking a 4-pack down to a 3-pack. But it's an awesome idea.
And
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
You're just totally buzzed.
What about the people who would like a 4-pack or a more pack?
We'll call that totally drunk.
Oh, wow. Okay, you've thought
I
of
like
everything.
that.
Exactly. So we'll just add another beer.
So when is this going to Shark Tank?
I haven't talked to Mark in a while. I gotta get on.
Fair.
I gotta get on the horn with him.
I'm a lorry guy.
Some comments coming in. Jimmy
I'm a lorry guy. Said no one.
Jimmy says,
I like
can
gaming.
we get more adults on the show?
I'm an adult. I pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone or why
I'm an
Jimmy
adult.
is triggered like he is all the time. I said that because he's going to be so pissed. Now the million comments about to come in. Katie says, why are we glossing over where John is? This deserves to be addressed. Many people are asking, did John take off today
Oh, I see.
because his team lost and or
Oh.
he is afraid
What
to,
a phony.
or it's because Creighton has a game tomorrow and he has to travel.
Oh,
It's one of the
man.
two.
Who would have thought?
Who knows the answer,
He's just
though?
going to Milwaukee. Who cares?
He's just going to Milwaukee. It's a
Yeah,
hop and a
that's-
skip.
Arguably one of the worst possible destinations after your team loses. It's like, ugh, now I'm going to Milwaukee.
What do you have against Milwaukee? Milwaukee's
Come on.
fun, man.
Are
I
you
like,
in Milwaukee right now?
what's going on? In
Would you
Milwaukee
rather
right
be
Creighton
in
plays
Milwaukee right
Marquette.
now?
than Omaha?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about where would I rather be. I'm talking about just as a trip. Milwaukee's a fun little trip town. Go to the Fisker. You can go to they got a great museum on the
Newark.
lake.
You can see all the places that
Uh,
Dahmer was. That's great. Yeah.
well,
Milwaukee, well known for
You can
that.
go to, if you ever been to
Mm.
Sobelman's, it's a great
No.
burger place.
No.
It's awesome there in Milwaukee. They got some good brat stops, really good bars there in general. Milwaukee's a good town.
There you go. I'd love to go to Milwaukee someday.
You got.
I've been at the airport.
It's right on the lake, and so you get a beautiful. You walk and you see nice things. And they got boats there, and they got nice little bars and stuff like that. It's a good spot.
Yeah.
Fair
So John will be back tomorrow, and then we can talk about the NFC Championship with him. but he won't be here today.
Everybody called me a madman for betting on the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl, and look who's laughing now.
So you did this before the season?
I did this in December.
No, that's not that long ago.
Yeah, so when they were 13-1, you were like,
No.
this is a really good team.
They beat the Rams. You know what, guys? I think this team might be good.
Hey, it was that road test at Carolina. I really like that grit. That was good stuff.
It was plus 800 at the time, so obviously it wasn't like there was a whole lot of trust that it was going to happen. What are you looking at?
I'm trying to find.
He's just checking.
Okay, I found it.
Yeah,
because I want to play. You haven't heard the Happer and Schaefer open.
No, I haven't.
And
I have to
so,
grab my headphones.
Nick, I got it. No, we'll just turn off our microphones
okay.
because I know Odson hasn't heard it as well, but he was wanting to watch the crossover.
these are for the folks.
And so Nick just typed KOZ and I apologize. Nope.
I-
Nope. I already had it set up.
Dang it!
Nope. Nick, it's an ampersand. We could have had it like I should have
Unsportsmanlike.
just kept scrolling.
16, 20,
I was so close. All right, you ready? Okay, we're going to
Dun.
turn off our microphones. You ready for this?
Ready.
Here is, if you missed it this morning, this is the brand new Happer and Schaefer Open from our friend Ian Alio. Nick, is it going to go out over the YouTube? We're good to go there? All right, let's listen in.
You're up and it's still dark. Kick back with a cup of Joe. You know you've got friends waiting on 1620 The Zone. It's Happer and Schaefer. It's Connor and Mike. Listen on the radio stream or YouTube or podcasts. Anytime it feels right. It's Happer and Schaefer. It's Happer and Schaefer. It's Happer and Schaefer. It's Happer and Schaefer.
They gave a little like creep.
Oh, wow, we're already fading out. Okay, there's another minute and a half of this.
Really?
Yes, it goes on for a while.
Happer and Schaefer. Yeah.
That was good. That was great harmony.
Thank you.
That's
I'm so
fantastic.
good at singing. I'm a
Yeah.
karaoke queen.
Yeah, it's like, seriously, it's 2 minutes of this now.
Really? Happer and Schaefer.
That's incredible.
Well,
that
you actually-
hit that without the headphones
Yeah.
on. You were right on.
It's Happer and Schaefer.
You did it twice.
One more time?
It's Happer and Schaefer.
Little
I was
ahead
all
of it
quick
there.
wasn't I?
Little bit
Yeah.
off.
It's just beat. It's just.
There you go.
Like that's the type the chorus and the melody and the music and everything gives like a Guardians of the Galaxy.
Ooh.
Oh,
Like, that
interesting.
is-
Ian
that
says
is-
it's a Baba O'Reilly ripoff.
Okay. I
You
like
know who
that.
the Baba O'Reilly is? You don't know the Who, bro?
No, the
You never heard Baba O'Reilly?
big O'Reilly's Auto Parts.
That's not Baba O'Reilly. Do you know Baba O'Reilly?
Yeah, from the Who.
Okay.
You just
already
said the
that.
Who. Get out of here, you fraud.
Do you know the song though?
No.
Nick, can we have a bump with that later on in
What is
the
it?
show?
What is it?
You'll
What is it?
recognize it.
It's Bill O'Reilly. Is that what the? That's
It's
the.
the- do you know the song?
saying Bill
Do
O'Reilly?
you know the song?
Is that
says,
Bob O'Reilly or
do you-
Bill O'Reilly?
Do you know the
Are
song?
we doing it live?
Do you know the song?
We're
that says
doing it live.
Teenage Wasteland. Do you know that
yeah.
song?
Yeah.
That's Baba O'Reilly. The
Oh.
song is actually called Baba O'Reilly.
I prefer Teenage Dirtbag if we're doing our if we're
That's
rank,
my karaoke song
if we're rank really.
by Wheatus. Yep.
And I'm just a teenage
That's your karaoke song?
dirtbag baby.
Yep.
Do you also do the high
Come
pitched
with
female
me
voice?
Friday, don't say maybe
That's my song.
like you. Ooh. Mine is
Uh,
When I Was Your Man by Bruno Mars.
Ooh.
nice.
I just do the tequila song. That's the easiest one.
Yeah.
You can always hit
Tequila.
a fraud. Yeah, you can hit 100%
You're talking
of
about
those notes.
da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I
There's
have
like
my-
3 lyrics in
I
that
know.
song.
It's always a great bit because people hear it and then you can dance around a bit and you just hit the tequila and everyone goes, haha.
Haha.
It's it's good for
My,
a chuckle.
my catalog is really any Adele song.
Wow.
When I Was Your Man, the Pina Colada song. That's Escape. That's what it's actually
Yes.
called.
Yeah.
And then Brandy, You're a Fine Girl.
Hmm.
I've also been dipping. You know the song that goes, "She comes from Silver Spoon, Golden Rules, Private School." I don't know the name to that song, but that's a good one too. Dude, we should go to karaoke together.
Sounds great to me.
That'd be
Some
great.
text coming in about the new theme song for Happer and Schaefer.
It's Happer and Schaefer.
Pedro says, "Hi guys, I don't like the song. What the hell is that?" And a 402 texter says, The way you were talking, I thought it was going to be a good song.
Wow.
Wow, this is tough.
That is
Wow.
so bad.
This is a
Those
tough
are-
crowd.
You guys are going to love the middays with Matt one.
I can't wait to hear it in
Is
4
it
weeks whenever you
techno?
upload
It is going to be tomorrow.
Okay, definitely.
Wow.
Why are you shaking your head like I'm not reliable?
This is the
I say
ultimate
things are
tease.
going to get done. I get them done.
I think you're very reliable.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I have a great prompt for the crossover.
All right.
Wow.
The top 5 things you've ever purchased. What are the 5 greatest
Wow.
things you've ever purchased in your life? Okay.
Top
So Oddson
5.
immediately goes, my house. And I
Oh, good
I go, that's a bill though. That's a tough bill to pay. Like that kind of comes with pressure. of
Buying a
paying
house
it.
sucks.
Okay.
And
One-
Josh goes, I actually agree with that. I go, was it the ring for your wife? And he goes, nope.
Nice.
I was gonna say 1 engagement ring. Pretty proud of that.
Great
Not
job.
to brag.
That's in it. That's in
2 is the Lego Millennium Falcon. That's a huge get.
Awesome.
3 would be the custom pickleball paddle that I purchased last summer and then immediately lost.
Dork.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really
No
bad.
offense.
It was a very, very bad look for me. Let's see. God, I can get 3, 4, and 5 are a lot tougher.
They are. Then
Yeah.
you start. For me, it's not like I haven't bought a lot of my own stuff
Can I
until
count my
the last
dog? I
year.
bought my dog.
You bought it. You
Yes.
paid for your dog.
I pay for my dog.
Okay,
yeah.
that counts.
Ooh, good call. Banks is definitely in the top 5.
Banks
then.
is. How can Banks not be one?
Yeah, he is probably number 1.
He's got to
Banks
be one for you.
rocks.
Banks is such a good dog.
Dude, Banks is such a good dog. He went out today. He was chilly, but he dropped the deuce.
He was
Did he?
chilly.
He was chilly. And he kept looking back at the door. I'm like, I'm not coming out here.
Banks.
My dog likes to do the thing where she's been outside for too long, so she'll lift her paw up like it froze to the ground. She's like, "Oh my god, I can't go any further." She
Help
runs
me,
inside.
Help me, Paul.
Banks-
Nose
my
dives
paw
into the
hurts.
Banks would be a great free safety.
Think so?
He's got it.
Yeah?
He's got the range.
He's fast enough to cover down the field, but he's also got the size to come down into the box. He can cover a nickel if you need to. He's like a Nick Ammonwari of
Plus,
dogs.
his elbows are really sharp, so he could knock you out.
He could. I think dude, Banks is would be a versatile football.
TV
player.
for the basement. It's the best TV I've ever bought.
Okay, that's on my list
Nice.
too.
So here's the thing, real quick aside. A purchase of a television is easily the best purchase that anybody can make because while they are expensive, it is not a house or a car. It will not break the bank.
no,
At least it better not. If you're buying a TV and it's hurting you financially, don't buy that TV.
Mhm.
It's a great purchase. You get home and you get to set it up immediately.
Ugh.
And if it's a new TV, which why would you buy an old one? You recognize the upgrade from previous TV to new TV immediately.
Good point.
Like when
That's a
we
great
bought our
point.
new TV when we moved in the
Yeah.
spring, it was like, whoa, this
Well,
new TV absolutely rocks.
here's another thing too that people forget.
Thanks one TV 2.
When you have a TV for a very long time, you come to learn things you don't like about the TV that annoy you, right? So when you get this new TV, you're like, oh my God, I'm rid of my annoyances of the previous TV. So
okay.
you immediately just become happier. Over time, you will find annoyances
Of course.
of this new TV.
But the picture is so
in
good.
the moment, so I would say number 1 for me was, and you guys are gonna laugh at me, but this has been very useful for me, is my credit card that I get miles on.
So wait, what's your purchase is the credit card?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
'cause you
excited
pay
for
for
your
it a year?
credit card?
Because I've now gotten a bunch of discounted flights to a bunch of places
Wow.
because
Thank
of
God.
my credit card,
Wow.
which has allowed me to travel to other places. So I've saved so much money having all these miles on this credit card.
Wow,
Okay.
that's a depressing top 5.
Is this
Number-
an endorsement? Or are you
Number
just like,
number 2 is my
that was
NASCAR
one.
wheel for my my game. I play NASCAR video games and I got a wheel and pedals and everything like that.
wow.
Number 2. Sick.
Okay.
Number 3, you are looking at me.
So
worried.
buying a credit card is
Just-
1.
Yeah, because I get to because
And a
inherently
steering wheel is 2.
Yeah, this
In-
whole thing just screams private Catholic school. Like, that's
Inherent-
all I'm hearing.
That's
right now.
crazy.
That's the only thing I'm
inherently I
hearing.
now get to go and buy flights at a discounted price. So
Again,
the
do you not hear
purchase has helped
yourself?
other purchases. I travel a lot back to Chicago.
What's number 3?
Number 3 is my TV.
Okay, that's a great. Yeah,
Yep,
it's my number
that's-
2.
Uh-huh.
Number 4, I have a lazy boy chair.
Okay, comfy
in my
chair.
room.
Is
Comfy
it-
chair is
Is
very
it
nice.
directly in front of the TV?
It's directly in front of my TV. Yes.
Nice.
So I got that. It lays back.
Jordan
lies
says, "I
back.
thought my life was depressing." Then Matt opened his mouth, and now it doesn't seem so bad.
I'm glad that I could give you some solace. in
There
that.
you go. That's
I'm
exciting.
going to be honest with you. You guys said my life sounds depressing. I've never been happier.
Wow,
Okay?
that's awesome.
I'm so happy, man.
Why? What's
I've been-
changed?
Things.
What's number 5?
Right here, just rub.
What's number 5, Matt?
I didn't get to 5.
Okay, so we got a top 4. Banks, television.
Banks being number 1, is funny. And then TV coming in.
I think you're right though. TV
Such a great purchase.
TV never disappoints you. I feel like there's more often than not that you get a new TV, you're super excited about it. You almost do like a bunch of like underground research for it. I feel like more often than not, new furniture almost always disappoints you in some way.
Because it's not broken in yet. Whenever
You have to
get
break
it.
in furniture?
Yes.
Well, yeah, your
100%.
couch now versus like 5 months from now is gonna be
great
way
point.
way more
Yeah,
comfortable.
Yep.
I love, you know what? That'd be 5. My couch.
Yeah,
I love my couch.
I
got
love
a
our
good
basement couch.
A
Our
broken in
basement
couch
rocks.
is, I would argue the basement couch is way more comfortable than any other couch in the house.
Ooh, you
It
know
better
what?
be,
I agree with that. Your basement couch is awesome.
isn't it?
He's got a little, it's like,
Is that where you left your keys?
comes around the corner. No, I left my
Thankfully.
Miller Lite cans there.
Yeah, he came up the stairs and I heard a bunch of aluminum clashing
Well,
into
a
each
bunch
other.
of what branded
Yeah,
aluminum was
Miller Lite.
it? Miller Lite.
Trash.
He
I
goes,
said,
"Did
throw
you-"
that in the recycle bin, Matt. Thank you.
Josh asked a stupid question in the morning. He goes, "You have any Miller Lights to take home?" I go, "What am I for?"
He did indeed say that.
What am I? You?
Yeah.
You know?
Hey. Yeah, I just throw the Miller Lights right in the trash. Okay. I think my number 3 would be our bookcase. I love our bookcase. Our books look so good in it. Not to brag.
Nice.
Why'd you say that like sensually?
Well,
You're like
have
our
you-
books.
You're reading now. You know how it makes you feel.
Dude, I'm not reading. I'm listening.
No,
now.
we've discussed this.
I'm not
I
reading.
actually, so I just found out that Dr. Fiance's book, she's been very excited to read.
Heated
Been
Rivalry?
reading for like past like month and a half or so.
Yeah.
Is just straight smut.
Oh, Heated Rivalry?
No, I have no. Maybe it is.
It's
I don't know.
what?
Is
What
it
is
the
it?
hockey book?
It's just smut. That's all that it is.
What is smut?
Are you serious?
That's the sex ones.
Oh,
Yeah. Yes.
Isn't that erotica?
It's another word for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Different vocab, guys. Different strokes for
Yes.
different folks. Okay.
Okay,
Literally.
well, different.
You
Mm.
just
Yes.
stroke. Just strokes, clearly.
Because she told me the other day that she when she has like longer shifts at the hospital or anything, or she
Yeah.
had a 24 or anything,
Yeah.
that she will take the book to work with her. And she's
And-
like, it's just not getting good. I know I have like another 100 pages before I get to the good stuff. And I was like, well, how do you know? Where is the good stuff? She's like, oh, well, the part where they start shaboinking. And I was like, oh, interesting.
That's tight.
Wow. How
Shout
does
out.
that make you feel?
It's a book.
I'm a little offended she takes it to work.
There you
That's
go.
a little odd. That's a little odd.
Well,
to
she's
me.
a doctor.
Does she know?
That is true.
I'm a doctor, not a scientist.
Does she know that like it gets good because she can feel the heat on the pages? You know, it just like it's.
I don't like that you're
fingers
talking about my
start
future
burning.
wife that way.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Kyle says the more
You're
Matt,
admitting that she's reading erotica at work.
Smut.
you're not allowed. So, like, Matt, eventually you'll meet somebody.
Jeez, yeah. I
And
hope.
so you're like, hey, I'm gonna go watch that show that has nudity. Should your future wife be like upset about this? Like there is sex on
but
television shows and
There's
movies.
a difference. There's a difference. I think.
Is
I think
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I told her, man, I'm going to the Sydney Sweeney movie because you just, you're not getting it done.
Okay. She's not saying that to Austin.
No one's
There's-
ever.
Why are you implying
That's-
that Austin's not getting it done?
That's nowhere close to the example.
for Austin.
What was that?
He doesn't get it done.
I thought we moved on from the topic.
That's
Wow.
too easy.
That's all his
That's
topics.
too easy.
It's
Wow,
insane.
that's a tough look. All right, interesting. Baptism by fire. Good Lord, Matt. Exactly. Good Lord, Matt. Let's see. There was another comment that said, no, it was on here it is from Joel. Any beer I've purchased that wasn't Miller Lite, that's his number one.
Why are people so out on Miller Lite?
Because it's bad.
Because it's terrible.
No, it's not.
Yes,
It's a
it
good
is.
beer. It's great tasting. It's less filling. 96 calories, 3.2 carbs.
If we were in the
Nice.
apocalypse and there was one beer, like one
Wow.
beer house remaining, and they're like, we only have
And
Miller,
Miller
Lite.
Lite?
It's the only thing that survived. I'm good, fam.
So
and
you
I
know
would-
what?
and I
I've been
would live
meaning to
there.
cut out
Yes, you would.
alcohol.
Yes.
Kyle says the more McMaster talks, the sadder I get.
What is happening? Why is my life so depressing?
It's the cold. It's the cold outside. People are just
Okay.
depressed because it's cold.
Hey,
They
you
can't
know,
go outside.
I'm
Feel
going
the
to
sun
tell
on
you
their
guys,
skin.
like,
Seem like
all
you
you
have a
guys,
solid life.
all you guys seem so sad. I'm having the best time. I'm going to go to all you can eat sushi after this, just because I want to.
You're having more seafood?
Yeah, why not?
So-
I love seafood.
just in the past like 4 days, you've had like margaritas.
Yeah,
You and I
Shucks,
ate
yeah.
wings, pizza, and beer yesterday,
yeah,
and now you're doing all you can eat sushi.
yeah. Why not?
How's your digestive system?
I live a great life.
There's no way.
That's a great question.
There's no fiber.
You
in
know
any
what?
Of those diets.
You know what? I've been going to because I have this thing called psoriasis. It's a skin disease.
I hadn't noticed.
And yeah, no, everybody can't notice.
Are
it.
you in those commercials? I think
Sky
I've seen you in
Rizzy?
those.
Sky Rizzy. That's what I'm. That's literally. I have a call today to figure that stuff out, and it's just like, yeah, I'm taking back my life, with one injection every 3 months.
Wow.
But when I'm saying
Side effects could be.
yeah, you could die.
Yeah.
Sky Rizzy,
Yeah.
the little pill with a.
Hey, but at least you don't have dry skin anymore.
Exactly. Well, it's not dry. It's red and it's itchy.
It's both.
It's achy.
Dude, it's tough.
Matthew says, been sober 7 years,
Good for you, Matthew.
and I still remember how awful Miller Lite is.
What a setup. What a beautiful setup,
Matthew, excellent job.
Fantastic.
Here's my thing about like all of the comments about Miller Lite. You ain't gonna stop me from drinking it.
Of course we're not.
I love it.
Yeah, we know.
I'm probably gonna have one after the show.
Of course you are.
You know what? Do we have any in the?
No, we would never.
I'll
We have
bring it in.
delicious cross strain.
By
is
the
what
way,
we
yeah,
have in there.
that
There's like a 13%
getting
in
empty.
there if you want. Yeah, I know. We're
I know. I
Yeah.
haven't had one. This is crazy that the fridge is empty.
Yeah,
and
Bishop was very confused. He said, "Where did all the beers go?" And I said, "Well, there was this show a couple weeks ago where we finished and we went into the bullpen and we shared some together."
the bullpen.
Yeah,
The bullpen.
that's what it's.
I
called
love.
back there.
Every radio station calls that area the bullpen.
Bullpen.
Love it.
Jimmy says, "What is the difference between Miller Lite and Coors Light?" I think
There
Coors,
is. So there's a start. The coldness of the Coors Light is kind of more piercing, and
Which I like.
it kind of hits you a little bit more up in the front. Where I feel like Miller Lite hits you, it's got a little bit of a wheat aftertaste with a slight sweetness that hits you a little bit.
See, and
more
that's
in
what I
the
like.
back.
So you
Busch
know-
Light has that
yeah.
slight little sweetness as well
Yeah, I
because
see.
of the corn.
I think the Bud Light is a little bit more sweeter than the Miller Lite, but I don't know. I think Miller Lite has a bit of a harsher aftertaste, but that's kind of why
Exactly.
I prefer it.
It was the first beer I ever had, so I think I've just always been on it because of that.
Austin asked me
Throughout that
yesterday if
night, I
I
think.
could do the beer blind taste test,
Yeah.
where I could hit
It's a
it.
great summer crossover topic.
Whoa.
Let's do that.
There's a guy who did that with cigarettes.
That's disgusting.
That's
I've seen
incredible.
that video. That's gross.
It's so funny.
Kyle.
He's like, you can tell this is menthol.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kyle has added, the peak of life for McMaster is eating seafood 3 days in a row in the most landlocked state in the country while itching his dry skin.
I find no falsities in that.
No
in that
lies.
statement.
No lies have been detected.
I want
beautiful.
everybody to look me in my smiley face and tell me my life
Your
is
red,
depressing.
scratchy face.
Hey, he's got the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl.
right here.
Got the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl. He had the most fun Bears season in a generation.
Well,
I'm
and-
winning.
And,
And he gets to do the postgame show for Creighton Blue Jay basketball.
and you won your AFC
Okay.
championship bet, did you not?
That's a dream for some.
No, I didn't.
Oh, because you took the money line. Oh,
Now he's Austin's now.
I forgot.
Austin's,
Sorry.
Austin now.
Man.
Look. I wasn't saying that about the book that was the case. I was just making a funny joke. But now Austin's unloading the clip from the information he learned yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't learn anything.
You learned that I didn't bet Broncos plus 3.5.
I learned about how
That's
good
tough.
friends we are. That's
We
what
are.
I learned.
We are good friends. Pitchers and pizza, dude.
Mhm.
I know. That is a great podcast name.
I know.
You guys should develop a logo for your unrecorded podcast.
Exactly. How funny of a bit would
Shirts,
that be?
hats.
Yeah, we have an unrecorded podcast.
Check, and just always tweet out, like, check out our
Yes,
Patreon.
yes,
If
yes.
you want more,
We
check
should
out our
always,
Patreon.
always post like a tiny.url, like
Yeah.
whatever, but it doesn't link to anything.
just link
it just
to
goes back to tinyurl.com.
It should link back to the San Francisco Chronicles.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
That's that one with the picture with the dude, that they always link that, like you pick on a fake link and it'd be a dude and,
This is a Gen Z meme.
this is a Gen
Okay,
Z.
Gen
meme.
Z.
Yeah, it's
He
where
knows
mine
what I'm
is.
talking about.
I know. I thought you were making a Zodiac reference. I watched Zodiac this weekend again.
Wow.
I
Do
thought you were making a Venom the Last Dance reference.
Nice. What?
Do you
What?
watch sports?
What?
Yeah, watch the Nebraska game. Watch the post
You
game
have
show.
so much time to watch TV. It's incredible.
No, not really. I mean,
You
it's a
watch
movie,
so many
first of all.
things.
but
How do
thank
you watch so many things?
I don't know. Now that football's over, I have more.
I
free
feel like
time.
when I watch TV shows, I have to take notes.
Called Time
Yeah, that's wild.
Management.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I'd seen Zodiac, so I had the Illinois Purdue game on one of the smaller TVs.
I'm gonna go to the restaurant today, and I'm gonna have my headphones on and listen to my book.
Enjoy.
So sick, dude. My book, man.
I know. Now you know how you know the good life.
I know. We were talking. Josh and I had a segment today of what am I going to do now that football's not on? Like I should
Books.
have hobbies or something like that. And I was writing down
Get
on my
into running.
Yes, I was just going to say the same thing.
I was writing down on my notes, and literally halfway through the notes, I started writing about horse racing.
Nice.
That's gross.
We have a big race in 2 weeks.
No, nobody does.
You could always get into baseball.
No, God, no.
My man. Wow. What a great
I'm always
friend.
in for a slice of
Sorry.
baseball.
Sorry.
We're like a
Sorry.
month away from a slice of
Yeah,
baseball.
Nick DM'd John and I about that today.
I almost started joking on my laughter of getting into baseball.
No, I love a slice of baseball.
Ooh. Oh,
It's a slice of college baseball for the record.
yes,
There will
fair.
not be any Major League Baseball in that
my
segment.
relation. I tell you all the time. I watch the Cubs. All right. I get a little piece of paper. It says, "Here's the Cubs roster." I go, okay, very nice, cool. And I watch 2 games a week, and that's it.
Katie says, Murder Boy rewatching Zodiac is quite something. Look,
You're
it's-
Murder Boy.
It's the rewatchables today, and I had been, I always need a great excuse to watch awesome movies.
Yes.
Bill Simmons.
Baby, it's already available. It's a 3-hour pod. I'm listening to it tomorrow on my run.
Cousin Sal was great today.
Yeah, it was very fun. Drake, maybe. And then that guy goes to the Super Bowl. Sad.
Drake, maybe.
Sad. This is disgusting. I
Look,
talked
that's
trash to a Patriots fan in Boston last
Ooh,
year.
That'd
'cause
be a good pickup for the.
I was wearing a
Dylan
Cowboys. I was wearing a Cowboys sweatshirt, and he made fun of me. And I said, "Don't worry, you guys are in Cowboys like 2002 territory right now. Congrats!" And now they're back in the Super Bowl, so that's exciting.
Did the Cowboys make the Super Bowl in 2002?
No, it was. I was saying like 7 years after their good times.
Dang.
Is what I was going for. Austin.
They have Brandon Sisk going 32 to South Carolina,
Mm.
raising kind of going up the boards.
Well, Matt, why don't you leave and go eat your food and drink your beer,
Your sushi.
and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Sushi
That-
Miller Lite.
That
Quite a
mock
combo.
draft was really interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. We got a couple months to go. three of them actually.
Well, McShay's releasing one of his articles.
Okay,
Oh,
now
thank
it's
God.
definitely time to leave.
Thank
You
God.
make fun of me, and then you're like, I gotta check out what Todd
Oh,
McShay.
I wonder what Chuck Klosterman has to say. Oh my God, he's so smart.
I'm almost done with this book. It's great. I have
Already? You just bought it.
yes, I have like 50 pages left. That's what I
What?
did this weekend. I read a lot.
How? So it's taken me 16 hours to listen to this Project Hail Mary. How long did it take you to read it, like hours wise? Is it just way longer to listen to a book than read it? I take it.
No, it's about the same. I mean,
Really?
it's like a 500-page book.
Is it really 500
4 or
pages?
500 pages.
Oh my God, that'd be the longest book I've ever read.
Look at you. I'm so proud of you.
Didn't you read the Bible in high school?
Not in its entirety.
Interesting.
Which parts did you skip? Job.
Deuteronomy?
Actually, a lot of the letters.
A?
Oh, so that's New Testament.
Yeah.
You're out on like
C?
Paul's
read a
first
lot.
letter to the Corinthians.
Yeah, no, seriously, we didn't read a lot of letters of Paul.
Hmm.
We did a lot of Old Testament, and then I did do a whole book on the New Testament.
Nick was just too busy reading Book of Revelations.
Wow.
Revelations. Yeah,
It's sick. Got some stuff going on. All right, good to
I've
see
read
you.
the
Good
Bible
to
a
see you,
lot.
Matt.
Maybe I should.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
That was a
Had a
crossover
great time.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. All right, when we return, Nick Grimm will join the show. He did DM us his top 5. 1, engagement ring. 2, prescription sunglasses. 3, his watch. 4, Xbox Series X. 5, his television.
Good pick, Nick.
Everyone's
gotta be in
everyone's
there
putting
every
the TVs in the top 5. All right, we'll talk about the Super Bowl. We'll talk about basketball and more next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 30th at the American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska. A free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers traveling to Omaha for their life-saving treatments. For details, listen to 1620 The Zone and visit cancer.org/pinkout.
Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin is in the building.
And it's good to be back. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you back. We're going to talk about some sports,
Yes.
some non-sports,
Mhm.
maybe some jokes.
My two enemies lost.
Your two enemies lost.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Shout out Ian Alio, the OG 1620 The Zone open there. Welcome in. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. It's 1620thezone.com, the 1620 The Zone app, zonetv.live, the 1620 The Zone YouTube page. I think that's all of the places that we are located. Twitch, Twitter, X, as they call it.
Never call it that again.
That's what they call it.
What's
Nick.
wrong with you?
Who's they?
I would never. I call it Twitter. Welcome in.
It is a tweet.
Monday.
I never post. I tweet.
You tweet. Yeah,
I tweet.
exactly. I retweet. I don't
Yeah.
repost.
Yeah.
Remember
Yes.
favorites? R.I.P. You're
Wait, is
probably
it-
too young to remember when they were favorites.
I thought it was always likes.
It was
Isn't that it?
favorites. They used to be stars instead of hearts.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I've been a heart guy.
It would be fave or retweet.
Wow.
Yeah, those were the good old days.
Were a lot of people pissed off when it went from favorites
Of course,
to likes?
we were like, "What is this?" Trying to be like Facebook.
Mm.
That's what they were doing.
How dare they?
It was a better time. It was a way better time. But welcome in. It is a Monday, and we are happy to be back. LSD Will texts into the show. Matt reminds me of a dog that humps your leg. Glad he likes you, but disgusting.
Why are you letting him hump your leg?
Is that just because of his psoriasis? That's mean. Come on now. That's mean.
Sometimes dogs be doing that, though, Nick. You don't know about dogs and humping?
No, I know about dogs and humping, but you know what I do when a dog humps? I take it off.
Yeah, Banks
Whoa.
doesn't hump our legs. He does hump his bed from time to
Yeah.
time.
Ava likes to hump other dogs that she knows.
Yeah.
That's what she'll go about in the neighborhood. I'm like, please don't.
That's a
We
dominance
don't know
thing.
that dog like that.
It's a dominance thing for
She
dogs.
is a dominant thing.
Yeah. Shout out to dogs. Shout out to them dogs. But we are happy to be here. John is not skipping work. Do not worry. John is not afraid of drinking his medicine of
Bang.
sadness.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stuck the landing,
Got
dude.
him.
I got it. I figured
Freaking
it out.
crushed it.
Yep. He will be back tomorrow. He'll be here from Milwaukee. So he will be here. He will talk about his game. He will talk about the Rams losing and not going back to the Super Bowl to the Seattle Seahawks. I want to ask him about the tweet that he sent last night with 20 minutes left in the game where he's like, congrats, the game is over. I was like, okay, don't you dare. We all know what you're trying to do. Meanwhile, later on in the game, the Rams are down by 4 with a 4th and, was it goal or 4th and yardage, with a chance to take the lead. They threw it into the end zone. It was incomplete. He will be back. He will be back. Don't worry. You can make fun of him in the chat tomorrow. Though, don't make fun of him too much. He might block you.
Yeah,
so,
you gotta be careful of that.
We'll see what
It's a fine
happens.
line.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. Let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Austin's back.
Bang.
No Monday bits, though. He said that
Thank
to
God.
me, Nick, when he arrived.
Really?
He goes, there's no Monday bit today. And I said no. And he was like, oh.
Yes. I did get nervous. Well, because I got your text, obviously, this morning, and I went, I didn't have time to go over it with Dr. Fiance.
Josh, let's make up a Monday bit quick specifically for Austin.
No!
Okay, perfect. Well, we used to do something called, we did the Cream Team for a while.
Yeah, the Cream
Whoa.
Team.
And then what was
Let's
our,
do the Cream Team NFL edition.
what was our bit this year, Nick? What was the one that we did after Nebraska? Soft and Firm.
Oh, yeah.
I think I might have been here for
Firm,
soft and firm. And I was
your
like,
wife's book. Soft, you apparently. Just kidding, Austin. Just kidding.
Great bit.
Super
Great
Bowl,
bit.
Super Bowl 60 is set. Is it Seattle's to lose? We will discuss. Sad Husker fan says that John blocked him on Twitter.
no,
Wow.
he would never.
Yeah. I tell John, just mute people, bro.
Yep.
Nebraska ball moves to 20-0 and a top 5 ranking,
And?
setting up
Top 5 matchup tomorrow.
top 5 versus 3
Mm.
with a huge point spread. That'll be Michigan tomorrow, Nick. That'll be Michigan tomorrow.
I cannot believe that spread. I know we're going to get into it, but like,
Yeah,
that's
I can't believe it came out so early. Like
know.
I saw some tweets about it. I was like, this isn't true.
Yeah.
Because that was my first thought. Like, that's pretty big. That said, like all the analytics have the number at the same spot.
Mhm.
And the analytics don't even take into account that Frager is probably going to miss the game.
They also don't take into account what Hoiberg could say at halftime.
That's true.
You never know.
You got to keep your composure.
Come on.
Mitch Sherman will join us. We'll talk about football and hoops because,
Wow.
again, Nebraska is 20-0.
Whoa.
20-0. What a preposterous number.
You're such a bandwagon fan. Oh, I want to talk about Nebraska basketball because they're good.
Nick, it's so funny you say that. I tweeted about Nebraska on Saturday, saying like at some point the run is going to happen, and then the run did happen.
Mhm.
And I think that's when I quoted. I was like, "See, I told you." And this guy was super mad at me, and he was like, "You're not allowed to tweet about this team." And then he said that our ratings were bad, which made me laugh really, really hard,
Tough.
Hilarious.
especially after the news Friday.
Man.
Let's see. How will we view Indiana's national championship as the years go by? I've seen a couple of different things, Austin, that I wanted to run by you.
Okay.
So we'll do that probably after Mitch Sherman. It's a Michael Severe Monday. Michael will join us and pretend to not know you.
I saw him at the Ellen Trophy event. He knew who I was.
Really?
He pointed at me and he goes, Austin. And I went, haha, I got him.
Wow. You
Mhm.
should have said, I've been recording you
Dang
the
it.
whole time.
Should
Put
have
it
used
out
my
on-
TikTok phone for that
Put
one.
it out on
You should have hit
Twitter.
him with the "Who are you?"
Dang.
That would have been
Oh,
awesome.
Nick.
Yeah.
I've never heard your name before, Michael.
Dang.
Yep. Got him. To dome or not to dome, the dumbest topic that came out of the
Oh my
championship
God.
games yesterday. I
Ugh.
can't believe that there are people who watch the NFL who cover it and they were like, this makes me sad.
Kurt Warner?
Yeah, what is up?
Kurt Warner hates real football.
Yeah, this
he
is-
hates football.
I mean, he not grew up, but he dominated at the Unidome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know about the Unidome, Nick. That's
You know about the
that's in
Unidome?
Iowa.
Go Panthers.
Also, Mike
Go
McCarthy is going to the Steelers, and so I think Austin and I will have a bit of an LOL later.
oh, yeah.
A bit of a chuckle.
Yeah.
We might laugh at them. Why would they do that?
tee-hee.
Yeah. Oh, why would they do that? My dad texted me about it. He goes, did you see that news? That's hilarious.
It really does bring together all fan bases because everyone can
Yes.
agree. Really?
It's very
Everyone says
confusing.
the same thing.
It's very confusing. Even Mike Bianchi. Oh, see, that's what he thought. He's like, the Steelers? Really? Steelers famously having an issue with breaking through a glass ceiling. So they hire a guy who also had issues with breaking through a glass ceiling. Twitter's reaction when Mike McCarthy got hired. Eric says, what is Nebraska's record for the next 3 games? Well, Bruce Pearl even thought it was a joke. What do you think the answer to that question is, Austin? Nebraska's record the next 3 games?
So just like over the next 3?
It's Michigan, it's Illinois, and then it's Rutgers, right? And then they
Yes.
play Indiana.
Yeah. Listen, I'm tired of doubting them. I think it realistically
3-0 says Austin.
I'm not gonna. I will say a 2-1. They're.
Whoa.
I think the Michigan game is going to be very tough, and I do expect them to play a lot closer than 10.5. I think that's insane, but If you go 2-1 in this next stretch and you get the home win over Illinois and then you take care of Rutgers too before you get into Purdue, that's pretty good. Like you feel very good about it. And nothing changes if you lose to Michigan from where you are right now. Like truthfully,
they have a loss.
They would have a loss. It would be one in the column. You're correct. But in terms of the season progression, projections, everything else, nothing really changes for you. A win guarantees you another spot up in the notch of basically confirmation in, I guess, the national pundit and how people perceive you. But I don't think a loss, as long as you're not like 40-pieced or anything like that, is going to really detriment. And I don't think they can be 40-pieced.
That would be a bummer. By the way, did I say, because Aaron in Pavilion says Purdue, not Indiana. Yeah, that's what I said, right? I said Purdue.
Yeah.
I thought I said, yeah. So they have but Purdue is after, so they have Illinois next weekend, and then Rutgers, and then Purdue.
Yes,
so they're still a little.
And Purdue took a big loss.
They're still a little bit away. Yeah, they dropped the Illinois game, which, I mean, gosh.
But you can't talk basketball. What do you know?
Yeah, well, I think it's because I've said that, Nebraska football coaches are bad a couple times here and there. I think that's why everybody gets so triggered by it. I don't engage much with the national basketball people.
You don't engage? Austin and I do.
The Jeff Goodman's.
Good one.
Wow.
We're engaged.
I marry. But I don't like listen to like the Field of 68. But I've been gathering that some of the national prognosticators are still doubting Nebraska basketball. Is kind of what it seems like right now, which is very strange, just given that they're 20-0 and they have actual wins. Like this is not a pretend 20-0. Mm-hmm. They've had a few games go down the wire, right, where they had to make plays late. But that's every team. I'm honestly stunned that is like the top line takeaway that people have. Will they win the Natty? Like I would bet against it, of course, but that's because only one team can, and the NCAA tournament's weird.
Nebraska versus the field right now. Like,
yeah,
you're gonna take the field. You would take the field.
But I'm confused as to why now would be why you would still be doubting them now.
I mean, not to take the easy way out, but just like what we saw with Indiana a year ago before their national championship season, Indiana football, that is.
People forget.
That entire run, I think people kind of misperceive, especially now that we're, past the national championship. People have, given their flowers and everything to where Cignetti was. That like Nebraska Indiana matchup, that was a test for Indiana at the time.
Yeah, seriously.
Indiana was undefeated, top 25 team coming in.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, well, Nebraska might be able to get them. Like, is this going to be the true test? And nope, Indiana handled their business, obviously, in that one. But yeah, I mean, it's the same perception level where, how many more hurdles do you have to jump over before someone actually takes you seriously? They have a great test over the next two games.
For sure. I the thing that's really sucks, and I said this last week, it blows that Frager is not here because this, and I don't think he's going to play tomorrow. We'll talk about what Hoiberg said a little bit later on in the show. Because he spoke in front of the media today. I don't think he's playing tomorrow. And so like that, the biggest bummer is not like, oh man, can they win without him? Like, yeah, sure, of course they could. I want to see him at full strength though, because I want to see how they compare to this team. This team, I know that they're not undefeated anymore. Now they're third in the country. Mm-hmm. This is a team that early on was basically beating everybody by 1 million points. They had one close game, I think their second game of the year, and then they started beating the brakes off of people, including the one that I think a lot of us are still looking back on, the Gonzaga win out in Vegas, where it was like, whoa, this team is a wagon.
At one point, KenPom, I think, had rated Michigan at that point in the season as they were projected for one of the greatest college basketball like finishes in history if they were to remain on like the pace that they were.
Yeah.
Obviously, they haven't. They've slowed down since.
Yeah, January, they've had a lot of losses.
But I mean,
or a lot of close games.
That's what you look at, though, is you say, okay, well, we've seen what the best of Michigan looks like. And I think we have seen some of what the best of Nebraska looks like too, and it's really good.
Pretty good.
It's really good.
Well, especially in the second half of some of these games, and we'll have some numbers later on. What they are doing in the second half against the top competition that they're playing, and certainly the Big Ten teams, is look, they outscored Wisconsin 46-21. And Price Sanford himself almost outscored, or I said Wisconsin, Minnesota in the second half. He had 20, Minnesota had 21 points. So we'll talk about Nebraska basketball as the show rolls on, as they again move to 20-0 ahead of a huge game tomorrow night in Ann Arbor. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call. You can shoot us a text. Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Find us there. Many people on many sides are sending in text messages like Pedro. Hi, guys. Josh, as far as 1620 The Zone songs, I have my top 3. Number 3, the Brady Bunch song. I think he's talking about, here's a story about a man named Brunsey. So the Brunts theme. 2, the I Have an Opinion song by the unofficial Mayor Josh.
Wow.
And number 1, the top song at 1620 The Zone, Check the Back Seat.
Yes.
That's not
great
even
song.
our song,
Yes.
It's
though.
a great song.
That is a great song.
We didn't write it,
We
though.
co-opted it. I think it's ours now.
I would say Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone Da-na-na is the best song.
Well, the Michael Severe Open is great.
Sure. I think Happer and Schaefer has taken my number 2 spot. though.
Wow.
It's a really good
Happer
one.
and
That's a big leap.
Schaefer.
Yeah.
It's very
For
good.
a song that's not like usually in this conversation, it's surprising you're crediting them that much.
I know, yeah. They came out of nowhere. They've come out of nowhere. Good job by you, Happer and Schaefer. We're very proud. So that's the way you can call or text the show. You can also find us on the Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, because I'm back, baby.
Nice.
At Austin 2 Jacobson,
2.
right?
Yes.
And then at Grim and Nim. You can find us
Yeah.
in all of those places.
That's me.
Or the Equitable Bank inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Austin's personal email.
Yeah. And if you find it, I respond.
1620thezone.com. Yeah, he will respond if you're able to figure it out. He'll respond. All right, when we return, let's talk about the conference championship games. Many conversations on many sides about fourth downs, about snow, and about, well, football and the Super Bowl that we have. Plus, will I apologize about my takes on Sam Darnold?
Oh, no.
Let's find out next, shall we? Here on 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Oh, nice job by you, Nick.
See, I know this.
Thank you.
This is Baba O'Reilly. Got to center yourself a little bit better there, Austin.
Are you kidding me? How many times can a man be uncentered?
I don't know. People are asking that question.
No
Wow.
one. No,
You're the
only
video
Nick
guy
has
too.
noticed.
You're the
Yeah.
vertical video
No.
guy.
Come on now, don't put that on
Yeah,
me.
pretend that this is TikTok. You would know what to
How
do.
much more centered can I be? I am in center as I stand.
Welcome
now.
back. It's Josh and Austin. John will be back tomorrow, live from Milwaukee. Nick Grimm producing. Also, Jake Janicek hanging out, learning. I'm still
Hey,
always
Jake.
confused. The producers need to learn. Jake's been producing in this building for like 4 years.
Yeah, Jake's
We're still
been-
teaching him stuff. He
He's
knows
been an
what to
honest
do.
producer, a Blue Jay
He's a
shooter.
great producer.
He's a fantastic. He just wanted a quick refresher.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. So Jake will be our new fill-in because we've lost Joey.
Yeah.
We've lost Joey to the
No.
early morning. He
Happer
wakes
and
up.
Schaefer.
Exactly. He's too busy singing songs in the morning now.
And schedule talking.
So he won't be able to join us from 2 to 6.
Rip.
Super Bowl is set.
Yep.
And it is featuring two teams. This is incredible. Two teams that entered the season with 60-1 or worse odds to win the Super Bowl, which is a record.
Wow.
The Seahawks came in to win. Oh, wait, never mind. This is just to reach the title game.
Oh, whoa.
60-1. The Patriots 80-1. Combined, that is 4,800-1. This was a great stat from Mike Sando of The Athletic earlier today. And it's funny, we got the AFC Championship game on right now, and the snow is starting to pick up at the end of the third quarter. The two teams have a combined 309 yards. The Patriots are doing the flea flicker, which was a huge play. It's funny, this is not going to result in any points.
Nope.
But it was a memorable play, of course.
And at the moment, it felt like it was a big
It
deal.
did, because you thought, oh my gosh, the game is, they're about to, at least go up by 6 points, and then the
Yes.
Broncos would have to score a touchdown, and they're going to move on. Austin, coming into the weekend, the common refrain was that the winner of the NFC Championship game is the Super Bowl champ, and that they will roll, especially if Denver was going to come out with Jarrett Stidham. Now that you've watched the games, and this one, of course, I think it's in a way hard to judge it prognosticating for 2 weeks from now and saying, I saw the Patriots look like this, they have no chance. Okay, you can have the opinion that they don't have any chance. I wouldn't base it off of this game personally because of the weather, but I wonder, did you have that opinion coming into the weekend? And now that the Super Bowl is set, do you still have that opinion, or has it changed given the teams that won?
I actually felt like the Patriots were a decent contender. I didn't know what to feel about the Broncos. I was thinking to myself going into the AFC Championship game, if the Broncos defense makes game-changing plays and they score on defense, because that's how I felt like they needed to play to be able to beat New England, that anybody really had a chance, right? I mean, that's how you feel. It's professional football. Anything can happen, really.
Yeah.
I felt like the Patriots had the better chance to contend with the two NFC teams, but it still felt like there's a gap, and it was both the Rams and the Seahawks, and then whoever came out of the AFC. The ability of New England to play these close margin games is remarkable to me. I don't know why I feel that way. A lot of I've noticed there's this national narrative a little bit that it's almost like picking at New England and just being like, oh, it's the easy schedule. It's all these other, it's the quarterbacks that they played. It's the performances that they've limited. When you win close games, Mike Vrabel's won a lot of close games. Going back to Tennessee, this year in New England, they find ways to win close margin games. And not that they're necessarily controlling the tempo of games or doing any of that, but they never feel like they're ever out of reach, right? There were times in the game yesterday in the NFC title game, the Rams had to fight and claw their way back into that. There was an 11-point gap. There were multiple times when, they got down 2 scores that they were rallying their way to get back into it, always uphill.
They always answered it.
I don't know if New England's had to face that uphill battle a lot through the season.
They have not, and especially not in the playoffs. A couple tweets that I saw over the last 24 hours since their game came to an end. The first one is from Chris Felica, the Bear, you may know him as. Patriots scored 1 offensive touchdown versus the Chargers, 3 versus Houston. His defense forced 5 turnovers, and 1 at Denver on a 12-yard drive. I saw this one from Carson Breber. New England in the playoffs, 15.7 points per game, 4.4 yards per play, 13 of 43 on third down. Their defense allowed 8.7 points per game, 3.3 yards per play allowed, 12 of 31 third down allowed, 8 takeaways, and they scored a touchdown. He says, one of the worst offensive runs ever by a team to make the Super Bowl in an all-time defensive carry job. And then finally, this from, I believe this was the AP. This is from Nick Whalen, who is an analyst with a variety of places, including Sirius. The Patriots' 54 total points are the fewest any team has scored and won every game in a 3-game playoff stretch since 1969.
Yeah.
Wow, not a nice. Interesting. So, all that to say, I come away thinking, the NFC, I think the Seahawks are the best team for sure, and that I think that they are going to win the Super Bowl. And right now, if you had to, ask me to pick, I'd probably pick them to win by a couple scores, right? 2-3 scores, because I think that they're way better. I don't think the Patriots have seen really good defenses. They have not seen an offense, though, that is as capable as Seattle's is. They have not seen a wide receiver anywhere. I mean, JSN's the best receiver in the NFL now, right? Like I feel pretty comfortable saying that. It's like they haven't seen that. And obviously the weather yesterday impacted both teams, and it impacted their offense negatively. I'm not going to pretend it didn't. And they had to play in bad weather in their other two games, right? The game against the Chargers, it was super wet. The game against the Texans, it was super wet. Neither of the games were snowy. Yesterday was really the first snowy game. It was more sleety, I would say.
And as soon as the Patriots took the lead, I'm pretty sure the blizzard hit.
It was,
right,
it was
like
nuts.
immediate.
They showed towards the end of the game, they showed the time lapse of like, here's what it looked like at kickoff. Here's what it looked like at the start of the second half. And then it was like, here's what happened every 5 minutes. And it was pretty nuts how once the storm moved in, it just only got worse and worse. And I'm not expecting a snowstorm in Santa Clara. I have no idea if there will be moisture. We'll see what happens in 13 days. But like,
did you like the digital lines, by the way?
No, I thought that it looked like crap.
I was all for the digital lines, actually.
Yeah.
I really appreciated it.
See, I didn't even know at first when they started doing it, because they ended up taking them away, if it was even necessary. Like I thought that
I had a general idea where the ball was.
Yeah,
I had
it was
okay
more
idea.
like if they were going to do it, they should have done it at the very end of the game, not when I thought they did it in between, like
I could
good
have used
and
a
bad
field goal
weather.
line. I could have used a field goal line every once in a while. That
And so,
would be
like,
nice.
I guess all that to say, I think it's going to be really, really difficult for the Patriots to play anywhere near like they have on offense. And I guess the push and pull of this is, Josh, they had really bad weather over the last 3 weeks. The weather will not be that bad in Santa Clara, which is true. But I would also say they have not seen a team that is as complete as the Seahawks are. And I know that the Seahawks gave up a lot of points yesterday, and they gave up a lot of points last month when they played the Rams. But that defense otherwise has been a terrifying force. And I just don't think that Drake May and the Patriots offense is anywhere near as good as Matthew Stafford and the Rams offense is.
So the only part of this is that there's a little bit of like New England historical magic that kind of runs into it too. And I stumbled upon this, and some people are going to hate this, right?
Okay.
This year's New England Patriots offense in the playoffs tied for 6th worst points per game for a team making the Super Bowl. All time.
Is there a team in here that's in the top 5 that was maybe playing in 2001 with Tom Brady at quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because they played in the snow game, in the Tuck Rule game.
Yep.
And then I don't remember how many they scored against the Steelers.
16, 24, and 20. So they still outperformed.
Yeah.
But
and the 20 was in the last game. That was the Super Bowl, because they only had to win 2 games.
But again, if you remember that version of the St. Louis Rams at the time, I wonder what John was doing when they were in St. Louis, just hanging out.
He was a big fan.
Yeah.
And then he was very sad during that Super Bowl.
Dang.
Yeah.
But if you do remember, it's weirdly dynamic the same way, right? Like
you have this one team that's like, well, that team is the best team for sure.
Yeah.
And then, I thought that Rams team was a wagon. I thought that we were on the precipice of them becoming a dynasty.
Yeah.
And then it just suddenly their run ended.
Yeah,
overnight.
Over.
Yeah.
But they're not directly the same, because obviously the Rams are the greatest show on turf. No one's mistaking like what Sam Darnold like is as a quarterback with everything else, but the dynamic receiver, the great running back. You have a quarterback that doesn't really make that many mistakes, even though he was turnover prone earlier in his career.
Yeah.
Hasn't really made those sort of mistakes so far this year. And then you look at the opposite side of it too. That Seattle defense is way more opportunistic than a lot of people give itself credit for, because they have completely shut down some teams that are not adept at basically just maneuvering through, I guess, the offensive muck if they get into it. Like the 49ers game was a great example of it, because the 49ers were down and out and they were not going to be able to get moving. And there was a lot of different opportunities too, even in the regular season. Of course, I'm going to, think a little bit about the Panthers contest, but that was a huge matchup in the near end of the regular season.
Yeah.
Seattle flew to the opposite side of the country to play Carolina. That was red hot, coming off of a win over the Rams at home.
Shut them down.
And completely shut them down and out in the fourth quarter. No points, minimal yards, and just ended the game quickly.
Yeah. So when you say they are more opportunistic, do you mean that they are?
I think they take advantage of bad offenses.
Okay. I couldn't
Yes.
tell if you were saying that like they have taken advantage of maybe some patsy teams on their schedule.
I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think that
I don't either.
I think they're a case of a good team and a good defense that takes advantage of when they are better than somebody else.
Yeah.
They don't let something sneak up on them. They don't see a lot of things get away from them. They almost did there at the end of the Rams game. I mean, they had the taunting. They brought it back to a 4-point game with the 4th and 15 catch and everything. But nonetheless, even as you kind of like look through the schedule in which they went, obviously the divisional round, you win by 35.
Yeah.
And then I still feel like that game that I watched last night in the NFC title game, as much as the Rams were scratching and clawing their way, trying to fight back, it didn't ever feel like Seattle was like out of control, like losing the game, except for the taunting penalty. That was the one.
That was the one moment. Yeah. Because I mean, in that moment, I mean, if that drive ends like we thought it would, they had an 11-point lead. They were the Rams were going to punt.
Yeah.
There's a world where they go by 18 and the game turns into a bit of a laugher.
Yes.
You know, and I was listening to the Athletic Football Show today with friend of the Grum, Dave Hellman, and Robert Mays, Derek Klassen, and they were talking. I don't remember who brought it up. I think it might have been Hellman. It was like, isn't it interesting how the Rams they have the muffed punt, so that benefits Seattle. That gifts them 7 points. And then meanwhile, Seattle has the taunting penalty, which the Rams immediately took advantage of and they tied. And so like, in a way, those kind of cross each other out. And so like, not that, you know, a Rams fan is going to be like, oh, cool. Like, it's nice that our mistake was made up for, but more like if you remove those two like completely outlier plays, I still think the Seahawks were ultimately the better team.
Yeah.
But man, that was so massive. And then the drive at the end of the first half, to put them up by double digits, to go back to what you said. The Rams are always able to make it a one-score game again on their next drive, like coming out of the second half, the Rams made a one-score game, and then immediately the Seahawks make it two, and then immediately the Rams make it a one-score game again. But it was always difficult because the Seahawks, to lose the game, they were going to have to get stopped twice and give up 2 scores, and that never happened.
And even at the very beginning of the game, one team went out and scored a touchdown on one of their first drives. And
Rams settled for a field goal.
Exactly. And just even from the beginning, when you see the graphic that they go up and it's 7-3 and the Rams are kicking off, I even thought right there, I was like, that's really big.
Yeah.
That Seattle has a lead even right now. And there was 8:30 left in the first quarter. And I just had that thought that, yeah, it's not a significant margin, but it's like you still control the rest of this game, because then Seattle again went down and scored again. And what does LA go down and do? Kick a field goal.
Yeah.
So now you're down again, looking back at the scores and whatnot. And I mean, every chance that Seattle's had over truly the past 2 months, the postseason, the end of the regular season, to close out, to get the number 1 overall seed, there were a lot of teams contending for that 1 seed, and they were all nipping at the heels of Seattle, and yet they were always in the lead. And we almost had this misperception of what Seattle was leading all the way up until we got to December. And then after that, Seattle was the best team in football. And I think they've proven that since.
Well, and by the way, shout out to, who was this in the chat who said this? Sonny, Seahawks score right before the half, only put them by 4. You're correct. For some reason, I thought that put them up by 11 points, but no, they that one put them up by 4. It was the muff punt immediately coming out of the second half. That's the one that put them up by 11, which is essentially allowed them to get the win, because it's wild how you go into the fourth quarter and it is 31-27 game, and it stays that way the rest of the time. And that neither fourth quarter in either game, it was like the first championship game of all time. I saw a tweet about that earlier today, where there were no points scored in the fourth quarter of a conference championship weekend, which is absolutely wild. Let's talk about the 2 decisions, and we're talking about the NFC game now. So let's talk about this first, because the fourth down decision making has been I mean, I would say it is at its harshest, objectively criticized, and that's the Sean Payton stuff, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then I think with the Rams, it has been a little bit softer, mainly because, and if you missed it, if you didn't watch the game yesterday, I have to imagine you've heard about it at some point in time. The Rams have an incredible drive where they go 14 plays, 84 yards. It takes 7.5 minutes off the clock. They get all the way down to the Seattle 6-yard line. It's 4th and 4. So they could actually set up a 1st and goal still, and the drive could have continued. And after going for it and converting on a 4th and 1 from the Seattle 26-yard line a couple of minutes before, they decide to go for it again to try to take the lead, because by this point in time, a field goal makes it a 1-point game.
They have 3 timeouts.
They have 3 timeouts, and so they're thinking like, hey, plenty of time to come back, right? And they don't get it, and the Seahawks end up going 11 plays, 49 yards, and essentially taking the clock down to 0. Now, here's why I think, and we'll get to the AFC title game in a sec. Here's why I think there's been less criticism of Los Angeles. In my opinion, the problem with the Rams is that they didn't go for 2 on either their third quarter touchdowns. If they do that and they miss, it's a 5-point game. If they make it, it's a 3-point game, and it changes the math entirely. I don't see a big enough difference between being down by 4 and being down by 5 that makes I wouldn't have a concern, is essentially what I'm trying to say. Cool, you make an extra point, you're down by 4. If you score again, you're up by 3. So I understand if you want to view it from that perspective, but I would rather know, or I would just rather get down by 3 points.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I just wonder what happens on that last drive if they're down by a field goal. Certainly, I think they kick it. I don't think that there is, well, I don't know why they would not kick it and try to tie the game. And I guess in theory, they could have kicked a field goal and only gone down by 1, and maybe you get a stop. But just knowing what happened on the last drive, the Seahawks were able to tick so much of the clock down. All that to say, I thought the Rams made the right decision.
Yeah.
I didn't think that they made the wrong decision going for it on fourth down. The wrong decision, in my opinion, was not going for 2 on either of those third quarter touchdowns, especially the second one. When that point you kind of knew you were in a bit of a tit for tat, I absolutely would have gone for 2. And even if you miss it, you're down by 5. If you hold the Rams to a field goal, you're down by 8. It's still a 1-score game.
Yeah, and especially when points were obviously at a premium. I mean, like everybody was trying to get as close to the margin as possible, and Seattle was trying to balloon the lead as far as they could. You know, you're looking at both sides of it that way. When it came down to that 4th and 4, I think truthfully, I think a lot of people seem to forget this part of when you go for it that far into opponent's territory, you're not going to go for the field goal. That means a long field, turning the ball over if you don't get it right, because then you're anticipating, okay, if our defense gets a stop in 6 plays or less, we're going to get the ball at about maybe our 40, and then we can set up to try to do it again and try to get down the field. And I think that was another part of it, that there's less than 5 minutes. You get the 3 timeouts. You have a chance. Okay, maybe we don't get this. We're still down 4. We expect our defense, which has made some decent plays throughout the postseason, maybe they, wilt up and figure it out for the next 6 plays at least. You don't anticipate them going on an 11-play march.
That was an amazing drive from Seattle as they are able to convert multiple third downs and doing so, getting Sam Darnold moving in the pocket, rolling to his left, throwing across his body.
Yeah,
like that. There was some big time decision-making calls there on that drive to extend it and to not be predictable, because how many times in that spot, I'm trying to find it, the first third down was a 3rd and 7. So, I mean, that's if you want the first down, you got to throw it. But I think people would have understood if you try to force the Rams into taking their second time out, which they did, but only after the Seahawks were able to get a first down.
Yeah, and I think this was a great game, too. That was a great drive. And if you haven't been able to watch of the Seattle, just because of their location, obviously they got some more primetime spots as the season went on, all that sort of stuff. But if you haven't been able to watch them throughout the year, there's still that national narrative. And I know you'll talk about Sam Darnold later too, but that was the ultimate. Seattle said, go win us a game, and finish out the game. And he did. And they put it in his hands. And even with all that considered, man, I have a new appreciation for Seattle's running game. I mean, seriously, like every single time that I watch it, it gets more and more impressive, because it seems like they just get the yards that they need to get every time. They're not blowing off like these huge explosive runs every single time that they touch the ball, but every time that they critically need to get an extra 3 yards to make it shorter, whether it's, 2nd and 2 instead of 2nd and 4, or if it's going to be 3rd and 1 instead of 3rd and 3, they seem to just get those extra leaky yards every single time. And it seems to set them up for success.
Yeah. And obviously no Charbonnet yesterday because he was hurt. Kenneth Walker finished 19 carries, 62 yards, which isn't a great, efficiency. But he did score a touchdown. He had a long run of 11. He was able to pick up really important yards throughout the game. You said it a second ago, man. They asked Darnold to win it. 36 passes. He completed 25 of them, 346 yards. Ridiculous. 9.6 yards per pass, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and he only took 3 sacks. And that ended up being massive. To go back to what you said a second ago, if you don't get it, they're so deep, you figure, all right, we can force a quick punt, and then we can get the ball back with, in theory, great field position. That's why they throw the ball on second down of that next drive. They throw the ball, as we mentioned, on third down. And so suddenly a team that is backed up is very quickly moving closer to midfield. It's interesting though, man. You basically had to go all the way back to the first half to find their only 3 and out of the entire game. And then their first drive of the second half was their worst of the second half. 5 plays, 7 yards. Otherwise, though, they were always moving the ball. And so, again, to go back to kick the field goal versus go for the touchdown, I thought that the Rams made the right decision, even if it ended up working out against them. That said, in the other game, and look, there is, of course, going to be some hindsight is 2020 here. I guess 2 things that I would offer. One, we know that the weather was going to be terrible, right? Like we knew, maybe we didn't know it was going to be, as again, we continue watching it on NFL Network.
Well, if anyone knew, it should have been Denver. Denver
should have been
right away that, like, hey, we have until this time period to know that we have basically an open field. It's going to be a little wet. Maybe it's going to be cold, but until this blizzard hits, we have until the first half, because the minute that the Patriots took the lead, it was over because no one could see anything.
Correct. And so you go back to this game, and by the time that the Broncos had gone for it on downs, here's what the Patriots offense had done. 3 plays, 6 yards, 6 plays, 11 yards, 3 plays, -5 yards. So they had a combined 12 yards across 12 plays. I mean, dude, geez, they were averaging a yard a play essentially. And the Broncos had driven 11 plays or 10 plays before the 4th down, 43 yards. And they get to the New England 14-yard line. And so I guess at this moment in time, I was thinking about it from two perspectives. One, you have your backup quarterback, and that is not going to change. Two, your defense has done incredible so far. And three, like, this isn't even accounting for weather, but man, a 10-0 lead in a game in which your defense had been performing like it had so far. I thought that would have been, I don't want to say catastrophic because that makes it seem way too harsh, but that would have been huge early. And especially knowing what we did at the end. There was a great story from Seth Wickersham of ESPN today. He was in the locker room and kind of paints the picture of he was in the coach's office of Sean Payton.
Wow.
And
how do you get in there?
Yeah, he apparently had been embedded with him all week long.
Oh, nice.
And like he mentions in the story, this is wild. He was watching the Bears-Rams game last week, and on one of the Bears' fourth down decisions, he's like, they should kick it or they should punt it, whatever the decision to make was. And he's like, they shouldn't do this. And he's like, why did they do that? And then the story finishes, the Wickersham story finishes today by saying that fourth down. I'm like, that's basically Sean Payton muttering to himself. I can't believe it. And obviously the turnover at the one at the end of the first half where
the fumble
Stidham, my gosh, just a complete, screw up there. I don't want to say a rookie play because he's not a rookie,
right?
But a player who hasn't had those opportunities. I can't believe that they decided to go for it in that situation with that quarterback.
Well, I think there is also another version of this game that if you don't have that turnover there at that position of the game, New England might lose that game 7-3. Like that's how the game was going. So if that is your consideration of the game up to that point, when Stidham had the fumble that turned into a touchdown eventually for New England, why not take as many points if points are going to be that few and far between throughout the entirety of the game, right? So,
and like you said, if anybody should know the weather is going to get bad, it's
I know
people in Denver.
That's just what I was so shocked about is that you are there all week. And you probably, not only do you have the local meteorologists on your side, you definitely have people on your team in your building that are like tracking this, giving you updates, and they're probably on your sideline as well, telling you like this is when things are going to start.
I was going to say
happening.
by that time it's probably an hour into the football game, so it's probably 2:00 Mountain Time. At that, you're looking at the stuff, you're like, okay, there's something that's about to happen. And again, your defense was playing really well, and their offense had I guess that was a pretty solid drive because they were able to move the ball down the field. But man, no, if they know what's about to happen, there's no way they make that decision.
Right.
Like two things. So I saw this yesterday from somebody.
Well, listen, if you know that you need, if it's going to be a field goal type of game and it's going to be close the entire way, you're going to want to kick a field goal in the first half way more than what is coming in the second. Because I mean, like even Lutz had said, I think somewhere in that second half or maybe in the post-game commentary that he was like, we lined up incorrectly because we did not know where we needed to be because of all the conditions.
Yep.
I mean, that's a field goal unit that has to go out and basically it's based on timing, it's based on precision, it's based on all of that stuff. And they couldn't get it done because of the conditions in which you were playing at home. These are the conditions in which you are supposed to be the best.
You should be most familiar with.
Yes.
It's pretty wild. So 3 scoring drives in the end. And it happened with the first one for the Broncos. They hit a real big, nice deep ball, and that sets it up.
Over Gonzalez too, which was nuts.
Great pass, great play. I mean, it's like the only good offensive play that the Broncos had all day. The Patriots score, of course, comes on the turnover by Stidham, and then the last drive, the field goal, that was the one with the Drake May. Did he or did he not get it on fourth down? And so it's pretty wild that when you view those 3 drives, the only 3 scoring drives of the entire day, it took some pretty out of pocket stuff for even those points to be scored. And I wonder, man, if the Broncos are able to make that field goal and it doesn't get tipped and it's tied at 10, how long does that game last?
They're still playing.
I mean, seriously, like those offenses were so bad for so long, and it would have come down to somebody making a dumb mistake, right? I think it would have come down to a turnover.
Yeah.
And then
again, you're probably like, okay, who's going to make the turnover?
Yeah, probably would have been Stidham.
Yeah.
But man, so it's funny. I thought the Rams made the right decision in going for it. I thought that the Broncos made a horrific decision in going for it.
Yeah.
And I felt that way in the moment. Like I don't have proof of this, right? I can't show you my text from, 2:30 yesterday or whatever. But I thought that they were the wrong and the right decisions, even though they ended up working out,
The vision in my head as I kept watching it was I just had that CJ Anderson down the sideline Monday Night Football Brock Osweiler game. Because it was like the exact same scenario. It was the snow coming down. It was against the Patriots. It's starting to get dark. I was like, man, this just looks so familiar. And I was like, a Denver running back is going to break one free. And I mean, this is the other part that I don't think we give enough credit to for the Patriots. I don't know if I've seen a road team come out with as much energy for the first defensive series as they did. I mean, they were
ready to go.
They were fired up to get going. I mean, they were all over those first few plays. And obviously Denver was too. But the way New England was just attacking, especially from the defensive line right at the beginning and how much energy that they played with, they weren't afraid of anything that Sean Payton was going to bring at them. They gave a big play later on in that first half, but nonetheless, I mean, they proved it that it wasn't going to be about the scheme. It was going to be if Stidham was going to beat them.
Yeah. Travis, our resident Bronco, well, one of the many resident Bronco fans in the audience, May was absolutely short, but there was no way it was ever going to be overturned. Yeah, that was one of those classic, whatever the call was on the field, that they were going to stick with it. I didn't think he got there.
No, I did not either. I thought it was, and when Peyton was pointing
yes,
up,
that's the replay.
Right away, his body didn't move.
I know.
It stayed in the same spot, and yet they gave it to him. And I was shocked.
Because it's so funny. Watching it live, I was like, all right, that's definitely short. And then the first, I don't know if it was the lines judge runs in, and it's like, yep, they're definitely short. But then the other one came in, and I was like, interesting. And they decided to go off of the second official. And so they ended up giving them the first down. Brazy is what some
NFL rigged, as the kids may
It's
say.
not. So we're watching the end of the game. There's 5.5 minutes left, and Stidham's about to pick up, I don't know, 6-7 yards to get him a little closer on the field goal. Yep, scrambles.
He had some decent runs.
Dude, and there was so much room there. They show a replay from the sky cam after this one, and there is, like, it opens up, and if he is a little faster or if the conditions are a little bit better, watch this. Look at all this room, and he only gets 6 or 7 yards. Look at how well the safety closed.
Because he's, like, rounding it off.
Yeah, and so incredible. And so the Patriots and the Seahawks back to the Super Bowl 11 years after an all-time classic that the Patriots win 28-24.
So what are the chances that an all-time downpour in California happens?
Dude,
it slows down Seattle and all this, like, right? You know?
It's so wild.
Because nobody has neutralized JSN so far this season.
Yeah.
And even if every team has put up their top cornerback throughout the entire season, and he is on such a meteoric season, no one has slowed him down.
Nope.
So you can't just say, okay, well, we've got Gonzalez, we've got an all-pro corner, we can put him on him, and that it doesn't. It doesn't
He's
work.
the best
that
receiver
way.
in the NFL right now. And, you know, for all that I've said about Sam Darnold, and I'll say a little bit more when we return, he has been making some great throws. Absolutely great throws.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's
Panther legend, Sam Darnold.
Panther legend. Let's talk about Mr. Darnold when we return. Comment on the YouTube chat from Sonny. Damn you guys, I'm sitting here walking around work, and I got that Happer and Schaefer song going through my head. Get ready, Sonny. The first time I heard it late last week, all I was doing then was walking around my house singing it for the next 2 hours. I was trying to read, and it's Happer. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to read right now.
For 2 minutes at a time, just cycling through. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very good. Shout out Ian Aleo for putting together another wonderful production. I have been wrong on Sam Darnold. We will discuss next. I'm not going to apologize, though, like Paul Feinbaum. I'm not that big of a dork. A reminder that we are giving away tickets to the upcoming Creighton versus UConn pink out game, 7:00 on Saturday night. Listen to Middays with Matt and the Grum for a chance to win your way into the game. Plus, shoot around with Austin Jacobson.
This guy.
Starting at 5:30. What, just an hour long? Do you not do the 90-minute pregame shows anymore?
No. The director of audio said 1 hour.
Very sad.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the director of audio could go back in time and do the same thing for me in 2013.
You'd save half hours on the dollar.
Pregame with John, live from the arena at 6:30 on the Zone and 101.9 The Keg, and then overtime with Matt McMaster immediately after John signs off right here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson with you. Nick Graham producing. It's on Sportsmanlike Connect. You're on 1620 The Zone.
Stiddy's driving.
1620thezone.com. Yeah, this drive's going to end great. Man, that blocked field goal, or tipped field goal, I guess. He had the distance.
Yeah.
I think he would have made it. Oh, and then just a terrible pass. Good Lord.
That's game, isn't it? I mean, that has to be game.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Are you jazzed for this uniform matchup?
Who is the home team? Who was the home team
Seattle,
last year?
I think Seattle's the home team.
Because Eagles wore green last year. I think that's right. So Seattle will be the road team then. So Patriots will be the home team.
Yeah, Patriots will be the home team. Actually, I might like that more. If the Patriots won't go throwbacks, but if they do,
dude, I saw the tweet. Did you see that today where somebody was like, they should wear, and it was the old school Seattle and the old school Patriots with the white helmet.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way they would do that for the Super Bowl.
But I don't mind the Patriots, the new blue block, like the home uniforms that they wear. They're just like a slight adaptation of like the Brady years and everything.
Yeah.
I wonder if Seattle might get away with their grays. I might go like.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
No, I like the
in
grays.
the Super Bowl. Come on, man.
I bet they wear their greens.
No,
you
they
can't
won't.
do color on color though.
Yeah, they're the road team, Nick. They'll
Yeah,
wear
they
their
gotta be
white. They'll wear their white jerseys.
Do they do white on white, or do they white with the blue?
They usually do white with the blue, do they not?
Yeah, I think so.
They're white with the blue. Text from the 402. Matt Rule was the coach of Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield in Carolina.
Don't remind me.
And they were horrible. Maybe he's just not a good coach. Interesting. Perhaps a topic that we could tackle a little bit later on in the show. Let's talk about Sam Darnold. So I've been talking trash about him for a while. Now, I want to say this. In defense of me, I don't.
It's always a good way to start an argument.
I have an argument. I don't think
I wasn't wrong technically.
Yeah, exactly. You're right there, Austin. You got something in your throat.
That was very funny.
Thank you. I don't think that I ever said that he's like a bad quarterback. I don't like. I'm trying to remember. Maybe I have. I don't think that I've said, at least over the last year. Right. This is not a. I don't want to say like, well, in 2021 I said he sucked, because I mean I probably did, and he did. He was pretty terrible for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that he would be able to show up in big moments. That was my reason for picking them to lose against the Niners, which was a stupid prediction, and one I realized 5 seconds into the game that, you know what, the 49ers put a lot into that game against the Eagles, and they were able to deliver by squeezing, blood out of the stone, but they weren't going to be able to do it again in the second week in a row, and sure enough, that didn't happen. Yesterday, it's so funny. I'm rooting for Seattle. I want them to win this game, and I'm still like, I think I might end up being right, though. I mean, the Rams are 4th and 4 from the 6-yard line, and I'm thinking they're going to be able to get it done. And yet, even if that would have happened, it would not have been for the reason that I thought. And that's because I did not think that Sam Darnold could deliver in the big moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because last year, he did not deliver in the big moment. And maybe that is unfair, because I've always been someone to say, Austin, like, the person can't do the thing until they do the thing, right? Like Tom Brady.
Notably, yes.
Tom Brady wasn't Tom Brady when he took over that final drive against the Rams in January or February of 2002. He had not become the myth of Tom Brady.
Yes.
In hindsight, it makes all the sense in the world. Of course he did it. He's Tom Brady.
And then I think people revisionist history. He wasn't even really given that much credit for the win at the time.
He was not. It was the defense, and it was his kicker, Adam Vinatieri, delivering them the field goal. And so going into this playoffs, I just thought, look, big games, big moments, he has failed. And this is not even a playoff thing. It is a regular season thing. I picked the Rams to beat them and cover back in December. Why? Because I thought Sam Darnold would make mistakes. And for like 3 quarters, I was like, see, he is making the mistakes.
Yep.
He had multiple interceptions. One of them was a pick 6. And it was like, yep, there's that guy again showing up in big moments. And he was awesome yesterday. He was absolutely dynamite. And now, like, to project ahead just for a second again, the team is already great.
Yes.
I think they're already a great team. The thing that was holding me back from thinking that they could do this was the quarterback.
Sam Darnold pumpkin. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
it
just
was.
waiting.
It was like,
Yep.
it's, and you know what? I guess it could still happen, right? Like, there's still
100%.
one more
Yes.
game, and maybe now I'm hopping on the bandwagon, and in 13 days, I'm going to say, why did I do that? I'm a moron, and I should have just stuck to my gumption. But I'm not going to, because he was tremendous yesterday, and we spent 5 minutes in our last segment talking about the last full drive for the Seahawks, and he hit multiple big throws that allowed them to tick the clock down to essentially nothing. before the Rams got the football.
And imagine if he doesn't. What if he dirts one of those? Right, like he just says, "Oh, I'm seeing ghosts," and he dirts one of those. That's an extra 45 seconds for Puka Nacua and Stafford to get downfield and try to make that a game. And they almost did, right? Like, I mean, they got the big one at the very end. If they had more than 12 seconds, do the Rams get into position to actually chuck up a Hail Mary? Probably.
Yeah. What if one of you dirts one of those? They don't have to call a timeout. Suddenly there's a lot. I mean, you talk about 40 seconds and maybe a timeout in your back pocket.
Yeah.
And that is very much a realistic possibility that it could happen. But he didn't.
Yeah.
He made the plays. He did that almost the entirety of this year. I just kept waiting in the big moments for him to struggle. And look, he did against the Rams. I mentioned the game last month. He struggled against them big time in the first one. What did he have? 4 turnovers in the first matchup this year out in Los Angeles. And you know what's funny? My takeaway from that was so Darnold focused. It was, wow, Darnold sucks. He had 4 turnovers and they lost. When in hindsight, I wish I would have said, wow, he had 4 turnovers and they lost by 2.
Mm-hmm.
They could have won the game and their quarterback played like trash. He had the pick 6 in the second game, right? And they won the game. Maybe instead of, oh man, if he plays bad, they're going to lose, it could have been, all he has to do is play okay and they're going to win. Now he played great and it still went down to the wire.
Mm-hmm.
But Jimmy says that Sam has proven a lot of people wrong. Certainly, I was way off on what I thought he would do. They didn't ask him to do much against the 49ers because they didn't need to.
But yeah.
They asked him to do a lot yesterday, and he delivered every single time.
With the oblique. And you could see there were a couple of times on there they would do the old, zoom in camera and such. And he was grimacing around a little bit. Like he was struggling with that. I think Sam Darnold is a perfect case of, and this is, almost like the college football conversation that we have sometimes about being an older quarterback and, being in a system and all that sort of stuff. The best thing Sam Darnold ever did post Jets Carolina was relegating himself to the bench and just saying, I got to learn. Because if you look at the past offenses that he had worked with when he was 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 years old, he worked with Todd Bowles, Adam Gase, and then the Matt Rule college Baylor spread offense.
Gross.
None of those offenses are meant for you to be successful.
And then where does he go?
And then he goes and sits on the bench in San Francisco behind Kyle Shanahan.
Bingo.
And Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Maybe he doesn't learn necessarily from Brock Purdy, but he definitely learned from Kyle Shanahan.
And then who does he get to go work with?
Kevin O'Connell.
Bingo. And it's like, wow, suddenly he has offensive minds. You mentioned it, the Ghosts comment. That was 2019. I went and found that video last night. I watched it as the game was coming to a close. And that was, maybe he wouldn't say it's his low point. I would have to imagine he thinks that's his low point because he was caught saying something that in hindsight, I still can't believe that the NFL kind of allowed to get out there, that the Jets, allowed for him to say that to be broadcast on national television. And who is that against? The Patriots.
And he had kind of said too that he was like, well, it's out of context. I meant it as a joke. It wasn't, meant to be this like one-off moment that it's clipped out to be. But you still said it.
Yeah.
Like, and you were having a bad game when it happened too.
Having a terrible game.
Yeah.
And now he gets, I think he certainly redeemed himself. Any concerns about like last year, if it was fool's gold or anything like that? Certainly it's not. Back-to-back 14-win seasons. And now a trip to the Super Bowl, which I don't want to say like he put his team on his back yesterday, because I think every phase did what it had to do at various points. The offense made plays in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. Special teams, of course, had the massive turnover. The defense got the 4th down stop, and they also held the Rams to, the field goal early on, which again kind of helped tilt things in their direction. But he was awesome. And I guess, again, Pumpkin, he could turn into one again, but you look at the teams and he would have to, I think, play really, really bad for the Seahawks not to win the Super Bowl.
And I think we can obviously tell from a year ago, I know Schaefer had this tweet yesterday too, complaining into the void about how they chose 9, his Vikings, over Sam Darnold. But there's a part of this that the Seahawks are so good as a team that Sam Darnold does not. And I know you alluded to it there too. Sam Darnold does not have to be the perfect quarterback for Seattle.
He doesn't.
He just has to be basically existent and make plays when asked upon. And he does that. I mean, we've talked about it enough times. That last drive, they put the ball in his hands and they basically said, milk the clock, win the game for us. And he did so. He took care of business there in the final drive for Seattle. They have had plenty of scoring drives, and they're not just run dominant or pass dominant. Last year with Minnesota, he carried a lot of that offense and a lot of the load to be able to get Minnesota to where they actually ended up. This year for Seattle, he's just kind of riding with wherever the sales need them to go. If he needs to pick up a big pass or needs to be called upon to be able to make a big play, he does so. His stats are down, though. If you look from a year ago, 25 and 14 touchdown interception this year, 35 and 12 last year. And that includes, obviously, a really bad performance against the Rams where he had 4 picks in the first matchup. He has thrown multiple interceptions in multiple games so far this year. They're not perfect games, but yet a lot of these games where Sam Darnold doesn't have his best day, Seattle still won. And it's because the team around him is so much better.
So good. By the way, how about this from Beringer fan? Darnold, first ever USC quarterback in the Super Bowl. I'm doing the mental Rolodex right now. Like, wait, is that true? And it's like a lot of the good players, certainly from my era, since I've been watching. Palmer never made it.
Yeah.
He got close.
Definitely no Leinart.
No, definitely not a Matt Leinart.
No
Mark
Barkley.
Sanchez. Mark Sanchez made the AFC Championship game a couple of times.
That's not even like a one-off, like all the way back in the day.
I know. That's because I was trying to think of various quarterbacks. That's nuts. That he, of all the dudes, and Schaefer said it on the morning show today. Like, look, for all of his struggles, there was a reason that he was picked in the top 5, and he has those traits of a top 5 quarterback, and he showed that in some of the throws last night and throughout the season. So, Sam Darnold, Seattle Seahawks, going to the Super Bowl, and they are the favorites against the New England Patriots.
If you had to pick one right now, just your quarterback, Drake May or Sam Darnold?
Man, I mean, the answer is probably May because he's younger.
What if I just say like Super Bowl example, you get one game off?
I think Sam Darnold's going to play better in a couple of weeks. I think Drake May, like, the weather has been a valid reason for him to struggle so far. A valid reason for him to struggle. That said, like,
There's
I think
also
he's
no better weapon on the field than JSN.
Yeah.
There's
I think
literally not.
I think he's really struggled. In a way, I think the weather is like I don't want to say it's a convenient excuse because it's valid at times, but I think that he also sucked at the beginning of yesterday's game and the weather was fine. So I think I would take Darnold in the Super Bowl in 13 days. All right. When we return, Nebraska basketball 20-0. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No, this is news.
Yeah. Well, I'll explain to you what happened in the game. I'll give you a minute-by-minute breakdown.
Thank God you're a college basketball expert.
Thank God I am a college basketball expert. Your words, not mine. Austin Jacobson in today for John Bishop. We appreciate you joining us on this Monday Grum on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson.
Yes.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. What do you got?
Josh, would you like to buy Kurt Signetti's Game 1 headset from the National Championship?
How much does it cost?
Right now, it's on a bid from IU Athletics. You still have 13 days and 2 hours if you'd like to bid on it. The
Thank
current
God.
bid is at $2,100, which I find to be incredibly low.
How many days left?
Jump.
About 2 weeks. You got some time.
When was it first listed?
An hour ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That'll jump.
This is way interesting. So this is kind of like their 1890. It's called Bison Drop. I don't know if you knew this, but they also go by the Bison. Do you know that? Indiana also has like a Bison mascot.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that from home field.
Yeah.
So, I
So
didn't know what was going on. It's like a War Eagle situation.
yeah. So you can buy a National Championship game used Gatorade bottle. You can buy the Rose Bowl team issued player towel. That's currently at $185.
Butt sweat might be on that.
A team issued player towel from the Peach Bowl. And
More
a
butt sweat.
Gatorade National Championship game used towel for $150 as the current bid.
Let's check back in. You might be filling in by the time this thing ends. So we'll see how much it costs. A couple texts coming into
It's called a bookmark.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hey, Josh, feels like it's not a coincidence that Darnold has turned into Dan Marino ever since Rule wasn't his head coach. Hope we don't see the same with Raiola.
Well, if he's Dan Marino, that means a big L.
That's true.
2
People
weeks.
forget Dan Marino made one Super Bowl and lost it. Nick.
Sad.
Wes
This
says
is Sam Darnold's second Super Bowl. People forget.
because he was the backup on the 2023 team. Nice job by
He's
you.
got experience.
Wes said, who would have thought Sam Darnold would be the first quarterback in a draft class that included Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen to get to the Super Bowl?
Ooh.
Yeah, and Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
What about Josh
Arguably
Rosen?
the better Josh, as people have said.
All this does is prove again that Josh Allen is overrated.
Wow. Big Dolphins guy over here. Who's your head coach right now?
That's the guy who's the DC of the Chargers, right? I don't
Nice.
remember.
Mike
his name.
Minter.
Yeah.
You
Nice.
figured it out. You got there, Nick. Context clues. Good job by you. Speaking of getting there, Nebraska. You like that? Got to the window as a winner on Saturday against Minnesota up in Minneapolis, and they moved to 20-0. Nick, I don't think this is a time for politics involved with Minnesota. Continues to trend of playing well in the second half. I mentioned this at the start of the show. Nebraska has outscored their opponents. Sam McEwen had these numbers in his rewind column, which went out yesterday. At Minnesota, 46-21. That's the score in the second half. At Northwestern, last Saturday, 43-29 in the second half. Versus Oregon, 48-25. At Indiana, 53-38. Versus Wisconsin, 43-29. And versus Creighton, 38-31. That is what they have done in the second half. That's obviously not all of their games, but that's what 6 power opponents, 5 of them in league play, 3 of them on the road. And this one coming in the first game without Braden Frager.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't watched the whole cinematic recap. Did you watch the whole cinematic recap? Did you watch the cinematic recap?
I watched it up until the halftime
okay.
speech, and then I watched the second half of the game, so I was like, I know how this goes, but I wanted to see what the big hype about the hype. The
everybody
halftime
was talking about the speech like it was Matt Rule talking during halftime of Akron.
If we die, we die.
Yeah. And you know, you always hear about Hoiberg because of the heart issue that like he doesn't really raise his voice. Sometimes he does get pretty pissed and he's like, you know, I don't really care about it. And it's funny. They were down. They were down by 6. I didn't think that they were playing great. Obviously, they were losing. I also didn't think that they were playing terrible. I thought that Minnesota got hot from 3, and it was like, oh, well, sometimes that happens. My thought watching that was, there's no way that they're going to keep this up. But man, I don't want to. Did he would you define that as laid into them? He was obviously frustrated.
I think for
Hoiberg
I've
on the
had
Hoiberg
this
scale?
internal debate that the way that the team in that video recap that you get, the way that they're like engaged with him, and some guys like aren't looking, I think that they actually are somewhat embarrassed. So I think that they do get that sense.
The lack of eye contact,
and especially when Nate's getting after him too, like that's when they zoom in on Burke and he's just staring straight into the corner. Like I was like, I think they're a little nervous right now. Like they've got some puckered bee holes right now. They're trying to figure it out.
And then they come out and they go on, and this was the tweet that got that random guy triggered on Saturday. They go on these runs that are, as an observer of Nebraska basketball, me for whatever 20-something years, close to 30 years,
20-some games, as some people might say.
For you, hey haters, you're probably looking at what 15, 20 years for yourself, Austin. This is so. And I hate that every conversation about them just falls back into, man, this is just such a different team, because it is. But I only know Nebraska in my life as the team that has the 4-minute scoring droughts. This is the team that it's like 3 possessions, they score 8 points, and suddenly they're on a quick 8-0 run over 62 seconds.
Yep.
And they had one of those again, where it's just price three, and his ability to get open off the ball. And even there was he had the 2 straight threes, and one of them was off the dribble himself. And then it's like, oops, it's now a 19-point game and it's over.
Yep.
And just how fast they're able to do that every single time out is just wild and so impressive to me. Aaron texts into the show, 402-951-1620. We really need to talk about their conditioning. It's elite. They absolutely just beat down opponents. They do, man. They find a way to pull away at the end of these games where a game that even I thought they were going to win it the whole time, I figure, maybe this is going to finally be one of the really tight ones against a lesser team. Nope, it wasn't. They just blew them off the floor in the second.
And I think there was even a part of it, if you go back to the Northwestern game that they won on the road a couple weekends ago too, there was even moments in that one where they closed out late, and you could tell that they were frustrated with the way that they didn't close out the game the way that they were supposed to, because they dominated most of that second half at Northwestern as well. I'm with you that it's almost the same as the Sam Darnold conversation we were having a moment ago, where you're almost just waiting for the pumpkin moment where it's like, okay, we know what it actually is. We know what it really looks like. And they just refuse to do it. The mentality, the effort, the one thing that I haven't said like too publicly or out loud, too loud or anything, is that
say it here on 1620 The Zone.
When or if, whoa, Nick, you good?
Speak your truth. Sorry.
When or if Nebraska basketball loses, does that shoe just completely fall off the cliff, right?
Why would you think that?
But that's been the perception, right?
You're the hater.
So many years of Nebraska basketball where you get some hope, and then, take, for example, last year, they just had to win one last conference game over the course of 3 weeks, and they couldn't get it done. And everyone was just begging, please win one. No, if it's on the road at Ohio State in like an overtime game that goes into the triple century mark, like everyone just figure it out. But yet this team, whether it's the levels of scoring, their ability to be conditioned, as the chat has mentioned as well, I think their ability to know the hot hand is coming. And even on the opposite side of saying, hey, this guy's making a play, it's time for someone else to make this play, and just the cascade effect of what it is. Sam Hoiberg makes all these underlying, uncredited plays, and then Price Sanford hits the 3. And then you go back to the opposite side of the floor, and somebody gets a defensive stop. Cale Jacobson forces a turnover, and then you go to the opposite end, and somebody gets a bucket. Okay, 5-point swing. Now we're in the lead, and then it's over, because then they just cruise, and it is done after that. And you saw it against Minnesota, saw it against Northwestern, you saw it on the road at Indiana. And the fact that they're doing it on the road too, without any of their crowd has been traveling very well for them. So that's a big part of it.
Yeah, and especially the last 2 road games are Chicago and Minneapolis, so very close drives.
But the fact that they did it at Indiana, they've done it on the road in 2 places that Nebraska basketball has, a lot of people circled those and said, well, if you're going to trip up, it's probably this one for Michigan. They did it.
Nope.
They got it all figured out.
Yeah. For the record, I don't think that when they drop their first game that it's going to be like, certainly it's not going to be last year.
I don't want to say that.
Don't put it on the internet.
I don't want to say that that's the case. That's what I fear.
People, I think it's
As a
fair.
fan.
It's fair to like have the PTSD of previous seasons like stuck in your head.
Yes.
With this program, like I'm not going to be mad at you for having any of those fears. This team ain't that though.
I know.
They're top 5 team. They're number 5 team in the country. They're 20-0. Like they're really good. Like it's such an obvious statement, but I understand why there is trepidation to even say those words out loud.
But you know who doesn't have that is the team itself.
For sure.
Like, you can see it on the way that they play and the way that they are going out there, that the fans that are like myself that are just waiting for the shoe to drop anyway, the players themselves have no thought on that either. And I thought Price Sanford, he was on Sports Nightly a couple of weeks ago too. He had even mentioned that he was like, no, we feel confident. Every single time I go out there, I know that whether I'm getting minutes off the bench, if I need to come into the game and like score right away, if I get into foul trouble, we don't worry. Someone's going to pick it up. Like everybody's role just changes as the game goes on. No one's defined. Like no one has like a set piece of, hey, we got to get 3 points from Price Sanford here.
It's certainly
going to get 3 points.
Yeah, and Price is certainly turning into the guy that is the most reliable scoring dude, night after night, averaging over 20 points in the last 4 games. 2 things off of what you just said.
Yeah.
One is, I think that they look so consistent like the whole game. And if you were just to look at their faces, you never know if they are down or if they are up. But there always now has become a moment late in these games where a shot falls and then everybody explodes and starts smiling. It usually is a Price shot because then he finally does the threes.
Yes.
He throws those up. Also, like there was somebody who called in the morning show and said it today, and Jimmy said it now. Just lose one of these games and get out of the way. Like, I don't understand this. Why does everybody want him to lose so bad? Like, Why? Like,
Well, because it's a college football playoff. You got to have a quality.
Gotta
loss
have
in
a quality
there.
loss.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand that. Like, they will not go undefeated. They are not going to go undefeated. They're not going to go 40-0. But like, I also don't think that they need to lose a basketball game because that is for whatever reason. Like, I don't think that they need to like recalibrate themselves. I don't think that they need a loss because it's going to help them. Like, I don't think that they will lose, but I don't think they need to lose.
Well, and also
I don't understand.
I think part of that is maybe like the argument of like, okay, will you learn more in a loss? They have had first half contests which they have not played well at all, and it showed. I mean, they've come back from double digits twice now. I mean,
with the Indiana game,
Indiana.
And
Minnesota wasn't a double digit.
No,
was it?
Minnesota got to 9, I think.
But regardless, the point stays the same. They have played poorly in stretches where they know where their warts are, but yet they overcome those mistakes and the scars, and they're able to get better as the game progresses on. You don't need a loss to learn where you're not good at and where you're deficient at. They know what they are right now. Yeah. They're 20-0, and they're very good, and they continue to climb the mountain, and they just have they have the biggest mountain to climb tomorrow.
Yeah. And again, I would actually pick them to lose tomorrow. I don't even think that this will be a discussion in 48 hours. Yeah. But like, if they win, I don't think it's going to be like, oh no, they keep winning. When will they lose?
They circle their loss.
They need to lose. And Jimmy brought up the Broncos. The Broncos lost at the end of the regular season. It's not like they entered the postseason, on a 15-game winning streak. They lost to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
They didn't recalibrate anything.
Jimmy brings up, obviously, living in reality here, not have a volleyball situation. I don't think that that's a part of it. Like, if you're undefeated, again, Nebraska volleyball, that's another part of it, too. As talented as Nebraska volleyball was, and this is comparing across sports and, everything else that goes with that.
And different type of programs.
Yes, but Nebraska volleyball knew where their mistakes were, and they knew going into an Elite Eight matchup against Texas A&M, we're going to have some troubles here. They also got wildly sick. They had a bunch of sickness.
Yeah, I don't think they lost in the postseason because they're undefeated.
Yeah, that was not the case.
Like, I think the Patriots, when they went undefeated that year, I thought that there was too much pressure on them by the end of the season that did not help them in the Super Bowl. And if they would have lost in the regular season, it actually would have been good to kind of catch their bearings. And maybe they don't go all out at the end of the season to try to get to 16-0. I think that is true. First of all, there's still a month and a half left before the tournament even starts. So like, there's a long way to go. And the volleyball comparison is just like, I don't think they lost in the Sweet 16 Elite Eight. I don't think they lost in the Elite Eight because they were undefeated.
Yeah.
Like they ran into a wagon who won the national championship.
Yeah. I'm starting to have the arguments with some of my friends at work and elsewhere that they're making the debate that they're saying, we don't care about the Big Ten tournament at all. Because at this rate in which Nebraska basketball is moving forward, the Big Ten tournament means nothing to them. They could lose in the first round of the Big Ten tournament and still their seed would.
It most likely won't change, actually, and that's what happens every year.
Yes.
The teams that are near the whatever you are going into conference tournament week, for the most part, if you're in a big dog league, that's your seed.
Yeah.
Nebraska's not going to move off of it too much. We can ask these questions and more of Mitch Sherman when we return. He will join us next. Austin Jacobson in today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson on 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that you had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
We go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline right now and welcome in our Monday regular guest from The Athletic, from the Locked On Nebraska podcast. It is Mitch Sherman. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Josh. How are you?
We are great. We just were having a debate because one of our listeners proffered the theory that I've heard many times now over the last couple of weeks, this fear from Nebraska basketball fans of wanting the team to lose because they're, I don't know, afraid of them being undefeated and maybe the greatest team of all time. Does Nebraska, Mitch, need to lose a game to make you feel better about their chances in the NCAA tournament?
No, I think they will lose games, but
Same.
I don't think that's any kind of a necessary event. They're not. If it looked to me like they were pressing and they were playing below their potential and squeaking past subpar opponents, but since Nebraska got to 16-0 and like the horizon was somewhat clear to make it to this game tomorrow, which is a landmark game no matter what happens, at 20-0, and that appeared to become a possibility. I don't think until Nebraska went to Indiana and won did people really entertain that much as a possibility that they would get to 20-0. So when they had that week where they beat Ohio State and beat Indiana and came home and you looked at the schedule and said, wow, this could actually happen, that would be remarkable. They could have started pressing at that point, and they've just gone and won 4 more games by double digits, even with the injury to Braden Frager. So there are instances, I think, where you could say yes, like that in basketball or whatever sport, if the team is just rolling along, like it would relieve some pressure to lose a game, but that's not in any way the way that how Nebraska's playing right now.
Mitch, what have you been most impressed by in this recent stretch? And you can take that for whatever, I guess, markers you want to put it at, but it feels like we've been impressed by Nebraska in different ways throughout the non-conference, the start of the Big Ten play, and in these last few, especially road contests. Is there something that stood out to you maybe over the past few games the most for Nebraska?
Several things. I don't know. One thing, since the 7-minute mark into the game against Washington last week, they have been kind of a 6-man team. Nebraska tried to get Jared Garcia into the rotation in those kind of first half minutes on Saturday in Minneapolis, and that didn't work out so well. So they went back to just playing 6, and that's tough to do. So that's impressive. But I think just like overall the biggest thing, and it's kind of a continuation of what we saw in the first 15 or 16 games, is just that there's not any kind of panic in them, no matter what happens. I think sometimes it's easier to press when you've got that 10 or 12 point lead. That's kind of where Nebraska was at for a good chunk of the Washington game the other night. Like, you got to lead. The game is not over, but you're playing from in front. The other team is within 1 or 2 possessions of making it interesting, and they just kind of did their thing and didn't show any kind of effects of that situation. Or when they've gotten behind, and that's happened a number of times, where they've gotten behind and have just stormed back with these incredible second halves. It all just points to them being unflappable, and that's a result of players like Sam Hoiberg and Cale Jacobson and Rink Mast, of course. So it goes right around the starting lineup and into the 6th and 7th player when Frager was healthy. All of them, nobody has to do too much, so they all play within their spots within the system, and it works out beautifully. So that's been impressive that they've been able to continue to do that even as they've come onto the national radar and everyone has known that they're this incredible story.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us. Along those lines, Mitch, like obviously 20-0 is very surprising because very few teams even get to this record to begin with, let alone this program who, I don't know if you know this, hasn't won a tournament game before. What though, beyond them being 20-0, what still, if anything, surprises you when you watch this team? Or have you kind of ceased being surprised now that the season's almost 3 months old and we've seen them in a variety of circumstances still finding ways to win games?
Yeah, they're really going to be put to the test in this area against Michigan, but Michigan's not the first team that's had size in the paint that they've played. It might be the most dramatic example, and especially considering the circumstances with Michigan being at home. Some things are going to have to happen that are remarkable for Nebraska to win that game tomorrow, because they're just shorthanded defensively with size. I mean, yeah, you have Berke, and he's a good defensive player, but he's not a 7-footer. And, Rink Mast is somewhat limited physically with what he can do. Very good on the offensive side. He can be a good defensive player. He's scrappy, but up against the Michigan front line, they're going to be asking Cale Jacobson, who's 6'4", to guard someone that has physical abilities that are way beyond what you would expect Jacobson to be able to defend. So I'm surprised that they've held up this long on the defensive side, and not just been an adequate defensive team, but been a very, very good defensive team. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way that they're coached and the kind of defense that they play. And actually, I'll give a shout out here, a plug to my coworker, CJ Moore, who was in Lincoln last week, and we'll have a story out, I believe, tomorrow before the game on The Athletic about, and I haven't read it, but in talking to CJ last Wednesday, when he was in town for the Washington game, at the tail end of his reporting, I think it's going to go to some length to be able to explain why they've been able to do what they do, in particular on the defensive end. But that's really going to be put to the test in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, Mitch, just hearing you talk like that, I get the same sort of sense, I guess, from the local vibe, that it doesn't feel like Nebraska basketball fans are putting all their stock into determining what Nebraska will be after the Michigan game, regardless of win or loss. I'm sure if they win, there'll be this high, but maybe from that national perspective, or some of your cohorts at The Athletic, or people that you've talked to, would a loss to Michigan disprove anything that Nebraska has done through 20 games so far this year?
Absolutely not. No way. Gonzaga lost to Michigan by 40.
Yep.
And I believe that was at a neutral site, and that's Gonzaga's only loss. So if something similar happens to Nebraska, and I don't expect Nebraska to lose by 40, but Nebraska loses by 15 tomorrow on Michigan's home court, and then comes back home on Sunday to play Illinois, and it's 20-1. It's still an incredible event on Sunday at PBA, and Nebraska's still a top 10 team. Well, still a top 5 team for the moment, and would probably remain a top 5 team if it could split the week with a loss to Michigan and a win against Illinois. And I'm not it's not my position to concede anything. I don't think Nebraska's conceding anything going in tomorrow, but yeah, I mean, teams lose games, and this is, I mean, no one's saying, well, Nebraska can go undefeated this year, and that's what should happen. No, I mean, you're going to take some lumps. Right now, they have 11 games left in the regular season. And I had this conversation this morning, knowing the schedule and knowing what their resume looks like right now, and what the rest of the country looks like. What's it going to take to be a 1 seed? Which is just an amazing conversation to have. And I think they could probably get it at 27-4, which means that you can stand to lose 4 games. This is their most difficult game of the season, period, that they're playing tomorrow night. So a loss would do nothing to quell the excitement about what Nebraska has been this year. Now, if they're able to win it, the excitement goes to another level. And you have to start talking about them being potentially the number 1 or 2 ranked team in the country. I realize Arizona is also undefeated and having a great season, but if Nebraska were to win this and then have another unbeaten week come next Monday, I would fully expect them to be ranked 2. So yeah, that's remarkable.
Well, there's an ultimate scenario that Nebraska wins tomorrow, and then their in-state home buddy Creighton takes down the number 2 team and puts Nebraska right there at 2.
Yeah, I don't even know if that would have to happen because I think
because the resume would be so good.
Yeah, if you were to go on
That's
Michigan's home court, and I realize Wisconsin did it, but if you could go on their home court and win, then like, all right, now you've done enough to to fully reap the rewards of being undefeated. Especially if you do, there's no ranking again until after the Illinois game. So, but if you were able to double that up with another top 10 win, I don't know how the voters would keep Nebraska. You probably don't jump them ahead of Arizona as long as Arizona stays unbeaten this week. But I don't know how they would keep them behind Duke and UConn.
Mitch Sherman joining us.
Just again, like everything,
preposterous.
All of these, like that's a little sentence right there. How could you keep Nebraska behind Duke and UConn?
Yeah, never thought I'd see the day. Mitch, football question for you. So, I've been working here. I've been in the business now for a little over a decade. And at one point I was the young guy who was telling the old people covering football or whatever, you don't get it in regards to a lot of the changes or recruiting announcement videos and defending them, players getting paid, etc. Am I now the old person when I react negatively to Trey Taylor moving to Lincoln and playing high school football in Omaha, when I personally say this is preposterous and stupid and we have to get a hold of these kids? Have I just become old, or is this stupid and preposterous and we have to get a hold of not even the kids, but just the sport that allows for such things to happen?
Well, let me ask you this. Who is your frustration directed at? Is it directed at Trey Taylor, or is it directed at the system that has put us in this place where he is transferring from Chicago to play at Millard South?
Yeah, it's definitely that. I mean, like, if he wants to move here, like, who am I to stop him? I guess in theory, it's, and I do want to ask you, like, where does this actually show itself? But like, it is the system, of course, with the answer here.
He's 17.
Yeah.
Like, and he's very savvy. And I talked to him on Saturday, and I tried to formulate like some kind of a smart take about this and write about it in the Athletic tomorrow. And I couldn't even do it. I'm just like, you know what? It's just a thing.
Yeah.
Like, crazy stuff's happening all over in college sports. And this is just an extension of college sports. That's really what it is.
Yep.
Like, it's just getting into college sports before you're actually in college. Go look at Trey Taylor's Instagram. I had not done that until this weekend because I'm just not going to get all that caught up. And I mean, like, I won't even say that. I was going to like offer the likelihood that Trey Taylor will play his entire career at Nebraska, but I don't want to disparage him. It's just like the odds for any player to do that, especially a quarterback, are just minuscule.
Yes.
But like, if you go look at his Instagram, like, he's already repping products. Like, he's in high school, but he's basically doing things like a college athlete. So it's just a wild system that we've got. And I think if you want to stand on a chair and say, this is all messed up, and that's totally fine. Then and I think you're within reason, and you're not the old person who's lost perspective. And now if you're directing it at him, then I think that's the case. I don't feel sorry for him because he's got a ton going for him, and he's old enough to be able to make decisions for sure. But he's definitely like guided by, not even so much like the adults around him, like just by the system that he lives in. And it's a wild, bizarre system. And yeah, he's kind of unwittingly walking into this weird situation too at Millard South, where like he's the poster boy for, like a big fight and an argument within Nebraska high schools. And that's kind of unfortunate for him.
So let me ask you this, Mitch, because we know, I guess, in theory, what the biggest positive is. And that is he's here. He's able to peer recruit more. He's able to go to the stadium more, et cetera. Like, how does that actually show itself beyond 2026, aka when he, is an official student in 2027? And what is, I guess, is there a drawback beyond just the strangeness of the situation, again, as it pertains to Nebraska football, that you can find?
I don't see a whole lot of drawback to it, or any drawback to it, unless he's a distraction somehow in the fall. He can't be there in July and August, which is really a time when the team forms and comes together. The coaches are gone in July, and it's a dead period. The players are still there, and they're working out with the strength coach and everything. So he can be around in June. He's going to move to Nebraska in late May or early June, and he can be around until about the third week of June, because it's a quiet period, or a contact period. Recruits can be on campus as much as they want. So he'll be around a lot. It's the facility then. And he's going to have to go away and be with Millard South in July and in August. And that's when like the Nebraska team will come together. And then when you would hope, and then when September rolls around and the games start coming, like after Labor Day, then it's a quiet period again, and the dead period's up, and he can be around the facility, and he will be, wants to just kind of immerse himself in it as allows within his schedule, his high school schedule. So I think it's fine. Like I think that the players in the building, like if it's a well-formed team and they have chemistry, like he's not going to be a distraction or an issue. And like his main purpose is just going to be to kind of like speed up the learning curve so that when Christmas time comes and he can actually join the team officially, or maybe like, I don't know exactly, they'll sign in early December and they usually start bringing those early enrollees in for practices in like mid-December. So if Nebraska is practicing for a bowl game, like he can be there then, and then it's his freshman year really quick. So the ramifications beyond 2026. I mean, he's going to have a better understanding of what he's walking into next winter and spring because of the time that he's able to spend around Nebraska football in June this year and through the football season. And he'll be in town this weekend too. So he'll continue to make those kinds of appearances and be around at times during spring practice before he even moves out here. I see a lot more good to it than potential negatives. If there's negatives to it, then I think that speaks more to like chemistry issues within the team itself, and that's not really a Trey Taylor issue.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, Locked On Nebraska podcast, which is available wherever you get podcasts, and on YouTube, which is where all of the coolest radio shows and podcasts can be found. Not over on Netflix. We're hanging out on YouTube still. Mitch, as always, we appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the basketball this week and whatever football news we find.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Have a good week.
Thanks, Mitch.
That is Mitch Sherman joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
It is a great question, though, is how big is a distraction of a 17 or 18-year-old kid that's not on your team hanging around?
Isn't it so interesting and look, I've never been a D1 recruit who's a 5-star quarterback, so
it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes I actually have that trouble where I am not a high-level athlete.
I can't totally relate. I have run a sub-3 marathon, not to brag, but I can't totally relate to it.
People forget.
But I always think about how every player on the team was at one point in high school, like obviously. Mm-hmm. And most of them, I mean, now in this era, all of them basically were ranked by a recruiting service, right? Like very rarely now moving forward will you find like a no star. A lot of them will be players that were sought after. So all of them went through the process.
Some of them twice.
Yeah, that's right. Some 4 times. So all of them went through the process of being wanted and probably soaking that in and soaking that up and like, look at me, I'm big man on campus. And then they all get to college, and at a certain point, throughout their college career, they probably look back and say, wow, remember when I was that young? Like I was an idiot, or like, wow, look at those high school recruits. And I just wonder how they view this. Like if you're his age, you're like, this is great, and all of them are like, cool, you're here. Like we got to focus on ourselves right now. Yep. Of course, the really awkward component is what if something happened and Matt Rule just wasn't the coach anymore in 2027 and this guy upended his entire life to move to Nebraska?
Yeah.
That's the one part. And like, I don't think that's going to happen. I would bet on it not happening. In fact,
he's extended.
People forget, and I don't think he's leaving for anywhere. So like that's the one potential real awkward note. But otherwise, it is to answer Mitch's question again. It's definitely a system that I'm not frustrated by him. Like if he wants to do this, I guess like that's
the
pretty
system
wild.
allows him to do it.
Yeah,
right?
and
that's the simple answer.
And the pressure of what he does, not forces, but also causes it. Can be a causation, right? Like he wants to be as good as possible.
Mm-hmm.
What did I read? I was reading, Chuck Klosterman's new book. And in passing, it mentions Tom Brady watched 40 hours of film a week. And I was like, whoa, 40 hours of film a week when he was a player. That's a normal job for people. That's 8 hours a day on average. Now, of course, it's going to be divided by 7 days and not just 5. But even if you divide 40 by 7, you're still looking at north of 5 hours a day.
And that's before practice. That's
bingo,
before
meetings, all the other crap that he had to do
rehab
as well. And
concussion water.
And you there's like a part that I asked myself, would I be willing to do that much for whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but he had a demand of himself to be the greatest of all time. And so, it's like quite the trade. He went to bed at 8:30 every night, and now we collectively view him as the greatest quarterback of all time. He'd absolutely say it's worth it. But, at a certain point, there was also a grind nature of it that had to be pretty awful.
And he lost his wife to a jiu-jitsu instructor. So there's that too.
He
So
did
there's
do that.
Yeah.
He did do that. There has been more responses about the does Nebraska need to lose discussion.
Oh,
We could get back to
This is very good.
in a few minutes. I can't believe it's turned into a bit of a topic. We can do that. I saw
a Monday bit.
A Monday bit. Still have this Indiana thing written down for you as well. Other things. You had that portal question that you asked of me a couple weeks ago that we've never had a chance to get to. Other NFL notes. Michael Severe is going to join us in a half hour. There's just too many things.
Wow.
Nick, there's too many things.
We didn't set a line on the Chrome down.
We didn't. And we haven't even talked about Mike McCarthy. Remember him? He got hired by the Steelers.
That's going to be a good one, though.
All right, we will do that. We promise. Let's do the more Nebraska basketball. They need to lose stuff.
Is it wrong to save Mike McCarthy for dinner?
Nice. I have a theory. You know, it's funny you say that. I have a theory about Mike McCarthy that I can offer to you as well. So many things to get to. Many things over the next hour and 45 minutes. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh, Austin, and Nick with you on this Monday. John will be back tomorrow. Creighton and Marquette. 8:30 tip.
Ugh.
Which means Austin will be on from 7 to 8.
Yep. Just the 1 hour.
This
I know. Listen,
is
I love a 90-minute.
Unreal.
I love calling my friends like Matt DeMarinis or Jacob Padilla. And
But now
saying,
you have
"Talk
no
Creighton
friends.
ball."
Now you have no friends.
I haven't called any of my friends in a while.
Uh,
Do you ever do that? I mean, are you so is your generation the phone call generation, or do you just text line straight up to catch up?
I mean, back in high school, I'd call friends, but that's because we barely had text, and text costs like $1 a text or whatever.
Were those the phones that were on the wall that you had to spin?
No, okay. Hey, I'm not 100.
No, Austin, they were the ones that you pick up and you're like, hey, operator.
Come on now.
You had to like churn it a little bit to make sure you had
There was
enough
no
energy to get there.
churning. That was something else, Austin.
Did you connect me to Kevin Kukla, please?
You guys are unreal. But yes, I just text now. Whenever I call a friend of mine, like I called Connor Happer on Friday to deliver him some news, and he answered, I think, a little confused, like, why are you calling me? This is a weird thing.
If
but then I
someone
gave
from-
him great
yeah.
news, Nick. Tremendous news.
We love great news.
If somebody did call me from work, I would immediately be like, oh no. Because
that happened to
means
Nick recently.
They need something from
He
me.
went,
Yeah, not good.
Producer Josh, a.k.a. Josh Hodson,
Hey, Josh.
a.k.a. the producer of Middays with Matt, writes, tell me you've never played a sport without telling me you've never played a sport by suggesting Nebraska men's basketball needs a loss. I can't believe, so in all seriousness, I cannot believe that this is a real theory that is being proffered by Husker fans. And like, Jimmy is the only one in the chat today who's doing so, but I've seen this all over the place. There was a caller into the morning show today, Happer and Schaefer, that was like, yeah, I just think they need to lose a game. It's like, why? Why does everybody want them to lose a game?
In what other walk of life do we apply that?
We would never say that with Indiana football. Indiana
Yeah.
football needs to lose a game.
If someone's on a hot streak of sales or something, and they're just, they're just ripping off all these great sales, and they're come back to the team, does someone just go, you need to be turned down once?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Nick,
like-
you need a loss. You need a loss in life.
Yeah.
Before you can finally be better.
Okay.
Now, Kenneth is being a jerk.
I've been taking L's my whole life.
Yeah, well, maybe you need a win then, Nick. Kenneth writes,
I'm engaged.
shout out to you.
Congratulations, Nick.
Don't worry, they'll get one in that 15-2 matchup in March. Now, there was a debate, a question earlier, like, what would you rather have, an undefeated season or, here it was, does a first-round loss in both the Big Ten and March and the tournament ruin the season? And, of course, the answer, Big Ten tournament, I'm with whoever one of your friends was.
Yeah.
Who cares? Like, no offense, but it's like, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the way more impressive feat is winning the conference in
100%.
the regular
Yeah,
season.
100%.
Don't care
yes.
about the conference tournament. Yes, if they lose in the first round, this season is it's a catastrophe.
Yes.
It would ruin everything that came before it.
Oh, no disaster.
It would be. Oh, that's a dilemma. Like it would be all of those things. My point is more, I don't think the success that they are having right now is like predisposing them to lose in the first round, though.
No.
If they lose in the first round, it's because they're not good enough that day or because they're cursed. Maybe a combination of the two.
Yeah. Even if Nebraska loses out from here on out, which they will not do, they will not lose all their games moving forward because they are a good team. They're the number 5 team in the country.
Put that on the list, Josh.
Just saying.
They are good.
They're still in the tournament right now.
Yeah.
Even with all of that.
They have locked themselves into
Yes.
a March Madness bid.
Yeah.
That is 100% true.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I completely agree with you too. Like, and the other unsung part of the entirety of this, like, if we want to get into the Big Ten Conference like argument, where Nebraska would be right now in the Big Ten Conference argument is they would be the 2 or the 1 seed, depending on what happens tomorrow.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
So
right now
would-
they're the 1.
Literally would not play 4 straight games before
Mhm.
they would get to the game in which they would play.
Yeah.
So they would ultimately be playing to get into the semifinal. So I mean,
Yeah, they
okay,
already got
you're-
the double bye.
yeah.
They're playing on Friday.
Oh no, we finished 5th in the Big Ten Conference tournament. Oh darn.
Yeah.
We're still the at least 2 seed.
Yeah, Kenneth says they're not even good. They're good. Yeah,
They
they
are
are
good.
They are
They are
good. Where is it at? Herbie Huskero writes, imagine if we applied that to football. They're undefeated, but a loss would do them a lot of good right now. It's wild that like the volleyball, that is the thing that's kind of hanging over the heads of a lot of people in this discussion. Like, in my opinion, that was so different.
We're also talking about a team that was the preseason number one throughout the entirety of the season, expectations through the roof, and had all these different assorted amounts of pressure. The last thing they were thinking about was their overall record. They were not worried about their overall record at any point. It was everything else that came with Nebraska volleyball.
Correct.
And nothing to do
And,
with
and we talked about it before we had Mitch on. Like, I don't think that they lost in the tournament because they had put too much effort into going undefeated. Like, again, that's where the volleyball or Nebraska basketball, and again, preposterous conversation. They're not going to go undefeated. That's where it's different than the Patriots, where that season in 2007, they put so much effort into going undefeated.
That very last Giants game is a perfect example.
They
of
played
it.
all their starters
Yes.
deep into the night because they wanted to be 16-0. That is different. Now, if Nebraska gets to, let's pretend they get to 30-0, they have one regular season game left against Iowa at home, and they're down by 10 late, and they are putting every ounce of effort into it, and they are obviously fatigued, and you can see the fatigue, then yeah, that probably is a problem.
Yeah.
That could be a problem.
Yeah.
But right now,
But
like
again, that's fool's gold.
this is
Like, we're talking about rich man arguments,
Yeah.
right?
Jimmy
Like,
says, no offense to Josh, I like him, but does anybody on here talking sports look like they played sports?
I think
don't know,
Nick
Jimmy,
does.
you're the one listening to the show, man. That's your fault.
I played football up until high school.
Like, I don't know what that has to do with will Nebraska lose their first game in the NCAA tournament because they went undefeated in the regular season. Again, like it's such an out-of-pocket conversation. They will lose. I don't think they need to lose to make to what fix the sports gods.
But again, we can dumb this down to the
It's
lowest
so
levels of
ridiculous.
sports. If your intramural team at your college that you played with, you and your like 6 buddies from your hometown all played together, do you go 6-0 and go, guys, we better take a loss here. We got to learn.
We need to calm ourselves down or whatever purpose that would serve. I don't understand it, but I don't know. I just think it's like enjoy the damn ride, man.
Yeah.
You should be having an absolute blast. The pressure. See, the fun part about this conversation is the pressure's not even on them to go undefeated. The pressure is on them to win a game in the tournament, which is the weirdest part of this whole discussion. If they were 17-3 right now, the only focus would be on March and winning a tournament game. And honestly, when they do lose, that the shift is going to be wild because it'll be probably twofold. One will be, let's focus on game one on that opening Thursday or Friday. The other will be, oh my gosh, are they about to fall apart now because of one loss? Like I have zero doubt that both of those things are going to happen from different parts of the fan base. And so while they will lose, that the next win after the game is probably going to be like this huge moment for the real like concerned people out there. And I don't even say the concerned trollers, but the ones who are like, oh man, what if they do fall apart? That win is going to be like, oh, okay. Things are going to be fine. There's a very real world where they lose tomorrow and they win on Saturday or Sunday.
Listen, if they go 1-1 in the next 2 games, that's a huge success for Nebraska basketball, regardless of their disposition in their historical record. Any team sitting right now at 20-0, doesn't matter. You could label Duke, you could put Arizona, you could put Nebraska, you could put UConn, you could put anybody on this label. If they had the 2 matchups that Nebraska has moving forward in the next 2 games, and any team went 1-1, every team would feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe not Arizona. Maybe that's the only one. Everybody else would feel
I don't know, man.
good.
Yeah, I mean, 2 top 10 teams, one of them on the road, one of them at home. Maybe you're right. Maybe Arizona would be like, oh man, I thought we could
they
go
did just
2-0.
get all the first place votes.
Laszlo in the chat says, these people watched The Dark Knight Rises, and when Bane said, victory has defeated you, they said, write that down.
Good one.
It's just so strange, man. It is so very, very strange.
I like the argument, though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I think it's stupid.
It's a really weird argument.
I like the idea of the argument for people just being like, I have to find a way to make this negative. Like I have to. There's some part of my soul that still doesn't believe. So I'm trying to drag other people down with me. Enjoy the ride. I think that. We should just learn that lesson from nothing else from this Nebraska basketball season so far. That just enjoy what has been going on so far. They are a good basketball team. They're borderline turning into a great team, and we'll find that out tomorrow. But yet, even the season doesn't determine or tilt on what happens tomorrow.
And you asked the question, Mitch, if they lose, does this do we retroactively view everything that came before it? And I'm putting words in your mouth. That's not exactly what you said. But it's like the answer to that is obviously no. Like I understand that there is a lot of baggage, right? Like that is the part of this whole discussion that is, it is like inseparable from everything, where so many just can't move that aside. But if anybody that is not Nebraska had the wins, let's say that they were 18-2, and let's say they lost to like the Oklahoma game, and I'm just trying to find a team.
Indiana on the road.
Great example. So that means they still have like a 30-point win over Wisconsin, a 20-point win over Creighton, the Michigan State home win. What else do I have? The Illinois road win. They
Wisconsin
have
home win. Yeah.
So they have those wins among others in their back pocket. And they'll say they've kicked the crap out of the other teams like they have this year. If that team existed, there would not be man, what if they drop a third game? Like, no one would view it that way. And yet, and Mustache Adam hit on it a few minutes ago. He goes, it's fear. That's why people want Nebraska to lose in the regular season. It's the constant fatalism of the other shoe to drop, and people won't handle it if their first loss is in the postseason. I understand that. I understand it would be, again, a catastrophe if they were 34-0, which would be their record, and then lost in round 1. That would be we've never seen anything like that in college basketball. Only 116 has ever beaten a 1 seed, first of all. So like that would only be the second time ever, and it would come to the number 1 overall seed, by the way, because that's what they would be. And the number 1 team in the country, that would be a horrible, horrible moment in time. But like if anybody else had all of those wins except for the 2 that we just subtracted, Oklahoma and Indiana, people would be like, wow, this is a legit team. But because Nebraska hasn't done it before, everyone's like, yeah, are we sure they're legit? And that's why apparently they're having those conversations on Field of 68 among other shows. Not to make everything about Indiana football. It's like Indiana football,
Yes.
though. And how but
it is
funny,
the closest direct similarity that you can ever possibly have at the exact same time.
The funny thing, though, is this is not last year's Indiana. This is this year's Indiana. Because this year's Indiana had wins over Oregon and Iowa on the road, and they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Now, that was further along in the season. But they had those wins. This one has similar wins to that. You know, the Ohio State win, that could be Michigan tomorrow night in Ann Arbor.
Yep.
So.
Everyone just Jack Mitchell this thing. Just enjoy the ride. Be for it.
Oh, thank you, Max. I forgot that Purdue lost as a 1 seed. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, it was 2. I didn't want to correct you because you were on a roll, so I was just going to let you ride.
Yeah, you did give me a look, and I was like, crap, who did I forget? Who did I forget?
UMBC. Retrievers.
Forgot about that. That was pretty funny.
When you're old and wrinkled and gray and you're sitting on your porch sipping on your iced tea, do you want to look back at this time of Nebraska ball and remember that you were just doom and gloom the whole time, or remember that you were happy and enjoying it while you could?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Nick.
Enjoy the ride. It's been a fun one so far.
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose tomorrow, honestly.
Stick your head out the window.
But
Just
maybe
enjoy
they
the
won't.
ride.
And if they don't lose
Stick your head
tomorrow,
out the
then I
window,
think you're allowed to say, if they win tomorrow, I think you're able to say this is the best team in college basketball.
You think they're still on track to lose 5 games, like the initial prediction?
The initial from what point in the Ken Palm?
Ken Palm, I think.
Well, now Bart has them at 28-3.
Yeah. Wow. Well, and I saw another one that only had their next 2 losses being Michigan and then the Iowa.
Yep.
Which is,
and then the reason it's 28-3 because I was talking about this with Riss this weekend. Those are the only 2 games that Bart actually has them favored to lose. But then it's just a math equation of if you have a 60% chance to win and a 60% chance to win, it doesn't mean you will go 2-0. It the likelihood decreases, and so that's how Bart finds 3 losses on the schedule. That said, it does not include the Frager stuff.
And I know we referenced this a little bit at the beginning. We really didn't get into it, but 10.5 of the spread is still nuts.
It's a crazy high number, but that's what it is on Bart. That's what it is on Bart.
Yeah. And that's the part that I just can't wrap my head around is like everywhere you look, everywhere agrees that like 10.5 is the number, but it just doesn't seem right. Like it just doesn't feel that way.
It's going to be quite the atmosphere. Number 5 versus number 3.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd see the day. All right. When we return, we will make fun of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What a great moment in time for all of us. I am going to throw a theory at you about Mike McCarthy.
I can't wait.
That I think I have hit on before on the air, but maybe I haven't.
Wow. Okay. McCarthyism Josh.
McCarthyism Josh. Yep. The Red Scare on the Grum when we return here on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. Appreciate everyone joining us on this Monday. Austin Jacobson inside the Zone studio this afternoon. Michael Severe will be joining us very, very shortly. A reminder that you can go to 1620thezone.com, enter to win a variety of contests, whether it's Journey in Lincoln in April, George Thorogood and the Destroyers in May, Chris Stapleton in Lincoln in October. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff there, Austin.
Those are good gets.
Those are very good gets. So go there right now. Also, you can enter online at 1620thezone.com for a chance to win our Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes. Contest runs until February 24th. You like that? You like that noise there?
I do.
Austin?
I just be giggling at you guys all the time. I do be.
Jordan writes, the Pittsburgh Steelers with McCarthy will be a team that makes the playoffs but loses in the first round. Or in other words, the Pittsburgh Steelers of the past decade. Great entry point into the hiring of Mike McCarthy.
The most lateral move to ever exist.
A truly stunning decision.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers for the last 10 years, because people forget they have not won a playoff game since Barack Obama was still president. Now, he only had like 3 days left or whatever it was, 4 or 5 days. But his time was what? Do you have the other one? Do you have the Happer? What? Thank you. His time was coming. His time was coming to a close as president. That's not what this topic is about, though.
Yeah.
This is not about
Mario.
it's not about that. Who took over for him and all those things. This is about the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so since then, they have lost in the playoffs every time that they played.
Mm-hmm.
Every time in a variety of different ways. Mm-hmm. Often, though, they trail by many, many points.
Yes.
In all of their games, they just got They got boat raced by Houston, and Houston doesn't have a quarterback.
Yep.
And the Chiefs beat them a couple of times, or at least one time. The Browns were up 28-0 one time in the first quarter.
That was when they were a good Steelers team.
Remember? Yeah, that was the team that started 11-0, and it was like fool's gold, and then they lost 4 out of 5, I think, to finish the year.
And that was supposed to be Roethlisberger's swan song too, wasn't it? Like that was the same year.
And then he came back for another one, and and so like they basically been the same team, and that is, I said this recently. They remind me so much of the late stage Bo Pelini era of Nebraska football, where like they want the flowers so bad for never finishing below 500, which like, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're a professional. This is the NFL. This is not a stupid 9-game, or 9-win streak that we should be talking about. We should be talking about, do you do anything in the games that matter most? And so when Tomlin decides to move on, you think, all right, now is an opportunity for the Steelers to shoot for the stars and to raise their ceiling, because their floor, admittedly, is awesome.
Yes.
Who wouldn't want the floor to be at least, now in an era of 17-game seasons, 9 wins or 8-1? Who wouldn't want that to be the floor? The problem is that their ceiling is also that number.
Yeah.
Their floor,
Right. The floor is the ceiling.
It's a ranch, but there's not even a basement.
It's a lean-to. That's what it is.
This guy's bought a house recently.
You-
He's talking ranch houses.
You walk in and you can't go up and you can't go down. That's what it is. That's what the Steelers have been. And so then they go with McCarthy, who, as a Cowboys fan, I watched him coach my team for 5 years. And I say this to everybody because I think that his name came up with the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
His name came up with the Bears. And I said, look, if you are a team who needs your floor raised, he is going to do a great job.
Yes.
A great job at raising your floor. The problem is, if you want to go higher than that, he's going to suck.
It's a cement ceiling.
It
You
is.
literally cannot move it.
He's not Hulk. He cannot break through the ceiling. And so, of all of the teams to hire a Mike McCarthy or a Mike McCarthy type, I'm stunned that the Steelers are the ones that are going to do so.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Now, that said, real quick before you go, happy for him as a guy from the state of Pennsylvania, because like he grew up a Steelers fan. Like, this is pretty cool from that perspective. That said, like, this is really going to stress the Steelers don't like firing coaches bit.
Yeah.
Because let's see what happens in 5 years when they've had the exact same level of success. They will not win a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy.
And it also goes to show, obviously, how much turnover has been, I guess, in the ownership. Not in the ownership group, obviously still owned by the same family and all that other stuff. But like the decision-making is far different than what it has been for their past 4 coaches. I mean, from Chuck Noll, when you hire a young guy that goes in from in the late 60s to be able to build the program. You go through Cower, who is a Pittsburgh Steeler guy. He was on Noll's staff, and then you bring him in to be your head coach. He's there. You expect him to be for 20, 30 years. Cower then hands it over to Tomlin, who is it's been so long. Tomlin wasn't even a coordinator. He was just a dude on the staff, was he not? Like, he was just like,
he was
one of the guys.
He
that
was
just
on
there.
He was on the Vikings right before. I thought that he was he a DB's coach or something like that?
I never thought that he was a coordinator.
No, he was. He was a
Okay.
coordinator for the Vikings for 1 year, and before that, he had been with Tampa. He'd been
Okay,
with the Tony
gotcha.
Dungy Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
But still, they're bringing in these guys that aren't like
and John Gruden.
the home run hires of, oh, well, this is like the up and coming coordinator. This is the upcoming guy. Like they just find their dudes and they're basically saying, this is our guy for 20, 30 years, right? And build that. McCarthy's not that in any way, shape, or form.
He can't be. No.
No. And there's no part of this that you can buy and say, oh, yeah, no, this makes sense because it's like the old way of doing it. They've clearly turned over a completely different leaf and are trying to break that trend that they had been on for some time. But I don't know why. I don't know why they chose to do that. Maybe it's part of the coaching cycle and the coaching market. I don't know if
It's
maybe
a soft market this year, I think.
I wonder how much they're kicking themselves if they didn't do this and force Tomlin's hand last year and go after Vrabel. I wonder how much
That would have been a hell of a hire.
Now, granted, the Patriots and Steelers job would have been open at the same time.
And
but,
maybe he chooses, yeah.
And if he chooses New England, then that's the case, I guess.
Said the job security in Pittsburgh is incredible.
But you can still make the argument that last year's open availability of coaches was much better than what this year's was. Outside of maybe Harbaugh, who else was like a slam dunk? We got to get that guy and bring him in
This year?
Yeah.
No, but and by the way, earlier we said Mike Minter. We were thinking of the former Husker Jesse Minter is who
Yes.
who the Dolphins hired. Yeah, there was not. I mean, like Ben Johnson was like the dude last year, right? He was and him and Vrabel.
Yes.
But and one of them, of course, had coached. The other had been a head coach before that. It was Vrabel. The other was the hotshot coordinator. There really isn't that this year.
Yeah.
And
you weren't going to pull somebody. That's the thing. I think that's maybe a little bit of the unsung part of this type of conversation is I think Pittsburgh could have went out and tried to convince another coach to come to them or make a trade or formulate something along those lines to bring someone in that they really like that's already in the league, that's an established coach, whatever, because of the way that Pittsburgh is somewhat respected in like the inner circles, because of the framework of their organization, because of the consistency of ownership and the way that they allow their head coaches to kind of flourish, give long leashes and all that sort of stuff, right? I don't know why they didn't try all these other avenues, but their essentially first choice was saying, McCarthy's good, we'll go with him.
Yeah.
It baffles me in so many different ways because it feels like this should have been the Steeler way is such a longer process than what they ended up doing.
A couple comments. Well, first of all, 402 texter, McCarthy's potential quarterback is Aaron Rodgers. God, I would love that just because by the end it was so uncomfortable.
That is very funny.
Hoof Hearted says, you want to get to the playoffs? He'll get you to the playoffs. You want to win a Super Bowl? He'll get you to the playoffs. It's like such a great way to describe it. So, okay, here's my the point that I wanted to make that I teased last segment. So we've talked over the course of the last year with you when you fill in about John Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Mike McCarthy. Let's throw two other coaches into this scenario. Sean Payton. And then who's the other one and Tomlin. I have long said Mike McCarthy is Sean Payton with worse PR. And I think that you can look at all four of these coaches because they have all won a ton of games.
Mm-hmm.
They very rarely finish below 500.
Mm-hmm.
They all have won a Super Bowl. They all have a ceiling, though, I think, as coaches for a variety of reasons.
Who are the four again?
Tomlin,
okay.
McCarthy, Sean Payton, and who was the other one that I missed? Tomlin, McCarthy. Oh, Sean Payton, Tomlin, McCarthy. Was it three coaches?
Was it three? Okay,
Tomlin.
maybe.
And Harbaugh. John
and
Harbaugh.
Outside of maybe Harbaugh there at the end because he had two, all of them all had Hall of Fame quarterbacks during their basically championship runs.
Yeah, and you're right, because Harbaugh won it with Flacco.
Yeah.
And the other guys won it with Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer. I think Big Ben will be a Hall of Famer, right? With Tomlin.
At some point.
And then obviously Drew Brees is going to be a Hall of Famer. So here's the theory. And this is not my own. This is something that I first heard Bomani Jones mention a couple years ago. And I think that he's onto something. I do wonder if McCarthy, why? Here's the question I'm going to ask before I proffer the theory. Why is McCarthy viewed as so less than those guys? Because again, I think they're all very, very similar. I think Sean Payton is. Why are you laughing? Do you know where I'm going?
No, I know maybe
it's because
the public
of what
reason.
Is it because of what he looks like?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's 100%.
It's
because
what he
of his
looks like.
dirt face when he looks up at a challenge every time and he gets it wrong.
Bomani pointed out, he's like, it's because he's bigger.
Yes.
It's because he's a bigger guy.
100% true.
And it's so interesting because, again, like, go look at their records. It's wild how similar they are. They all, if I remember right, have over 100 wins. They all have way more wins than losses.
Mm-hmm.
They all only have one Super Bowl. And I know that Tomlin made it to more than, he made it to 2 Super Bowls. He made it to another AFC championship. Sean Payton has made it to multiple conference championship games. McCarthy, of course, has made it to multiple conference championship games. and Harbaugh made it to multiple conference championship games. Only one of them actually made it to 2 Super Bowls, oddly enough, and that was Tomlin. They're all the same guy. And yet, when the Broncos hired Sean Payton, it was like, wow, they got a coach. When if Tomlin ever got hired again, if he wants to coach again, I have no doubt, oh, they got a coach. Look at the reaction from Harbaugh. Oh, man, the Giants organization just got a whole lot better. And yet we're all laughing at the Steelers, to which I say we should be laughing at everybody. Or at least we should be laughing at the Giants and the Steelers. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But, dude, I think that there is absolutely something wrong with that.
I think, I guess, to go on, because I was trying to find a way to spin this and defend the Pittsburgh Steelers in some way. If you have been yearning to break through the 9-win or the over 500 mark, you will likely get there with McCarthy because he will probably get you to 12-5, right? Like he will probably get you to 11-6.
Absolutely.
You will host a playoff game. And in the AFC North, if you can prove that you're one of the better teams, the way the division has worked itself out, you're probably a pretty good team if you win the AFC North. Now, this year is obviously notwithstanding because you had the Burrow injury, you had everything that happened with the Ravens, like all that, and the Steelers were, kind of a mixed bag as it was anyway, so they ended up with the title. But the AFC North perception is always, hey, whoever wins the North is actually like probably one of the better, like probably one of the top 4 teams in the entire league. So I guess if you're looking for that sense, but then you get to the playoff conversation and maybe their argument is just get us into the dance. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. And that's what you got to hope for. David says Andy Reid in Kansas City isn't very yoked. Yeah, but he's not being compared to these other guys. Yeah. I mean, he has all the rings too.
Right.
By the way, we keep getting it wrong. It's Halfley that's in Miami. Nick, would you correct us, please?
You guys didn't get it right from the beginning, and I just said, I never said
Minter
anything.
is the Ravens coach. Meanwhile, Kyle just keeps tweeting. You guys keep getting it wrong. Just tell me the damn number. Nick, meanwhile, is like, I don't even care about the Dolphins anymore because my favorite coach is gone.
I care about the Dolphins. I'm just terrible with names. I'm a face guy.
Unreal. Jordan says, isn't it more to do with the Broncos and Giants had before those hires? They upgraded and those hires did Pittsburgh upgrade. I mean, no, I don't think they did. I think it's the same picture, office meme. But when Cowboys hired McCarthy, it was a lot of ha ha ha. Yeah. If they would have hired Sean Payton, it would have been, whoa, Cowboys are finally serious. And again, like, do I think Sean Payton is better than McCarthy? Probably.
Yeah. But it's perception, right? Yeah.
It's perception, which I think is very unfair.
Yeah. No, so I'm just trying to put it in a scenario where we're sitting here and the Steelers still don't have a head coach and McCarthy is technically still an option and they're sitting out there. Who are you going after? Like, there is no slam dunk hire. There is no one person that everyone is pointing at being like, it's that guy. Go hire that guy. One, because of the way the cycle already went, because of the coaches that are already replaced and all that sort of stuff. Probably, maybe they should have went for Stefanski a little bit harder, like that sort of stuff. But yeah, I guess when you come down to it, if you're kind of like sitting there thinking about it, you're like, I guess McCarthy makes sense in where the equation ended up by the time that they made their decision.
Laszlo, he's a face guy, and that's fine. But if I say I'm a foot guy, I get called weird.
Jeff Halfley, by the way.
Oh, we said that 2 minutes ago.
Jeff Halfley. Okay. I'm letting all of us know I'm saying it so we don't forget.
We very much appreciate it.
Jeff Halfley.
David says, do you think fans of Pittsburgh have been bad or Rams fans or Bronco fans? I'm a damn Raiders fan. May God have mercy on my soul. I don't know what that question is. Sure. Maybe.
Yes.
Were you surprised it wasn't McDermott there at Pittsburgh?
I
was a little.
I don't know. I mean, I really think you're talking about, hey, why is McCarthy viewed one way? And we just gave you why. McDermott was the guy who brought up 9/11 and was like, we need to be more like the terrorists.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like that's going to hang over him forever.
He's also a guy that has 70% of the playoff appearances in Buffalo.
It's pretty nuts that they were horrible and for my whole life, basically, outside of the Super Bowl years, which I don't remember. And then he started taking them to the playoffs all the time. Yet he is always, I mean, if we view McCarthy as a putz, like everybody views McDermott as a putz. He's a defense guy and his defense sucked.
It does 100% show that as well. And we've seen this more. It's been very obvious in the transactions made in this coaching cycle as well. Franchises are relying on their quarterbacks and they will always give the quarterbacks the benefit of the doubt more than they will ever give the coaches.
Which I think is fair, right? Like I'd choose Josh Allen over McDermott.
Yeah. And Lamar Jackson over Harbaugh.
Exactly.
And you kind of keep going down the line.
So there you go. That's Steelers. It's just such a wild move.
I hope Halfley.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. As someone who despises the Steelers, I love this hire, and they're going to make the playoffs, and they'll probably have better records than they had in the last years under Tomlin. But I mean, and I think they'll win a playoff game at some point in time. I do not think they're going to Super Bowl, though.
They'll trade for a quarterback.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They should bring back Kenny Pickett.
Kirk Cousins.
All right, when we return, our good friend, Michael Severe, will join us. Variety of topics that
he knows who I am
with him. We'll see about that next
we'll
on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. First thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry.
This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it surprising that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color. I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael Black!
Joins us each and every week at this time, Michael Severe, our dear friend. Michael, my co-host today, Austin Jacobson. Don't know if you've ever met him before. Nice to get you guys connected for the first time.
I'm glad to see you doing the show by yourself again. It's always good whenever you're doing the solo shows. I appreciate that. And so, it's good to talk to you. Josh, good to see you. Good to be seen. How's it going?
Great to see you. I saw you at the Outland Trophy Award. We were there.
I don't know.
Together.
I don't. There's some dude touched me when he went by my chair, and I turned around. I was like, I should probably call the police.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, don't touch people.
I just wanted him to know that I was there. I was passing.
I saw you.
It was a pat. It was a pat.
No, he poked me. It was a poke.
I did not. That was not
a poke.
Not put it on the internet that I poked Michael
He
Severe.
poked me in the back, and I was like,
with what? That was not a poke. It was not a poke.
Yeah.
It was a pat.
I can't believe Andrew poked me.
Me neither.
That's my brother.
Me neither. Well, is it really?
Yeah, I do have a brother, Andrew. Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
Lives in Alaska.
Well, welcome in, Michael. Hey, we were just talking about Mike McCarthy. As a Steelers hater, I think that this hire is hilarious. What do you think of Mike McCarthy going to the Pittsburgh Steelers to be their head coach?
I don't know. He's like the 15th winningest coach in NFL history.
I know, but he always fails in the playoffs.
He's got, but I mean, so does Mike Tomlin. So they're used to that. So, I mean, honestly, they have the same amount of Super Bowls. I don't think there's much of a difference. One guy's a much better offensive guy. The other guy's a much better defensive guy. Depending on who they get with quarterback will determine how good they will be, right? I mean, it's amazing that Mike Tomlin could win with Duck Davis. Didn't matter who it was, right? He could win with anybody. McCarthy requires a much better quarterback to win. I remember the Saints' first postseason win as an organization was actually with the offensive coordinator of this guy's name, with Aaron Brooks at the time.
Yep.
And so, I remember how good that offense was, both with it was Aaron Brooks, and then he took over for, what was his name? Jeff Blake. So Jeff Blake was the quarterback. Jeff Blake got hurt. Jeff Blake got hurt. Multiple people on offense got hurt. They brought in Aaron Brooks, had this great end of the season. They go to the playoffs, and they actually beat the Rams because of a punt fumble.
Didn't Azekine drop?
Which I thought about this weekend when they had the punt fumble again. I was like, it's another Akeem thing going on. But yeah, that was the first playoff win by the Saints. And so, I mean, he wins games. He wins as many games as whoever they were going to get. They could have went out and got like they've gone before and gotten a coordinator or somebody that was defensive minded who was young. Still, the most remarkable thing in sports, in my opinion, is I was born in 1969, June 25th, 1969. They've had 3 coaches since I was born.
Yep.
It's still crazy to think about with places like Cleveland and I don't know, New Orleans or wherever, Arizona, the places that have had so many coaches over the years, and they've had 3. Now they'll have a 4th one with Mike McCarthy, and I think it's a decent hire. You're not hiring him for a long term. He's 61, 62, somewhere in there. So you're not hiring him for a long term. You're hiring him for a couple of years. Come in, get things fixed with a young quarterback, and then maybe he passes it along.
All right. So, Severe, I was just curious your thoughts on the draft then when it comes to the Steelers, because now they have McCarthy.
Yeah.
The Aaron Rodgers part of it all just confuses me. I assume that they're probably either going to have him move on and not bring him back. Is that a Ty Simpson spot, or is it go out and find someone?
Ty Simpson's not a first-round pick. He's not a first-round pick.
But they'll be desperate to get them at the spot that they'll be in, is my assumption.
Well, I don't think so. I think, first of all, Ty Simpson should have gone back to school and taken $5 million from Miami and played there or whoever wanted to offer him $5 million, and tried to build up a resume to where people would go, yes, that guy's a first-rounder. He doesn't have that right now. We've talked about starts before, Josh and I, about how many starts you have to be a competent starter in the NFL, how many starts in college. He just doesn't have that yet. And so he should have gone back. Meantime, I don't think that anybody looks at his tape and says, yeah, that guy is a first rounder. I know quarterbacks get pushed up in the first round because of desire, need, and whoever's missing one wants to take one in the first round. But I think we've learned a little bit better about what it takes to be a good NFL quarterback. And you don't go out and you draft him. You don't go out and do what they did with the Colts drafting Richardson. I think we're learning each year how to get better. If you look at the hit rate on first-round quarterbacks, especially in the top 20 picks, it's actually improved from when we were young, from when I was younger. It's gotten better each generation. I think we've gotten to the point now we understand what it takes and who you need to draft. You looked at it, we've had a couple of classes, like the class with the 5 quarterbacks, right? Finally got a quarterback from that class to get to the Super Bowl in Darnold. But for the most part, outside of one guy, they all had some success. I think you've seen that on a lot of different classes. You saw that with the May class, right? All 3 of those guys have been in the playoffs now. One guy's made it to the Super Bowl. I don't think a guy like Ty Simpson goes in the first round. I just don't think they do it.
Yeah.
So no, I would not do that. I would go out and I would, first of all, I'm going to ask if he wants to come back. If Rodgers wants to come back, I think he had a season that was good enough, right, to get them to the playoffs. With McCarthy, a guy he knows so well, if he wanted to come back, add a wide receiver in the draft. There's a couple of guys that'd be in that spot. Now all of a sudden you have two. Denzel Boston would be a great example of that. You got 2 big physical wide receivers now. You got a good tight end. Your defense is older, but I think they can get by with it. That's what I would do. I would see if he wants to come back first, and then if he doesn't, then you tear it all down to the studs. You say we're not going to be good next year for the first time in forever, and we're going to get better in 2 years is the way we'll have to do it.
Michael Severe joining us as he does each and every Monday at this time. Let's talk about the championship games, Michael. We spent like a whole segment basically earlier talking about the 4th down decisions. One in the first game early on as the Broncos trying to go up 14-0 and really put the foot down against the Patriots. They of course do not get it and they lose that game 10-7. Meanwhile, in the second game last night, the Rams go for it twice on the same drive. They convert the first one. They miss the second one on 4th and 4 from the 6-yard line. They were at the time trailing by 4 points. I thought wrong decision in the Denver game, actually the right decision in the Rams game, where the problem was that the Rams should have gone for 2 on either of their previous couple of touchdowns. What did you think of the decisions in those games?
Let me do the second one. I thought they should have kicked the field goal because with the amount of time that was left, I thought they would get the ball back. And so I would rather have to drive down to get a field goal than drive down to get a touchdown if I failed on the 4th down. So I would have kicked the field goal. I know you're down 1 still, but I had good confidence that with their defense, they were going to get the ball back if they got the ball back with even how much they got back with 35 seconds, they can get in field goal range nowadays. Right. Yeah. And so I would have kicked it then because of that reason. Now the first one, I understand. I think better than most people, Sean Payton. I'm not shocked he went for it. I didn't necessarily like so many times. I like the play call. I don't like sprint out. It's just not something I like. I'm surprised they didn't do something like, for example, in that whole game, the biggest disappointment for me, because first of all, I can't even muster excitement for the Super Bowl. None. I have none. 0. I'm going to watch because I watch Super Bowls, but I don't care about the Super Bowl at all. If Denver would have made it out, I had something to watch for. If the Rams would have made it, I think I would have had something to watch for. For Denver, I am surprised that R.J. Harvey didn't touch the ball more. If you go back and look at what made the Saints great when they were great, and either Darren Sproles or Reggie Bush or Pierre Thomas on a lot of those arrow routes, a lot of those jerk routes, getting the ball to him, it worked early in the first quarter. And in the second quarter, they got 2 of them to him. One was 10 yards. I think one of them was like 11. Then he never came back to it. And the one time he actually had a chance to catch a ball was when the quarterback is going down and he's trying to push it forward with 2 hands and he gets tackled because if he didn't throw it to him right away. I would have done a lot more hitch stuff with him, got him in the open. It's slick out there. It's a better chance that my running back's going to keep his footing than the defense will. So I think that was poor coaching overall by what Peyton was doing. But I'm not shocked he went for it to try to go up 14-0. I think he knew the weather was going to get bad. They're talking about before the game. They said after halftime, we will see some snow coming in. I don't know if they knew it would get that bad, but they knew it was going to get worse. And so I think he thought I get a big lead, 2 touchdown lead. They're not going to be able to come back because of the weather. So that's why he did it. I wish they would hit the field goal now, but you know what's funny? You think they'd have made it? You don't know. Lutz might have missed it. There's a reason why the Saints cut Lutz and they kept their rookie quarterback, kicker, who they've now cut again, who's now kicking for somebody else, right? So he could have missed it too. We could have said settle for it and miss it. So, but I'm not surprised that he went for it and tried to do that with based on what I know about him.
Michael, what are you most impressed about when it comes to the two teams playing for the Super Bowl? Is it Mike Vrabel and the Patriots roster turnover and just getting that roster from, the fourth place all the way to now being the AFC champions, to just the overall talent that Seattle has and the way that they've been able to not only keep the talent there, but then obviously build it around Sam Darnold and have a championship built roster and have all that talent just in one spot?
Well, I'm fascinating how both teams could be so incredibly boring. And present zero reason for me to watch the game. So that I'm amazed by. I'm amazed by that Seattle, because even with the success that Darnold's had, he still takes bad sacks. He still turns the ball over. Didn't this past week, but he has turned the ball over in the past. I am surprised they overcame the amount of turnovers and the amount of bad sacks that he took during the season. And it's because of how good the defense is, which is kind of enjoyable. I love their running back. I like Walker, the way he runs, the physicality. I'm a big fan of backs like that. But in general, I don't like the city of Seattle. I don't like the team Seattle, the Beastquake stuff. I got a lot of animosity about the Saints as an 11-5 team, or 12-4 team, having to go to them when they were 7-9 and play there. So the Seahawks, I don't even want to talk about them. In terms of the Patriots, who could like the Patriots? So we've seen this before, right? We've seen a situation where you have a team, and the Packers were like it for a second, right? All of a sudden, Rodgers is gone, and automatically they get another quarterback, right? Jordan Love is going to be the third guy in a row. For the Patriots to turn around from having a guy like Tom Brady to just a few years later getting a guy like Drake May, who looks like at 23 years old, the next Tom Brady with better athleticism, is kind of disgusting. In general, Patriot fans are some of the worst fans on the planet. Anybody from Boston. Honestly, anybody from Boston's a horrible fan, and usually probably a racist. But I just look at them in general.
Maybe even a worse person.
And worse person than that. Yeah, exactly. So in general, again, no reason to watch this. I've only missed 2 Super Bowls, and both of them happen to involve Arizona, I think. But I was flying one year. Arizona-Pittsburgh, right? That was a Super Bowl.
That was a great Super Bowl.
I was flying. I watched it when I got home. And then the other one was
that's the only one Arizona's made.
So Seattle was the other one. Seattle-Pittsburgh.
Oh, that Super Bowl sucked.
Seattle-Pittsburgh. That's the one where Fast Willie Parker had a long touchdown run, right? So both of those, I was traveling. I was traveling for whatever reason. And
that was one to miss, actually. That was
and went back. And so I feel that way about this one. I wish I was traveling in a way.
You should just travel. Just do it.
I should just travel for no reason. Just go someplace. Yeah. But I'll listen. I'll watch I'll listen to commercials, watch commercials, check out Bad Bunny at halftime. I'm a big Green Day fan, of course. That's not
Classic
true. I
Michael.
I don't even know who they are. Honestly. Anyway, so no excitement at all for this. It's the worst possible matchup it could have been for me based off of the teams that went into the playoffs.
Michael,
Can't think of
somebody
the worst
said,
matchup.
do you remember? So the time that Seattle won the Super Bowl when they played Denver, you and I had a bet because you tweeted. Okay, so the night the Seahawks beat the 49ers, in my opinion, one of the great games that I've ever watched, went down to the wire, hard, physical, and a great play at the end with Richard Sherman tipping the ball, and they picked it up. And so Michael immediately was like, "This Super Bowl sucks." And I don't remember how it came up, but I was like, "Yeah, I think the Seahawks are going to win. They're going to win comfortably." And he was like, "No way." So we did a lunch bet. But at the time, Michael was like, "I don't want to watch this game at all." But it made sense, right? Because you hated Peyton Manning. He's maybe your least favorite athlete of all time. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know. Okay. So he is. And I guess you just really hate Seattle, which is interesting because you would love to live there given how cloudy and gray it is. I figure it
rains more in New Orleans than it rains in Seattle, by the way, just so you know. It rains more in New Orleans than it does in Seattle. Seattle's got this overblown thing of how much precipitation they get. It's not even true. It's a lot of mist. That's all it is.
I had a great time in Seattle a couple of years ago, but you just don't like Super Bowls with the Seahawks in them, apparently.
Apparently not. No, I don't like them. I enjoyed the one against the Patriots because the Patriots beat them, and I hated them less than I hated the Patriots, or more than the Patriots. So it's just nothing. Honestly, you think America wants to watch this? If this is going to be a popular Super Bowl,
it's
America wants to see these matchup.
I don't. Michael, I've gotten to a point, man. I don't like anybody else's happiness anymore in football.
Wow.
I'm just kind of out on other
Oh,
people.
see, I'm the opposite of that. I
want
was
to
so
be
happy for my friends who were Philly fans. I was so happy for them.
are a
I
monster.
would have been extremely happy. See, your hatred for Philly, I get it, but it's a wonderful city. It's a place to go and have a great time. It's a passionate fan base. I've been to multiple games, both football and baseball and basketball. I grew up a Sixers fan, so I don't have a problem with the Eagles, right? I get that. I have a problem with the Falcons. I understand where you're going. And the Chiefs. But I would rather watch the Chiefs play in a Super Bowl because I have such great hatred for them. I'm almost nonplussed about these two teams. That's my problem with it more than anything. I'm like, there's no passion.
That's interesting. You don't even care to root against or for anybody, and so you just go in and you're like, yeah, this sucks.
This truthfully is one of the more neutral observer Super Bowls we've had since a decade ago.
Hey, here's the thing.
Really,
I don't want New England to win another one so soon because that doesn't seem fair. It doesn't. And I know life's not fair. Why should I expect fairness on football? But like that is deeply upsetting.
Yeah.
That they could have the greatest quarterback of all time and then flip it this quickly.
Yeah.
Like that's upsetting. Like that
And
should
even
be allowed.
compared to last year, and even look at last year. I mean, all they had to do was bring in a competent head coach. That's all they had to do. Get some discipline, bring in a competent head coach. Same thing true with Seattle. They lived that nightmare that I think Nebraska is kind of in right now. You know what I mean? Where you don't think that this coach is going to get it done, but you're with them because it's just because of a contract or because they won a Super Bowl or whatever else. You're like with them. And so they made the right decision and they moved on, despite a lot of people going, well, who are you going to get? Where are you going to make this better? And 2 years later, they showed by bringing in a young coach who turned around the quarterback position, who turned around and made it one of the best defenses in all of pro football, and he made it work, So,
say Nebraska should fire Matt Rule?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I think the fan base in general right now is in a position, from based on people I talk to, that they don't have a lot of hope. And but they know it's not going to change. It's like being in a bad marriage. Really, it's like being in a bad marriage, right? So say for example, you're in a bad marriage, right? But you're not going to get out of the marriage because how much money it's going to cost you, right? So it's going to cost Nebraska $70 million to get out of this
divorce,
right? And that's a very costly divorce. At the same time, the friends around you are probably saying to you, dude, you need to get out of this, right? All the fans are going, I wish we could get out of this right now, but they can't. They can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. And I'm not saying it won't work because I have all the hope in the world that during my lifetime, they actually get this thing turned around again. Because I do feel a little bit of blame because I arrived here in 2002. Ooh. So I feel a little blame for this.
Fair.
At least according to Tom Osborne, who said, oh, you're the reason. But anyway, so I would like to see them get turned around. But I know talking to fans and talking to people, they're like, well, we're a basketball school now anyway, so what does it matter?
Yeah.
They're so disappointed with what they're in right now. And I feel bad for them. I've been that way before with the NFL teams. There was a good stretch where the Saints, I just knew they were going to be bad. They were going to be horrible. I knew that. But what was I going to do? Yep.
Yeah, stop
and then
watching.
Mike Ditka came.
Wow.
Really
that
ruined
made
the
it
franchise.
really good.
That was huge.
And then really ruined the franchise.
Good for you.
That was a great magazine cover. Him and
it was a great magazine cover and one of the stupidest trades of all time.
but it was a
Just
great magazine
dumb
cover.
trade. But you know what? In the end, when Ricky Williams was traded to the Dolphins, the Saints got a first-round pick for Ricky Williams.
Wow.
Which ended up becoming, I believe, Deuce McAllister, who then went on to become, I think, the leading rusher in Saints history. And, when Reggie Bush came along, I mean, it got better after Ditka, but the Ditka stuff hurt.
It's so funny, Michael, that you mentioned 02. There are multiple Cowboys writers that I follow. One of them arrived in 96 and the other arrived in 98. And so it's like, whoa, you just screwed everything up. One of the writers is a radio guy, Bob Sturm. And it's like, dang, man, you got there in 98 and they've gone to hell ever since then. You imagine you move to that market. You're like, first of all, probably a huge pay raise. You're covering, a massively popular franchise. And in the 90s, you're thinking, I'm going to get to go cover them in Super Bowls. This is going to be awesome. And then you never get to see that. And it's pretty terrible.
Mm-hmm. But for the radio guy, and you know this, for the radio guy, I bet you he bonused every damn book.
Yep.
Because bad bonuses, baby. Bad bonuses, good. Well, I'm glad they're good. I don't need to tune in to find out why things are going wrong because they're good.
Are you
So-
saying that radio makes money off of negativity, Michael? That Matt Rule's tweet was about us in the summertime? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
I will say that I didn't make this line up, but with bleeds leads, right? Yeah, bad news in general draws more eyeballs to the radio and the internet. Now, I will tell you
Not
that
right. Isn't that interesting with print, though? It's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Newspapers sell better when the team is very good. People are collecting the newspaper for the front page, and it's a different situation. But when teams are losing and they're struggling, all of the media around it covering it actually do better.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your early lean on the Super Bowl?
Not watching it. I told you my lean.
Beyond that,
like
but
not
you
watching it.
break it down.
I haven't looked. I literally didn't. This is the first sports talk of any type that I've listened to today, because I was so disgusted about what happened yesterday that I didn't want to hear anything. So I didn't even. I normally listen to Schaefer and Connor in the morning. I listen to the Locked On podcast with Connor, and I listen to nothing, bro.
You're even out of
nothing. I've listened
because of the Super Bowl.
I listen to nothing. Actually, I have other podcasts that I listen to as well. I have some political ones I listen to, and I have some comic book podcasts and stuff like that. And I listen to my other stuff. I did not listen to anything involving sports. I know the initial line was going to be like 3.5. Where is it actually?
4.5 was the last one I saw.
Yep.
It's 4.5. So I would say that the NFC team should be favored. The NFC team is more complete. Although then at the same time, eventual the Darnold pumpkin might happen. So that puts you in a situation. If I was going to take it, I probably would take the Patriots in the 4.5 right now, like without looking at it or really thinking about it. Besides the think of the hate that I have for the game. Other than that, I probably would take that. That'd be the main thing. Yeah.
That's sad. You know what?
Are you excited about this?
No, not really. I mean,
I haven't met anybody yet. I had a meeting this morning, and we were at a local coffee place, and there was conversation happening around us, and you start talking about stuff like that, people always get involved, and no one, like, unless you've got relatives on the two teams or they're your teams, are excited about it. It's not. And maybe the 2 weeks leading up to it, they'll build some sort of momentum and more storylines. Like I do love the storyline of Alonzo Highsmith. Did you read that story?
Mm-mm.
As a younger person, I loved Alonzo Highsmith. Coming out of high school, I loved him when he was at Houston as a super back. That's back long time ago. They had this thing called the run and shoot offense.
Oh,
and
interesting.
the run and shoot offense had a super back, which was a single back who usually was big enough to be able to pass pro, but also catch the ball at the backfield and run. And Alonzo Highsmith, perfect example of the greatest super back of all time. Anyway, Miami played at Houston in the NFL. His wife apparently passed away in September. And obviously, devastated. But he's talked about how this run that they've made has kind of like rejuvenated him in a way, and made him feel a little bit better about himself. I read that story today. I thought it was, a great story. So maybe I'll side with that.
Yeah, I'm happy the Eagles aren't there. And so, that's the thing I'm holding on to. But
the main thing is the Eagles aren't there.
That's what I care about the most.
That would have been more interesting, though, wouldn't it?
No, I'd be miserable.
Yeah, that'd be more interesting. It'd be more interesting for your wife.
No, now they're gone. We got their passing game coordinator as our defensive coordinator. I think he's going to be really good.
Wow.
From what I've read about him. Plus, they wanted Clayton Adams, the Cowboys OC, and the Cowboys were like, no, you can't have him.
Wow.
I like that. Maybe things are turning on the up and up. Maybe
Do you have two of the best young cornerbacks in all of football? Do you have a great safety on your team?
Yeah, I think
so that's why they were good. I mean, their secondary is dynamic.
I think so. What I've heard from my Dallas Cowboys sources, of which I have very many of them, Michael, is the Cowboys are going to trade Kenneth Murray for Cooper
the
DeJean
linebacker
and Quinyon Mitchell. That's what it sounds like is going down. Kenneth Murray for DeJean and Mitchell, and everything is going to be.
Yeah,
great.
that's not. Nobody's making that trade. Not even in fantasy football where you get no points. No, that's not making the.
Devontae Smith, I hear, might be coming over as well.
Yeah, none of that's happening.
It's going to be quite the trade. I'm really.
You guys
excited.
need two more solid drafts. You had a solid draft last year.
Wow.
You need two more solid drafts.
That's depressing.
It is.
That's
it's horrible.
I mean, it's true. The Saints need the same thing. Like if you look at the Saints of the season and where they're missing, they need a solid draft. They got a ton of picks this year. They need a solid draft this year. That could get them maybe to the cusp of the playoffs. If they want to go past that, they need another solid draft.
You were just on the cusp of the playoffs this year. You're so close.
Cusp? They won 6 games, Jim.
I
What are you
think
talking
if,
about?
I think if the Cowboys could have an average defense, they will be a playoff team. But to win multiple rounds, you're probably right. They're probably a couple drafts away.
Yeah, get into the playoffs, and once you get in, I mean, obviously,
who knows?
You look at what happened with Denver, right? You lose your starting quarterback, and then it's wide open for anybody else. I think if Bo Nix is healthy in that game, Bo Nix has a bunch of rushing yards in that game, and they probably end up winning it. It's that simple, but it doesn't work out that way. I will say that what you guys were talking about earlier, I do love the theory that you need to lose right when you're undefeated.
I thought you said sports talk today. Interesting.
Well, I was in the car listening to see what you guys were on.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know. I thought to see what that guy was. And anyway, I heard that. I always had a theory.
Yeah.
If the Patriots lose that game to the Giants at the end of the season,
week 17, yeah,
they win the Super Bowl.
I agree.
I've always felt that way. When they were, I remember I was
the Monday night game to the Ravens that year.
And remember that game too.
Well, the Giants won specifically because they were because they played them in the Super Bowl.
But remember that was also the game that they needed to get the 50th touchdown pass for Brady, the 23rd touchdown reception for Moss.
It set a ton of records.
Yeah, it had everything, the perfect regular season.
You don't need
it
that.
had all of that stuff there.
Yeah, you want to win a Super Bowl. None of that matters now.
Yeah.
I was in the kids' room. I remember sitting in the lounger in that room watching that game, thinking to myself, lose this game. No, it doesn't matter at all. Lose this game. Now, once they won that game, I was actually hoping they would go undefeated. I like this kind of story.
Yeah, I like so.
But yeah, you lose that game, and I think it makes all the difference in the world.
And then they had trouble with torn ACL Phillip Rivers, didn't they?
Right, the AFC Championship game was a little closer than it should have been.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, I think they were really exhausted mentally.
They were so tired.
I think they were mentally exhausted. It's like the 2012 Nebraska team that played Wisconsin in the Big Ten title game.
Mm-hmm.
Mentally, they weren't there anymore, and then physically they were exhausted.
We would agree that like Nebraska is not at that point yet because it's still January and like I don't know. I guess the comparison, Michael, would be if they were running on fumes in early March, would it be good? But like at this moment in time, I think it's ridiculous to say like I hope.
I mean, you do got some banged up people. If you notice, you've seen Rink Mass get a little bit more extra rest in a couple of games, which is good. A little management for him. Obviously, with Frager being down, the guy that I worry about is with all of this play and all the physicality inside. I worry about Hoiberg getting banged up. Because he's always down there going to rebound, and he has to do it more now with Frager out. And I worry about him getting banged up. I know he's built like a little fire plug, but at the same time, I worry about him a little bit.
Well, on that whole team, he probably is the only guy you could say probably doesn't have a true backup, right? Like he like his role is somewhat unique that it's like he's the scrappy, he's the everything kind of guy, and when he goes out, then they kind of change what their philosophy is too. So that makes
Lawrence kind of playing both those spots.
Yeah,
he goes out. Lawrence is playing it by himself. I look at them and I say, if they could just go 2-2 over this, because I think the number one thing that you're working for, obviously, is to win a tournament game. Duh.
Yes.
But how cool would it be to win the Big Ten? It'd be
Very.
cool, right?
Be the most impressive thing they've ever done.
If they go 1-2 in this, they got a chance. They'll still have a chance. Now, they'll lose a tiebreaker to Michigan. Michigan already has that loss, so they lose a tiebreaker to Michigan. Michigan have to lose again, but you put yourself in a pretty good spot to still win the Big Ten because you have tiebreakers over some of the other teams, right? So, I would like to see that. I would like to see them have the chance at the end of the season, last couple games, have a chance to win the Big Ten. That would be crazy.
Yes. Would be a lot of fun. A lot more interesting to Michael, certainly, than the Super Bowl, which is coming up in 13 days.
Yeah, much more interesting. I mean, what's not more interesting? I'm going to go heat up some lasagna that I made yesterday. That'll be more interesting than the Super Bowl.
Maybe that's
some leftover
next
gravy.
Monday, Michael. We'll do a little preview, and then you can name things more interesting than the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And see how many things you can come up with.
It would be pretty easy because you could go with either. You ever heard of the every and the any? Everything and anything? All of those. All more interesting than the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Maybe the answer then is things not more interesting than the Super Bowl. Maybe that would be the tougher list.
I was offense.
Wow.
I
was going darker. I was thinking like a funeral of your wife's friends or something like that.
Holy
You're like,
crap! Jeez.
Well,
that's
I'll
not
tell
a-
you, that makes a good wake though. Makes a pretty good wake. It might not make a great funeral, but it makes a pretty good wake.
Hey, you know what? You got to look at the bright side of life.
Yeah,
Michael.
you got to look at it. Have some fun. I mean, there'll be good food there. You have some conversation.
You
know,
go.
maybe you didn't like the person anyway.
Nice.
One of my favorite memes is the dude in the suit that's standing there outside the funeral, And he goes, I went to the funeral of my biggest hater just to make sure he was dead.
Michael Severe. It's a Michael Severe Monday. Michael, as always, we appreciate your time running the Jet Award and coming onto our show each and every Monday.
No problem. Bobby, have a good one. And see you later, Josh.
All right. Bye,
All right.
Michael. That is
Bye-bye.
Michael Severe joining us here on 1620 The Zone. All right. When we return, we have some content to get to. Nick will ask us some questions. Nick, you don't have content yet because you haven't finished typing it up, but I think looking over at you right now, it looks like you're getting really close to finishing up. I can see Nick's fingers working right now, and he's done. All right, perfect. So we'll get some content. Coming up in content today, Nebraska basketball. No, it's not a question about if they need to lose or not.
Should they lose?
Let's see. We'll talk about, well, we can maybe delete that question because I guess we just kind of hit on it with Michael. Golf is going to show up. For some reason, Nick wants to talk about golf.
Golf?
Yeah.
Oh.
Weird. All those things and more when we return.
What about the name of the head coach for the Miami Dolphins?
Nick, who is that guy?
His name is Jeff Halfley.
Nick nailed it, and not because he had it written down on a piece of paper in front
Frantically
of him.
looking at my hand.
Yeah. All right. So
Jeff Halfley.
all that and more when we return here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson for Underdog Fantasy. The big game. The last game is but 13 days away. And right now, with it right around the corner, you can get in on all the action with Underdog, and you can do so right now in the state of Nebraska. Are you not on Underdog yet? That's a bummer. But right now, new customers can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. So download the app, go to the website, put in our promo code 1620 The Zone, and then take a look at all of the offerings for the final game of the season coming up in Santa Clara in a couple of Sundays, higher or lower on a variety of stats. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 229.5 passing yards. Drake May's number, 225.5 passing yards. We were talking about JSN a little bit earlier, 93.5 receiving yards. Maybe you're like Mike Schaefer and you really like Stephon Diggs, 43.5 receiving yards. All those and more available right now. Again, just download the app, use our promo code 1620 The Zone. You can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. The promo code again is 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Oh, baby. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We're getting near the end of the show, which means it's time for Nick to finally say a few words. He's been a quiet boy today.
Jeff Halfley.
Jeff Halfley. He said Jeff Halfley more than anything he has ever said.
Respectfully.
That's
Nick,
the new coach of the Miami Dolphins.
you nailed it.
Jeff
All right,
Halfley.
Nick, let's ask some questions, shall we?
Earlier today, Fred Hoiberg said Braden Frager has made great progress with his ankle. It's still TBD if he'll travel to Ann Arbor. Is he playing tomorrow?
No.
Yeah,
I think if he was playing, they would have definitively said he is traveling to Ann Arbor, and it would have been then we'll find out what's going on.
Yeah. I'm almost in the space too that maybe he's got
Twitter Spaces.
Well, maybe he's got some minutes, but just not his usual role. But I think that they may lean closer to just saying, "Hey, the length of the season is more important than this one game on the road."
Yeah, I think they're going to hold him out. I think he's going to play limited minutes against Illinois, and then he'll be back and ready to go for Rutgers after that.
Would you be surprised if he is fully suited up but does not play
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't think he's going to travel.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
He didn't travel to Minnesota, so yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to stay home again and then be ready to go for Illinois and beyond.
Okay.
After 7 short years away from this moment, the New England Patriots are back in the Super Bowl once again. How triggered should all of us be by this?
We're all Patriots, aren't we?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No? You didn't
Gross.
like that? Nobody
What's
like
wrong
that?
with you?
Nobody like that?
Why
No?
would you
disgusting.
say that?
My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Austin, you might be the worst person I've ever met.
What?
We've met some pretty bad people.
That's horrifying. Wow. I feel terrible.
Nick knows Mr. H. Over.
You read Mr. H.
No, I haven't. I've read about Mr. H.
Hmm.
I don't read him.
Well, it's because
Anyway,
that,
Austin.
the book's
That Mr. H.
Yeah.
See,
Who did you
my
think
bad.
we were talking about?
Mr.
Harvard?
Halfley?
No, I thought we were talking,
The head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
I thought we were talking Triple H from like WWE. My bad.
No, we would call him Triple H. You
No.
silly boy.
I think this is the hardest part about everything, like Michael was saying too. This is a weird feeling for the Super Bowl because the Seahawks have been an absolute wagon this year, especially late. We talked about that earlier in the show too. But this is such a different version of the Patriots, like dynasty, like the extended part of the dynasty, I suppose, that it leaves you in an awkward spot of like, well, I don't want to root for the team that always wins, but also Seattle's like clearly the better team, but yet New England's the underdog. It doesn't add up the same way.
Yeah, I am obviously not. This is terrible. This is horrifying. This is garbage. Like, I'm trying to remember, we've seen teams win and then win again with like a different cast of characters, right?
Yes.
Like the Eagles last year, Jalen Hurts was their starting quarterback. The previous time that they had won, which was 6 years earlier, it was Nick Foles, and obviously Carson Wentz was the starter for the majority of that season. But that's normal type stuff. Like Washington won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks in the Joe Gibbs era. This is something else entirely, where they are in the modern era, the greatest dynasty that we have seen in professional team sports. Like, I know the Celtics won 11 titles in 13 years, but it was like there was like 5 teams that played basketball back then. This was way different. And so for them to get back to this spot so fast, no. I don't even really like Seattle, but I am absolutely rooting for the Seahawks.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Go Seahawks.
Yeah, because we're actual Americans and don't like the Patriots.
Well, Seahawks aren't real birds. So.
Oh, yeah. John will be calling them sea chickens a lot over the next couple of weeks.
There's no Seahawk. It's just not a real bird.
You saying hawks don't fly over the sea? Interesting.
They don't.
Really? Are they afraid of it?
No, because hawks are land birds.
I saw a hawk this weekend.
Austin only likes Patriots and those who call themselves Patriots.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Fascinating.
I almost made a joke there. I don't think I will.
Probably for the best, Austin.
I'll see it later.
Let's discuss the 4th downs in Denver and Seattle one more time. Should the Broncos have kicked the field goal, or did they make the right move in going for it? And what about the Rams when they made the same decision down 4 points late?
Now, Nick, so we talked about this earlier, and then we actually just talked about with Michael, and we kind of gave our theories again, and he opined. I kind of want to know what Nick thinks. Nick, what do you think about those fourth down?
So I didn't get a chance to watch the Seahawks, the NFC, but I watched the AFC game.
Okay, what did you think about that?
When the Broncos went for it, I was shocked. Honestly, I would have just gone for the points.
You would have kicked the field goal.
I would have kicked the field goal. I think they could have made it.
So the time and place for the Rams, they were down by 4. There was 4 minutes left. So a field goal would have made it a 1-point game. What do you think they should have done?
I think they should have gone for that too.
They did.
Sure. Take the points.
Yep.
Good takes by Nick.
Yeah.
People call him a moron.
What?
An idiot.
What?
An imbecile.
Who's saying these?
Stupid.
What?
Ugly.
Dope.
That's what people say. I can't believe it. I wouldn't say those things about Nick.
Not at all. 2 teams, famously, were eliminated from the playoffs yesterday. That's what happens when you lose a game in the playoffs.
What?
4 teams played.
Should the Rams have lost a game?
If you had to pick which one is making it back this far next year and which is missing the playoffs,
good question.
of the 2 that are no longer playing because they were eliminated yesterday.
Great question. Nick, by the way, like if you watch the TV in like 3 minutes, we're going to get to that 4th down. We were just talking about
it. That's awesome.
Great timing, me.
So the natural inclination is to actually lean towards the younger team, and you'd say, okay, probably the Broncos. I actually think I might go the Rams because
Tell me more.
I really like Matthew Stafford, and I think he's got another run in him. I thought it was going to be this year. I thought that they were just going to kind of
you think he's going to run it back?
I think so.
With his old man back?
I don't know. As long as Stafford's there, dude, he is vastly underrated in the terms of NFL historical context. People will forget Matthew Stafford, but he is so good. If I have to believe one of these teams has a better chance of making it back to the spot in which they were just, I would go the Rams. And if you said one of these teams doesn't make the postseason next year, I'd say the Broncos.
The Broncos. By the way, J-Man says Posh Jeterson text being read over the air about Nick. No, I would never say those things about Nick.
Those aren't your words to share.
Yeah. Also, I would never call another man ugly. That'd be mean. Maybe some of the other stuff though. So I think I disagree with you. So here's why. First of all,
he thinks you're an idiot.
Wow.
No,
dumb,
not that.
Idiot.
He thinks you're ugly.
Moron.
I'm engaged.
Me too.
On TikTok too much. So two things.
I'm a Reels guy.
My bad. Oh, I love Instagram Reels. My group chat, my friends and I just send them. Dude, our algorithm, wild.
There
Anyway,
are some bad ones.
Let's get back to football,
Come
shall
on.
we? So I'll give it 2 reasons. One is the obvious, and that is, are we sure that Matthew Stafford, if he returns, is able to play at this high of a level for another year? He's older than me. You know, he's an old man.
That's old.
Next year he's gonna be 38, or was he already 38? Is he gonna be 39? Like, gosh, isn't that weird? It's so weird that like a guy my age is considered ancient. I don't like it very much. But he's old. He also had all the back issues coming into the year, and like we were legitimately worried about it. The fact that they made it this far and he missed like no time and he had 4,000 yards, 40 something touchdown passes. He was awesome. Here's the other thing though. This was like a push it all in kind of year for the Rams, and to go down in this game with the muffed punt and the missed 4th down at the end, like every year there is a team that loses in horrifying fashion, and I think that there is a hangover. I think that they would be more apt to deal with the hangover than the Broncos. The Broncos, it sucks. It's frustrating, but they didn't have their starting quarterback.
Yeah, it was a little out of their control.
This was much more in their control, and they lost. So I just wonder if it might be too much to overcome for the Los Angeles Rams.
Austin.
Yeah.
Your guy, John Harbaugh. Remember him?
Yeah, I like him.
He's going to the New York to coach the Giants. Well, New Jersey to coach the Giants.
New York.
Do you like this?
Do I like the Harbaugh to the Giants?
Yes.
I wish he would have waited a week because I think he would have been great for the Buffalo Bills. But nonetheless, he decided to go big blue. And I actually don't, because of the reason why he chose to be hired. And he ordered the fish at a steakhouse. Did you hear this story?
No.
Yeah, so the
hell?
Giants brass had planned everything out. They were going to bring him in and everything. They obviously reserved some hoity-toity restaurant in New York.
Shout out.
They take him in, and he gets to pick what the group eats. And so some people there's a choice between like ribeye steak, like this delicious chicken, all this stuff. And he picks the fish dish. Giants should have known better right there. That's not a leader of men anymore. The game has passed him by.
You wish.
Yes.
So I've always thought, like you'll see the steak places and it's like known for steaks and chops. And I've always thought, man, I bet those pork chops are really good. But also, why would I order pork chops at a steak?
Also, I've said this a million times. I'm never going out to a restaurant to order chicken. I can make it home.
It makes you wonder about the quality of the steak too. If it's known for steaks and chops, it's like, why isn't the steak at a steakhouse?
That's a good point. Good point. Yeah.
If it was the chop house.
So in short, Harbaugh, failure because of fish.
Yeah, not a bad take. We talked about him, honestly, a little bit earlier with the Mike McCarthy, Sean Payton stuff. Look, I think that their floor will be raised by a lot. I think that they will be a much better team, and I think that they do have young pieces, which I'm not happy about. I think that the Giants are going to start beating the Cowboys a bit more regularly than they have the last decade since Dak Prescott arrived in Dallas, of which I'm not a fan of. On the other hand, I'd be surprised if he was able to win a Super Bowl. He had a 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson, and he did not win a Super Bowl. So I don't know why he would win a Super Bowl with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I also think, and I think I said this the last time I had been on too, people are going to forget how much Brian Daboll did for Jackson Dart. I think that is kind of an underlying factor in this.
Daboll is a good offensive mind. I also would hate for him to be my head coach because I think he loses it way too much on the sidelines. Remember that one time he walked into the blue tent?
He's always very red too. He might be like the reddest coach.
Poll question.
Yeah.
Wow. Guys, the new PGA season is here, and
Thank
Scotty
God.
Scheffler started out with another victory. His 20th career PGA Tour victory, in fact. How many majors do we think he takes home this year?
I'm going to say that he has like the greatest season since Tiger was in his prime, and he wins 3.
Wow.
Yeah, a 3 major year for Scotty Scheff.
You know, just because of that, and because I'd love to come back to this bit when inevitably I'm back here in like, who knows, November, December or something.
Perfect, yeah.
What if I say he goes on a dry run and everyone goes, oh no, is something wrong with Scotty Scheffler? And he doesn't win a major this year.
Oh, this is fun.
Mm-hmm.
So no majors.
None.
Nick,
he gets put in prison.
What will you?
Jeez.
He did get arrested that one time. That cop was like, my pants, my $80 Lululemon pants.
We need to bring that back. That was a great
What,
like
ripping
24.
pants?
No, that was a great 24-hour.
It was
like,
a lot
time
of fun.
frame.
We made fun of that cop a lot.
How many majors are there again?
4.
4? I bet he does 2 out of 4.
All right, cool. So we all had different answers.
The Big Ten schedules for 2026 are out tomorrow. Of course, we're talking about Joey's schedules?
Yeah, Joey did put out a schedule, didn't he? I never had a chance to read it yet, though.
Anyway, do you guys have any predictions? Will the Skurs have a Friday night game?
That's the thing, right, that we're all wondering about?
Yeah, probably the Friday night. And then obviously, when does the Oregon game lay down? And, you know, my thoughts on this, that it's going to be everything else about Newland and Nebraska, but it's not about that at all. I'm going to go out on a bold prediction.
Ooh.
I think they might put Nebraska, Indiana on a Friday night.
That is kind of bold. That is a game in Bloomington?
I think it's a Bloomington game.
Wow, that would be wild. There's a part of me
But it
that
kind of makes
thinks,
sense, right? Like you would get 2 big brands.
man, that would be a massive coup for whoever would broadcast it. It would probably be Fox.
Yeah.
Because you'd have the defending champs and, yeah, big audience for Nebraska. That's not bad. I mean, I feel like it's going to just be like the usual, you know, slop of a Friday, you know, whatever.
Well,
Illinois
and see,
or
that's
something
the
like that.
that's a big case though. Is that anytime you put Nebraska on those Friday nights, you know the audience is always going to be in.
It will definitely be there. It will definitely be there, and we'll be watching, and then someone will do bigger overreaction after the game on a Friday with Popeyes in their belly, which is going to be great. By the way, I had Popeyes this weekend. Delicious.
Nice.
Very, very good. A text coming in.
Hello.
From the 402. Guys, I ordered butterfly chops at a nice steak place in Big Sky, Montana, and they were fantastic.
Then why don't they call it a chop place?
Now, do they?
Well, you can't call places a chop house.
You know, yeah, there is a place called 801 Chop House downtown.
That's fair.
I've been there. I've only had steaks. Now, butterfly chops, is that because they have to cook them? You know, like if you butterfly a steak, it's because you're a monster and you're getting it, you know, overdone or whatever. What do they call that, Nick?
Well done?
Well done. Yeah, that's what they do. If you get a filet, they have to butterfly it to overcook it for you.
Oh my God. You have to take effort to make a steak worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Somebody like it that way. They probably ordered ketchup too.
Oh,
I'm glad I didn't know that.
What?
Interesting that you knew that.
Yeah, because I've been at a table with someone who did it.
That's
Was
insane.
it you, Josh?
No, I would never do that.
Did you call that guy ugly?
It was a woman, first of all.
Oh, did
and
you call her
I
ugly?
can't believe you
never
called that
call her
woman ugly.
Here's a take. I think the next time I order steak, I might order it rare. I'm getting really close.
You haven't been ordering it rare?
I've been
I'm a medium
dipping.
rare guy.
I've been dipping my toes into rare steak lately.
Are you rare? You get a rare steak?
I'm like strictly rare, medium rare plus. If I don't think that
See, that's the thing. Next time I go to a nice steakhouse, I'm gonna finally pull the trigger on medium rare plus.
Yeah,
because that's in between medium rare and rare, isn't it not?
Yep. And it's not. There's no sense of purple in that either. Whereas like sometimes rare, you're gonna have just like maybe it like just touching it. So yeah, you gotta But I mean, I grew up like on ranches and stuff. So like this is just what we do. So.
Yeah, because I remember I went. It was close to a decade now. I went out to a buddy's house out by Kearney.
Wow, Western Nebraska.
What's the place? So there's Elk Creek. He lives in Elm Creek.
Elm Creek.
And so I went to Elm Creek.
A lot of
You go to
creeks out
Paradise
there.
City?
What's that?
That's the strip club at the gas station.
No, we did go to
Gas station strip club.
Dude, they have a great breakfast buffet. Place is closed now, but
Nice.
it
We
was
did go
great.
to a hole in the wall bar that had like 3 seats in it. Anyway, he cooked a steak.
I know the name. I'm not going to say it out loud because
Really?
it's a little derogatory.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's the same place. And so anyway, he cooked a steak and he pulled him off a little too early and he was like, "Is that okay?" And I was like, "That's fine." And that was the night that I was like, I think I might be getting closer to rare now.
Did it moo at you?
Pretty much. I cut into it and it was like, "Hey, leave me alone."
Yep.
I was like, "You
Like,
settle down."
why is this cow talking?
Proof Hearted says, "I like my steak rare enough that a quality veterinarian could still save it."
It's a great
Sad
bit.
Oscar fan says, "Medium rare is best except skirt steak. You want medium."
Yeah.
The thing that this is such a wild take. This is a little out of pocket, and this is getting ready for what's for dinner. So we're doing 2 food segments, which is probably triggering a couple people.
Wow.
This is impossible, and I understand what I'm about to say is not allowed. Just hear me out. I wish that I could have the texture of rare with the actual temperature of medium. I just wish it was.
Oh, for the food safety?
I wish for the I like
mouthfeel?
it. The mouthfeel. I just wish it was hotter in my mouth. Like you go to a steakhouse, right?
Okay,
You're eating a
okay,
steak.
yeah.
and
You want
take
warm meat in your mouth.
You take it. Yes, Nick, please.
Bang.
Juicy, warm meat. You take a bite of a steak, and then you have the bite of mashed potatoes, and you're like, "Whoa, those are way hotter." I just wish the steak could match the heat level.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see where you're coming
Does that
from.
make sense?
Yes.
Is that an insane opinion?
No.
that-
Am
I
I
get
a
that. That's
psychopath?
No.
Okay, good.
If you ever want a very fun rare bit that you can do when you go out to eat,
Medium rare bit.
if you do like order the chicken of some sort, always ask for it rare and just see the reaction. It's so funny.
Well, it's like that time we were at that burger place in Vegas, and they asked me. I ordered a burger. Then they asked me how I wanted it.
Oh yeah, Nick was really baffled by this question.
I've
most
never
most
been
of the time
asked
the
that.
answer is people either do medium or medium well on their
Yeah.
burgers,
You should
right?
always do medium well on your burger.
100%.
Always
But
do medium well.
I'm so conditioned when
What do
I
you mean?
get asked that question. I
That's-
said
that's very dangerous.
Oh.
when I was asked that question, I'm so conditioned to say medium rare that I just said medium rare because I just froze because it's a burger. Why would you ask?
Sonny with a great question. Can anyone tell me why chocolate milk never tastes as cold as white milk? I had this
Wow.
thought in my head today. I had a glass of chocolate milk and I was like, this isn't as cold as I was
Well,
expecting.
it's because
it
it's
to
more
be.
refreshing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it has to be, right?
I don't know. By the way, before we go to break and we get to what's for dinner, so we've been lamenting the Super Bowl, especially Michael. Man, he is pissed.
Yeah, he was very
I
upset.
didn't realize how out on the Super Bowl he was. So I saw his
We
tweet.
should plan a travel. Like if you don't want to watch it, just do something. No one's going to be on the road. It's the one time that you could be out, and travel is the easiest.
That's true. So I saw this tweet from a guy named Sam Block,
Hi,
who
Sam.
looks like, judging his bio, he probably works behind the scenes with ESPN.
Is
in
he a
his
cube?
bio, he is what?
Is he a cube?
Cube.
Sorry.
His bio, by the way, includes one of my least favorite sentences in all of the English language. All thoughts are my own. Nobody cares. People, no offense if you have that in your bio. And no offense if you do too, Nick.
I'm anti retweets or not endorsements.
Oh my god,
I hate that.
all that stuff. It annoys me to no end.
I have never.
Nobody
once,
cares.
I've never once looked at a retweet and been like,
endorsement. Nick, do you do this? I apologize if I just made fun of you.
No, I do it, but I felt like it's always more of like a safety thing.
This is, you know what it is? And maybe I'm going to bully Nick into changing it. It's like that Facebook, like, my photos are not allowed to be used. Here's 800 words that I'm copying and pasting. Nobody cares that the thoughts are your own. Again, anyway.
It's beautiful.
So I saw this tweet from the Sam Block guy, right? AFC champions by season. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to be really annoyed? 2016 Patriots, 2017 Patriots, 2018 Patriots, 2019 Chiefs, 2020 Chiefs, 2021 Bengals, 2022 Chiefs, 2023 Chiefs, 2024 Chiefs, 2025 Patriots. We've had 3 AFC champs in the last decade, and it's really 2 because somehow the Bengals were the aberration. And by the way, if Denver would have won yesterday, then you could have just scrolled back a few years further and said 2020 or 2013 Broncos, 2014 Patriots, 2015 Broncos, and then gotten back to this list. That's insane.
That is
so
insane.
sorry for you.
God, again, Eagles aren't here. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
You're going to be fine.
Don't put it on the internet. This retweet is not an endorsement. I'll be watching the Super Bowl, but I'm not
Opinions
endorsing
are my
it.
own.
J-Man says, not your photos to use. Exactly. Coach Ben says, I'm glad I can tune in for a bit. Very excited to hear what Josh is having for dinner. By the way, speaking of retweets, this one was an endorsement. Ben sadly lost his house in a fire yesterday,
God.
Very
which is
sad.
terrible.
Yeah.
I retweeted it yesterday. I'll go find it again to do so.
We do endorse the support for
Yes.
Ben.
Yeah. And so please do go, if you have the funds that you can help out with, please donate to him and his family. 3 children, him and his wife, Hannah. Terrible news. Obviously, you never want to lose a home. That, I mean, of all the things that can happen, that sounds like one of the most horrifying things, to lose a home. You know, you think about it from the obvious perspectives of where do I sleep now? Where will I go? And then the memories and losing those types of things. a tragic accident. So, Ben, we're thinking about you, and we hope that we can help you out. All right. Well, Ben is excited to find out what's for dinner. We will give him the news when we return. What is for dinner? Find out next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Patrick writes on the YouTube channel.
Hey, Pat.
Been waiting 11 hours and 50 minutes for the best segment of the day.
Woo! Hell yeah.
LFG. We appreciate everybody who's tuning in. Our audience always is spiking right at this time because they're wanting to know what's for dinner.
To the moon.
I got a great text. This is going to trigger Nick to no end, and I cannot wait to read it.
Is Nick anti-dinner?
No, he's going to be anti this, though. Buffalo chicken crunch wraps.
Whoa.
Plus fries for dinner.
Why would that trigger me?
Because it's gentrified, and you always get pissed about that when we do it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, interesting. Because, yeah, Riss did point out that this
Chicken Bacon Ranch is a little more gentrified than buffalo chicken.
Whoa, that's crazy. Those are the same thing. One's spicy, though.
Yeah, one has ranch, one has buffalo.
That's insane.
I'm
That's a
pumped.
crazy
That and some
take.
fries. I'm very excited for it. That's what we are having for dinner.
Okay, very nice. I'm going to bake some chicken. We're going to keep it air fryer safe and chop up some romaine, keep it high in the fiber, do our thing.
Nice.
Don't want that E. coli.
No, do not need that. And I will not be having my
Jinx.
chicken medium rare for those asking.
Rare. Rare plus.
Should I have it rare plus?
Ask for it. See
Okay,
what they say.
I'll see.
That's a great idea.
I'll ask Dr.
Hey,
Fiance.
can I get that fried chicken medium rare, please? I should do that.
We're going to go watch Bone Temple tonight, then we're going to get dinner right before.
Watched
Are
it a
you,
week
are
ago.
you going to get dinner at the movie theater?
Yep.
There you go.
Nacho cheese on hot dog?
Now, are you eating in the theater or like
It's
at
a
the
theater
bar?
with a restaurant.
Oh,
So you're eating at the restaurant.
clutch move. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
because I was going to ask, because I've been to Alamo many times, and you get like an actual meal, and it's always like, I don't know, just something sitting forward and eating while watching a movie is just odd. Like I love popcorn.
Yeah, I do like popcorn. I like the idea. I like this drinks and stuff that they bring out, but when I am trying to eat like a hamburger, I feel very out of place.
It feels
Your
dark.
medium hamburger.
My medium hamburger.
I don't like eating big food like a burger or pizza or something in the dark. Like you have the light of the movie screen or whatever, but it feels so awkward.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what's for dinner. By the way, we were talking about the schedule next year. Michael points out Indiana comes to Lincoln in 2026.
Oh, okay.
So
Good to know. Thank you.
if that's a Friday game, this place will be pissed because they only have 4 home games in conference this year. And so if one of them was moved to a Friday, it's going to be, I don't know if you've seen it. Their schedule, tough. It's going to be a hard year for Nebraska.
It will be.
Man, I keep wondering, and we didn't really even talk about them at all except for in passing with Michael. Are the vibes going to get any better over the course of the next 7 months?
If they don't win the national offseason championship, then I think that maybe people are kind of rooting for that a little bit.
I have a take. I don't think they're going to win the offseason natty this year. I think people are pissed.
I think they've already lost it.
I think that
People
the
are
vibes will be better in right before the season than they
Yeah,
are now
listen-
because they always are.
Yeah.
Even if
Yes,
it-
but how? What are we
we
talking
read
about?
the
every year?
Scott Frost
we're
era.
we're going to hit July, and people are going to start to see a little bit of some camp stuff and some everything, and everyone will buy into it. And this defensive lineman looks fantastic. You've never seen his size and how quick he moves, and this receiver is catching everything. And yeah, we all buy into it.
Sad
We're
Husker
gonna get
fan
there.
says I'm sad now.
Sorry, dinner has been
Turned
sad
into
now.
sad Husker football. talk.
Sorry.
Oh, all right. I agree with you, Nick. I think people will definitely be more excited.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they're going to be that excited.
Is there any way, because we know who the opponents are, but is there any way the schedule comes out and you go, oh, that's actually a great assortment of the games that make you feel better?
I think you want the Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon games to be separated enough where you're not almost guaranteeing 2 losses in a row.
Yes.
But it's going to be hard because it's so you have, we have a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So you have those games. You have Washington on the schedule. I'm just
Tough.
thinking of tough. Yeah, they have Illinois on the schedule. Of course, they have Iowa on the schedule.
Go Hawks.
See, it's man, it's
Yeah, so you have Ohio, Bowling Green, North Dakota, at Illinois, at Iowa, at Michigan State, Indiana home, Maryland home, Ohio State home, Washington home, at Oregon, at Rutgers.
That's tough.
I have a medium take here, medium rare plus take. Getting Indiana and Ohio State at home is not a good thing.
Oh, interesting.
I feel like
because they're going to want to come in and beat the brakes off you.
And I would rather be I'd rather take some of the games that I feel more confident that
You want
you'd be
guaranteed home
competitive.
wins.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
You want people to have good vibes leaving Memorial Stadium,
That's a
right?
great viewpoint of the program going into year 4.
Oh, I didn't mean it for that, but yeah, I guess.
By the way, Dynasty Combat Sports kicks off the new year knockouts in the Metro coming up Saturday, the 31st of this month at Liberty First Credit Union Arena. Listen all week to Middays with Matt for your chance to win your way into the fight. It will be a fight for Nebraska football in 2026. Jordan writes, can we not have Coach Rule pressers for a whole year, please? Sorry, Jordan. Spring ball is starting soon. And so we're about to hear from Matt Rule a whole lot over the next couple of months.
And we're going to have podcasts. Don't forget.
Are we sure? Is House Rules still around?
House Rules, dude.
Nick thinks that House Rules got softly canceled.
I did. I think it quiet quit.
Nick has a theory about this because it's just disappeared.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Nick,
Yeah.
you should
It was
subscribe
getting
to
views,
it.
though.
You should
It was getting numbies.
Should subscribe to it so if it does return, you'll be the first to know.
Yes.
Turn on push
Breaking news.
notifications.
Breaking news.
And then you could tweet and say it's back.
Have the graphic ready, Nick.
How do you think Matt Rule would deal with somebody setting a strict time limit at all of his press conferences?
How
you
long
can
is
only
the
do
time limit?
15 minutes.
Whoa, interesting.
He's had a couple where he only goes for 3 or 4. There's been a few
We
times
call
he,
those
walks in.
Thursday.
Yeah.
But not the
Good
Monday,
point.
not the Monday pressers.
Yeah.
The post-game presser and the Thursday presser are usually a combined 20 to 25.
Yeah.
The Monday presser is 45 minutes.
And not to be too critical, but if he took less deep breaths, we'd probably cut that down in half.
Wow.
It's a lot of deep
So wait,
breaths.
is the criticism here that he breathes?
No, the criticism is just that's just a long, deep thinking breath.
Well,
you know?
he
Which
also
is good. It is good. You want to think about before you say.
he also does
Yeah.
this thing where he'll have an idea and then he'll have the same idea but rephrase it, and he'll do that 3 different times sometimes.
Yes. Yep.
Should be a great season. I can't wait for it. Austin,
Yeah.
this was wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I won't even get to see you tomorrow because your pregame show doesn't start until 7:00.
You can always
Sad.
hang out.
Ugh.
No, you don't have to.
No, I gotta go home. I gotta go home tomorrow to watch the Nebraska-Michigan game.
Basketball.
A battle of top 5 teams.
Let's go.
Did you think you'd ever see the day and that some are wanting Nebraska to lose that game? And
How
they're
dare they?
Nebraska fans.
How dare they?
Wow. All right. Well, that's the show for today. Austin, what a wonderful Monday it was.
Yes.
Thank you for being by my side.
Thank you for having me. Nick, always a pleasure to be engaged with you.
Jeff Hafley.
Thank you. Jeff Hafley, the current head coach of the Miami Dolphins. And Jake Janicek hanging out in the background.
Yeah, good job, Jake.
Who's asking questions? Good questions.
Great
Jake,
questions.
get on camera right here.
Beautiful
Wave-
questions.
Wave to the
Sneak
camera.
in. Nope.
No,
Yep,
up
yep.
side.
Yeah.
Get
It's this
in here.
one. It's that one right there. There it is. It's Jake.
Hi, Jake.
All right. John back tomorrow. We got Brunts. We got Sipple. And who knows what else. Hot
Yes.
Take Market. It's a bit Tuesday.
I won't be here for it.
Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.